Hello, this is J.N.S, and today we are covering a very important topic, and that is melanated empowerment, specifically from the point of view of one individual's interests and goals as a specific people. And particularly, we will be focusing on the Black American, but we're also going to talk about how can we provide the crosswalk and strategy for building coalitions with people who have our similar interests and alignment in goals and strategy. So I want to talk about an alternative to Pan-Africanism, because Pan-Africanism is dead. So I built this framework out and I recently published it in a book. But what I want to do is, I obviously I didn't plan to make any money off the book if I'm putting the book on video. And I'll also be giving out the redacted PDF form of the framework, and it's called Entrusted Melanism. And again, Pan-Africanism is dead, so we must upgrade our strategy. And what the framework does is to provide that crosswalk for Black Americans to be strategic and focus on their own empowerment, as well as every other melanated group on this planet to focus on their own empowerment. But when they are ready, or if they need it, they have a framework and criteria, stipulations, and agendas for working with other melanated tribes based on similar interests and goals and not flat Blackness. Now, this system preserves the unique lineage and culture of Black Americans and every single last melanated person on this planet. It doesn't, ethnocide them. It's a revolutionary template, and you will see why as we read it. But first, I want to emphasize that this is a healing session for melanated people globally. My intentions is not to, cause any derision, because there has been a lot of tension, But Black Americans are going to be centered in this discussion today. But again, this video is for all melanated people globally. So what does healing look like in the context of ethnocide and genocide and the things that Black Americans go through and the colonization that is currently still taking place globally? It looks like obviously setting boundaries. It looks like preserving your identity, fighting colonialism and imperialism. It looks like action. It looks like strategy. It looks like collaboration when it is advantageous. It looks like introspection and self-reflection. Okay. And that is something that I obviously had to go through. And that is one of the things that the primordial mothers said to me when I was trashing the ideology of Pan-Africanism. They said, well, you got all this stuff to say about Pan-Africanism, but you haven't, where's the development of a different system that gives you what you want, that you want to see? What is the system that you want to see? What is the framework that you want to see? What is the strategies that you want to see? Okay. You keep saying Pan-Africanism is dead, and you have these concrete reasons why, but they were pushing me and like, okay, so when are you going to develop a new framework then? With what you deem is empowerment. And so that is what the Entrusted Melanism, framework, that's when it was born, and it's no secret that as a people, we are dominated by a system of whiteism. Other people say white supremacy, but in this context, I will be saying whiteism, and I'll explain why in the book. And melanated people globally, we obviously are not in a position of power like we have been in the past. And I'll say like how we should be. Okay. And while I stand on my square that Pan-Africanism is a failed framework with no strategy that will yield empowerment, I have been challenged to develop a new one based on interests and goals and strategy, not based on this idea of working within the confines of this white construction, the construction of flat Blackness, the construction of race as a social construct, all pretty much what Pan-Africanism does, because it was born in the citadel of the West, and we know that. We'll cover that all in the book. It has you operating from their power base. It has you operating from their point of framework, but also it makes you predictable. And I'll explain why. We'll go through all that in the book. So I want to make sure that I don't go off on tangents, because I can be very long-winded, and I totally understand that. But, this framework, Entrusted Melanism, it was based on what will allow us to work towards our empowerment while preserving our ethnicity. And while doing this, it's like, how do you work with other melanated people? What's the stipulations that you require in order to work with other melanated people? What's the criteria? What's the plan? So I answer all of this in the framework that we will review. And Black Americans are talking about ethnocide and genocide, and we are being gaslighted straight up. And other groups of people, including those that are melanated themselves, are aligning with whiteism to undermine us so they can replace us. But guess what? It's not all of them. It's not all of them. And you have a continent of 1.3 billion people with 3,000 tribes. Some of those tribes are going to want to work with us. Some of those tribes are going to perish and going to get dominated and going to go to shit. And that's what this framework allows. It allows for people who want to really be about that life to really work together and to focus on their own individual empowerment on a voluntary basis. If other groups align with theirs, they can then work with it and collaborate with another group when it's advantageous for them, and reiterate the process from the tribe level to the regional level to the national level and to the collective level. And we'll explain, because it's reiterative for a reason. Because for one, all melanated people are different groups, different people, different tribes, different genealogy, different bloodlines. And so we have different needs and different services. So we have to focus on what is important to us. But then other people that are melanated in a different region may have a similar goal, may have a similar interest, may have something we can learn from, something we can take, strategies that we can learn from, ways that we can galvanize. And so that is what this framework does. This is very high level shit, and we going real deep. This is the deepest I've probably ever been. I swear to you, this is the deepest you will ever see me. This is the rawest form you will ever see me in today. Okay? I'm going to pour out my whole entire soul out on this damn video, because it's a lot on my mind and it took a lot out of me. I was damn near scared to leave my house writing this shit, because I thought for sure I was going to die. I thought for sure, I'm like, this is it, Mom. I told my mom, I'm like, once we put this out, I don't even think they're going to let this get out. I was really worried, to be honest. I'm like, I don't know if they're going to let it out, but it's out. And I'm like, oh, it's published. So we good. It looks like, okay, I didn't push the limit too hard, because I swore, I'm like, Mom, I don't know, Mom, but obviously I'll get into why I think that is, and there's some reasons for that, but it's out, and we're gonna talk about it. We're going to really get into this idea of a new framework that replaces Pan-Africanism. Okay, so again, this framework, it allows us to work with other groups while preserving our unique lineage and not Africanizing us. Because that's the problem with what's happening to other dark-skinned people in their landmass, because they're being Africanized. And we'll get into those specific groups. It's all in the book. We're gonna get there, okay? While also aligning based on similar interests and goals, okay? And we can still call out the disrespect of these immigrants in the United States. The melanated immigrants that are in the United States that have been undermining, disrespecting us, and we, that's been a thing that we've been doing with our delineation movement. And delineation is very important. Do not think that Entrusted Melanism is getting rid of delineation. It's not. It took a lot of thought for me to think of, like, how do you have a delineation, preserve your ethnicity, but also leave that crosswalk open for Black Americans to work with other melanated groups who have their best interests and goals in mind, similar goals, similar interests, similar strategies, that's focused on empowerment. How do we do that? How do you do that from the tribal level to the regional level to the national level to the collective level? How can that happen? And so that is what Entrusted Melanism is, and that is what I focused on, okay? So while we're fighting for our empowerment for Black American specific needs and interests, when it is advantageous to work with other groups, Black Americans can do that. And it's on our terms. And it's same with it, and it's all voluntary. And even say if another group, they just want to focus on their own little shit, like North Centennial Island does. They just focus on them, and they don't give a damn about nobody, and they haven't ever been colonized. Them dark-skinned people over there, they've been doing their thing for 60,000 years. If they would have the framework just for them, then they can use the framework just for them. That's the special thing about Entrusted Melanism, is it can be done on a tribal level. And that's why I built it out that way and reiterated up to the collective level. Started from the bottom to the top. You get your shit together, then you reiterate the process again at the regional level. Is there anybody in a region that's focused on the same shit that you're focused on? You work with them. Then at the regional level, you look around and see if there's anybody in this level of nations, on a national level. Anybody in the national level, other tribes, specifically with Africa, because there's 54 countries in Africa. They want to work together. You reiterate the process. Then you look at the collective level. Is there anybody overseas? Anybody in a different landmass on a different continent that got the same goals and interests and strategies? They want to work together. Let's try to reiterate it on the collective level. And I give examples of what this looks like from tribal levels, regional levels, collective levels, and nation levels. So this shit is going to be fire. I mean, they're going to probably most likely shadow ban the shit out of this. I don't know. We'll see where it goes. We'll see where it goes. But we need something to replace Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is fucking dead. And I actually have a video called Pan-Africanism is Dead that I made about, I want to say maybe 8 to 11 months ago. And it was a little obnoxious, but it was raw and it was real and it was factual based. So this one is going to be even more factual based. We're going to get into some history. There's some references in the book. We're going to get into the history of Pan-Africanism, why it failed and all that. Because I really want to get out my ideas, because it's like, okay, you said Pan-Africanism is dead. Okay, why do you think that? And this book really outlined that. And then it's like, okay, so what's next? It's dead. So now what? You guys are just going to be globally conquered as melanated people for the rest of your fucking lives? For the rest of existence? Not over here. So those who want to work together and those who are really about empowerment, you get to work together. You have a framework. And those who don't want to, for one, they get exposed. Like you literally get to see in real time, okay, these people do not care about empowerment. Delineate, cut them off. They out of the paint. They're sabotagers, they're coons, whatever you want to say, they're agents, get them out the paint. It exposes the tribes and the people that's not holding their own weight, that's not carrying their own weight. No longer will anybody be able to hide behind the work of the Black Americans. The Black Americans will not be used as the cannon fodder and doing all the heavy lifting. Because the framework literally will expose that. And I'll explain why. We going there. Oh, we going there today. If you are scared, go to fucking church. Because this shit, we go on real raw. They might not even let me put the video on YouTube, or they might take it down. I don't know. Because there is another video that I put about Black American self-rulership and self-empowerment. It was self-determination and self-rulership, as well as how to become a type 1, type 2, type 3 civilization. Then we went up to like type 9 civilization using the Kardashev scale. And they really was like, that video, that video is completely shadow banned. Completely. And there's nothing I can do about it. There's just nothing I can do about it. And I was like, okay, this must be some really, really heavy shit in this video. You know, but it is what it is. People, you know, it is what it is. So, you know, and what's beautiful about this is, again, any tribe on the continent of Africa, they can use the framework for their own personal empowerment. They can do it as a tribe. Say if it's just the Hausa, they can just use it. Okay, what is our empowerment? We dealing with political corruption. What's the framework for that? We got some strategies. We got the template. Let's fill the template out. Let's work. You know, let's take it offline. You don't have to do it online. You can use the technology, or you don't have to use the technology to use the template and to build a database. It's real. And then they can do it at the region level. Hausa, Fulani, whatever. They can link up. Maybe the Yoruba want to link up. They can do something and then as a regional level. Then they can do it as a nation. If it's a reiterative process. You handle your shit at the small level, then you build it up. Then let's look collectively. Is there any other tribes and nations in Africa? Are there any other, maybe some tribes overseas? Any groups overseas? Maybe the Haitians want to work. You know, so it's like that. So again, this is more structured because Pan-Africanism has no structure, no actual strategies. And that's the thing about Entrusted Melanism, is that it literally has fucking strategies that you can use, or you can develop your own or combine them. There's strategies for military science, strategies for economic warfare, strategies for procuring land, strategies for procuring resources, strategies for project management, strategies for building your own institutions. It's literally in the fucking book, built off of my studying of military science. Yeah, we going there. So You can use the strategies, or you don't even have to. But it's still there so people can have some ideas of like, well, that's what Pan-Africanism was missing. It had no motherfucking concrete strategies. You have to build, it was just a framework. You have to build strategies within it. They never did that. And so Entrusted Melanism does that. That's what it does. Okay? Now, if Black Americans collectively decide they don't want to work with other melanated people at this time, that's fine. They can actually still use the Entrusted Melanism Framework while not having to work with. That's the beauty of this. It doesn't force you, oh, you got to come together because we're all flat blackness. That shit is dead. They don't want to work with anybody right now. That's, again, reiterative process. You start at the tribal level. They can just focus on what they need to do to strategize at this time to stay alive, build their parallel infrastructures, and build a collective power base. And to be honest, Black American, I recommend that at this time. Use the Entrusted Melanism Framework for your tribal level first, because that's actually the first requirement. You must show that you are doing something for your own tribal's empowerment, and we have to see the strategies within that. And so I'm going to say Black Americans need to be doing that at this time. So personally, I am using my own framework right now for Black Americans to build some parallel infrastructures, but I will not be using the framework to connect with other tribes at this time. I'm not saying it's never going to happen. I'm just saying right now that is the requirement for everyone. I will be using the framework for the tribal level, meaning for Black Americans. Because again, the first tenet of the framework is to develop and use strategies to empower yourself based on your specific lineage, your specific goals, and interests that leads to empowerment. You are only to reiterate the process with other tribes if your interests and goals align. So I'll tell a little bit what that means. You guys know I'm building the Queen Mothership in the Black American community, and I'm actively using my own Entrusted Melanism Framework to do that. You're starting at the tribal level. I will get into my strategy in this video as to why I am now emphasizing for Black Americans to build parallel infrastructures versus the mess that's going on with this reparation stuff. And I'm not against reparations. I am still for reparations, and I also believe in restructuring the structure of the claim itself to protect the lineage-based aspect of the reparations. I will talk about that in this video. I will actually talk about that and express why, because I'm going to give out my strategy, and I'll tell you why. I don't have anything to hide. I don't have anything to lose. So I don't mind talking about the innovative alternatives to the system that we're going to be developing that is currently running parallel to what is oppressing us. And that is what the Queen Mothership does. So you guys know it's no secret that I've been in the reparations space since 2017, but I have been conscious and in Black empowerment space since I was 19. That's just no secret. And in the reparations space, there's this perspective that the government should make us whole and pay the debt of the disenfranchisement and genocide. And that is absolutely true. We all know that. But also, their continued benign neglect and racial stratification, I would say, has made us a permanent underclass. But also, let's keep it a buck. They're talking about the 2030 through 2053, we'll have a zero wealth, whatever. So this is an emergency. And that's true. And the government serves the people, but it has never served the Black American in a way that it should be serving us. We've been voting for Democrats for to the tune of 90%. And they haven't done anything specific for us. There are no tangibles. We're dealing with benign neglect policy. The system is simply failing us. It just is what it is. So our response was to say, you have to address us with reparations due to the effects of slavery, Jim Crow, Black codes, state-sanctioned violence, redlining, mass incarceration, predatory lending, medical apartheid, etc. We all know. All of this obviously accumulates to genocide by our own government in real time, continued genocide even to today in 2023. And therefore, they need to provide tangibles to remedy these atrocities in the form of reparations. This is obviously a very logical demand of the people not being served by their government in real time. But here's the thing that I realized after 4 years in a reparations space. We lost our leverage, Black Americans. We don't have any leverage to get this done. And I know a lot of people are dangling the reparations carrot in front of your fucking eyes, including mine. The reparations carrot. Oh, I was following that blindly, and it's like, hey, it's like a psyop. It's like, here's the carrot, but they bringing up all these different task forces, these different commissions, and we're getting all excited, and we're like, okay, we're finally doing the work, and we have these organizations that are fighting for us, and Black Americans grassroots, we're getting excited, we're coming together, galvanizing on the social medias, and even in real time, going to the rallies, going to, and the Democrats saw that, and we talking about this is deceptional warfare, this is psychological warfare. So they're like, okay, we gotta get in front of that, and we can actually just dangle that shit in front of them and bring them back in the fold. We ain't actually gonna pay it out, or we're gonna just give programs, or we just gonna kind of dick them around for a bit, and to be honest, that was their plan. That still is their plan. But guess what? Many Black Americans who are intelligent, we simply see this for what it is. I'm just keeping a buck. Not only that, we kind of checked out. We're kind of trying to put the pieces back together in terms of, okay, how do we pivot and actually make sure we have full control of the narrative of reparations? We'll have full control of the idea of how this should be dialed out, how reparations should be given, what reparations is, when it's going to be happening. How do we get control back over that as Black Americans? This is very serious shit, because they completely, and I know we don't want to admit it, and I know that a lot of you, there are people actively trying to coax us, or kind of placate us, or put us kind of back to sleep a little, like, hey guys, it's still coming, don't worry, it's looking real good now, it's doing real good. And some of us are kind of like, some of us that are in the know, and some of us can't even keep that, but for those of us, we're kind of like, we really don't have no fucking leverage, and if we don't strategize around how we're going to get leverage, how we're going to do this damn reparation, and how we're going to get in front of the structuring of the claims, and making sure that we don't allow these fucking Pan-Africanists to literally steal our claim and try to take away. Let's be real. This week, and today is May 26, 2023, we've seen Pan-African organizations literally say that lineage-based reparations is COINTELPRO, that it is white supremacy, and that we needed to be race-based, and that, so they are ready with the play. And I'm going to get why they were able to do that, because honestly, and we told y'all, wanted to shit on the Black indigenous, but we told y'all ass that shit was going to happen 2 years ago. And we got records we got all types of YouTube videos talking all about it, Clubhouse recordings, all types of shit, where we was trying to warn y'all about Agenda 2063 and shit 2 years ago. You can see me, I could pull up a video right now of me in the comment section of another Black indigenous discussing Agenda 2063 on a live chat. You can literally see my account doing it a year ago. And we told y'all that they was going to use that shit to funnel in some fucking Africans, to funnel your ass back to Africa. Black indigenous warned y'all asses about that years ago. Nobody listened. And also, some of them are going by American Indian. But nobody wanted to listen to us. Everybody was trying to steal the framework and not give credit, to take shit and just run with it, botched off and give it to fucking Africa. And now we see your ass labeled as African American, and you come from the transatlantic slave trade, and you're acting shocked as to why these Pan-Africanists are trying to literally take over your claim, because you left the door wide open for them to do it. We were trying to lock up the structure of the claim so that nobody could come into your shit. And we said lineage-based, perfect. Okay, great. But your ass went and classified people as African American, then rooted it in the transatlantic slave trade in the bill itself. What do you think was gonna fucking happen? What do y'all think was going to happen? And yes, I'm going to be offending some people. It's like, really, really, Kylie, like, you really doing all that? But it's like, we were trying to literally speak out about this and nobody was listening to us. Like, I know somebody can pull up recordings of me talking about this shit a year ago. People in the Black indigenous space, whether it was on Clubhouse or whether it was on Twitter space, was literally saying this shit. Some of them damn near 3 years ago. We could pull up shit with homegirl, Latasha, Davita, Sheikah, Shan, Lila, all the matriarchs, the J Mars, and I'm not trying to put people on blast. I'm just saying they were talking about this shit 3 years ago about what was going to happen with the reparations, with Agenda 2063, with this Pan-Africanism shit. If you didn't structure the claim a certain way, and we all got laughed out of the fucking space. Everybody was, the pretendians. Now all these Africans are just undermining the fuck out of our claim. These Pan-Africanists talking about lineage based as COINTELPRO. I'm going to get into how this all, I'm going to get there. But let me just keep going. So in that reparation space, you got people, literally these Africans, trying to include themselves in the lineage-based reparations. So now, you as a Black American, you have to think of a strategy at how you make it clear that those are two different claims. Had you listened to us 2 years ago, I'm not saying just by calling yourself indigenous. It's deeper than that. It's not about calling yourself indigenous or saying you're indigenous. It wasn't about that. We're talking about high-level strategies. I can't speak for everybody else. I was doing it from the point of strategic to make this American-based, getting it out of race, getting it out of Africa, making it focus on the Black American genocide, ethnocide, Jim Crow, slavery, red line, everything that we went through as a people, as Black Americans, separate from all these other immigrants, all these other, the whole continent of Africa. I was trying to tell people about that. If you had to root this shit in America, that you got to start this stuff at America, you got to identify as Black American or any type of designator that was American based. You didn't do that. The policy itself got the transatlantic slave trade in it. The policy itself is identifying you as an African American. The policy itself is talking about Black and all this stuff. So now, hey, it's for all Black people. Hey, it's for the whole continent of Africa. Oh, really? Now, and everybody shocked at that. I was warning about that a year ago, 2 years ago. It's 2023. I got on the reparation space and the social media space. Obviously, that was Clubhouse 2 years ago. So again, your new structuring of a claim, and this can fall on deaf ears. This can continue to fall on fucking deaf ears. But now, it's a bunch of Twitter spaces yesterday of a bunch of Black Americans complaining about what Africans are doing, what Pan-Africans are doing, what Black immigrants are doing with our lineage-based reparations. This is what is happening. So, obviously, this stuff is a bust. Some of it. But I say that it can still essentially be redeemed to an extent if you remove the lineage-based reparations out of the rim of Africa. Now, it's like, how are you talking about entrusted melanism, but we're talking about, again, entrusted melanism is a reiterative process based on interests and goals. So you align with other melanated people based on that. But you start at the tribal level. This is basically building up as to why we don't have the leverage into detailing my strategies for getting that leverage before we get into the book. So you're gonna have to bear with me. We will get to the book. I'm reading the whole book, online. So we were gonna get there, but you have to understand some of my frame of reference because I have been in the delineation movement. I have been on the front lines with this delineation shit for years, and nothing is going to change if my people continue to get ethnocided and disrespected and genocided. I'm not going to change that, but I will build something for us to work together when it is advantageous for us to do so, and for other people on the continent of Africa themselves to use the framework to start to work on the tribal levels and their own continent for empowerment. So that is what we're doing. But I want, again, to tell you, Black American, that you have to remove lineage-based reparations out of the rim of Africa. You got to remove it out of the rim of the transatlantic slave trade. You got to remove it out of the rim of race. Now, I'm not telling you to call yourself Indians and all that and indigenous. It's not about that. This is about fucking strategy. And to an extent, you have already done that to a degree with the race thing by trying to use a status. A lot of that is still not, to me, well thought out. Again, y'all wanted to lock me out of this shit. I'm one of the best strategists, best researchers on the fucking planet. And I'm not arrogant, and I'm not in my ego when I say that. I'm not well known. I don't care to be well known. I'm not chasing a bag out of this shit. It's just a gift that I like to use to help my fucking people. But everybody wanted to try to take the black indigenous researchers shit. Not just me, it was others too. There's a bunch of other people that do the research, and we kept coming up with stuff and kept trying to come up with strategies, and we kept getting locked out and kept getting blocked. But for that Freedman status stuff, I would have loved to have been involved and carved out some shit that really locked that shit up and helped that happen. But everybody wanted to shit on the black indigenous people, the black Americans who've been just through the same thing as you, who we know who we are. We got our genealogy. Yeah, some of us may be admixed with black European and white or whatever, African, whatever. But we go on with our indigenous background. And because for whatever reason, you guys had to have this African transatlantic slave trade stuff, you had to lock us out. I would have loved to help carve up. I would have got in there and I would have really yanked that shit. It would have been airtight. Nobody would have been able to fuck with us. I don't play that. Like, ain't nobody just coming up in your shit. Now that all these Africans, it's got to be race-based because of what they were saying. Structural racial violence or something. It was structural racial. Damn, I forgot what it was. What it was that they're now saying now. And I mean, they are really working overtime to fuck up your shit. And believe it or not, they do have the power to affect that shit. Them Africans and Agenda 2063 and PAC 8 executive orders and the transatlantic slave trade organizations that have been getting their money from usurping the black Americans' obviously history and struggle and connecting it to Africa, who'd be getting paid for decades off of that shit. Decades. That's what they've been doing. They have been able to include themselves in your shit now because of that. Because you refuse to move lineage-based reparations out of the rim of Africa. It's as simple as that. Sorry to tell you that, but that's why. And nobody was saying that you gotta deny your ancestors or deny your descent or deny it. It's not about that. Okay? You have to start this shit at American slavery only. Because when you make the claim at a transatlantic slave trade, knowing that there were 3 slave trades in America, they have the door to include themselves in, obviously. They can literally say those were our collateral and you owe us for that. And then now you're classified as African American. Obviously, they have the door. Once again, the door is wide fucking open for them to make it African. And then when you use race, we all know what that is, and we all know what's going on with that, and we're trying to change the definition with that and trying to really combat flat blackness, which is what our government has been pushing. Our government pushed that flat blackness shit. Let's be real. They stood up there and said that black means any racial group from Africa. Is literally on the U.S. Census Bureau right now.gov. And we know that that's not true. We know that black is an American construct. We know that black Americans are the only group of people on the fucking planet that got black on their birth certificate. So why the fuck is our government, why would they do that shit? It was to undermine us. It was to ethnocide us. So now we're trying to fight back and I have my things with that, but I understand black Americans. They are the ones that convinced me, and I don't have no problem saying that a lot of the black indigenous that go by black Americans are the ones that, was really trying to tell me, no, we can't just let other groups call themselves black. We can't just let these Africans call themselves black because this is on our birth certificate. This was literally our identity. This is literally our culture. And I had to listen to them. And it's as simple as that. I'm like, okay, I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I respect that. So there's some things we have to do with the definition, even with the black American stuff that we were trying to do with the OMB, was to try to, it was to try to collate the definition of black American as an ethnicity and take it out of the rim of race and take it out of the rim of this flat blackness shit. I'm not sure if that was successful or not. I can't say if that was successful or not because it's too early to still know, to be honest. But when you do the race, there goes flat blackness. Again, the ability to bring in immigrants, the black immigrants and African, the ability to bring in these melanated immigrants and Africans. Let's be clear. So I would say that, once again, like I was saying, a month ago, them claims got to start at American slavery. if you're going to include slavery. If slavery is even the best way to even go about getting your reparations today in today's time, given the fact that you are still being ethnocided, and I think you should be using both. Use American slavery and use what the hell's going on to you today. Make those correlations and make it clear. Make it very database. And a lot of that you have been very good at making it database. You have been very good at doing that. So that's not even really the problem. But I think that we can successfully separate this idea of Black American genocide from structural racism. That is what you're going to have to do with the claim. You're going to have to separate it from the genocide from the structural racism if you're going to go for like today's time, the harms that was done to Black Americans today. If you're going to go with the harms that was done to Black Americans today, your best bet is to do that. Is to go with a genocide narrative and to take it out of the rim of race, structural racism. You're going to have to take it out of the rim of that. You got to make this structural Black American or Negro, whatever I personally go by Black American. But now I know it's this Negro stuff popping up and whatever. But you're going to have to, but Negro is also history because Negro is American too. So what you would have to do is make the structural, take it from structural racism and make it structural Black American genocide combined with American slavery. Drawing upon those things specifically that only happened to us as Black Americans. Not what happened to the Africans. Not what happened to the melanated immigrants. What happened to your ass and what's happening to your ass. That's what locks them out. You gotta lock these people out. Straight up. I notice I ain't tell you to go say you Indian and all say you that. I ain't say none of that. I said to lock it out by taking this out of Africa, by including it, starting it at American slavery, then combining it with structural Black American genocide. That's what needs to happen. Drawing upon those things that only happen to you as a Black American. That is how you got to structure these claims. That's what's going to lock them out. And also within the claim, you have to move from identifying with fucking Africa. And that should be obvious. You have to, like, this shit is a beast, man. And this shit is wicked what they did to our people. But it just makes it more clear that if Africa tries to include themselves in American reparations and all these Pan-African organizations, Pan-Africanism, Pan-Africans need redress too. You owe us $700 trillion and all this shit. You gotta lock them out. Also, it makes it more clear that when these people do try to latch on to your lineage-based reparations, that they are frauds. It exposes them more. Hear me out. Again, if you take this reparations lineage base still and remove it out of Africa and put American on it, put Negro genocide on it, or Black American genocide on it, and only detail the harms that happened to you as a people, now you're becoming like a whole nation. You're a solid tribe at that point. You're literally the Black American tribe who has been picked on for the last 500 years by the U.S. government and sold, some of us through the Indian slave trade, through the Pacific slave trade, and sold by fucking Africa. This is what happened to our people. And so you're a specific group, you're a specific lineage, and if you're a specific ethnicity as Black Americans. Now nobody can come in your claim. And when they do try to, it becomes very obvious that these people are not you because you're not identifying with them. You don't know them. You're talking about structural Black American genocide. What the hell are you talking about? You're talking about structural racism. Those are two different things. You cannot come in our claim. Go get your own claim. Like I used to tell us, the Black indigenous. Go get your own claim. Told y'all that shit was going to happen. I've been knew that shit was going to happen with them Africans. I'm like, they're about to shoot themselves in the fucking foot. And we were the trash of the Black American race, of the Black American ethnicity. We were the worst of the worst. Completely got shit on. I got locked out. And I'm like, I'm a hell of a strategist and a researcher. And man, I would have made sure our shit would have been looking good. Because all I do is think about protecting the Black American. That's all. That's pretty much the only reason why I'm fucking here on this planet. Is protecting the Black American. And I'm talking about, obviously, through preserving ethnicity and lineage and cultural collation, some of the things that I've worked on, and the ideas that I produce as a programmer and as a person that produces knowledge about the Black American ethnicity. That's all I care about. I didn't care about all this infighting. I got videos from 10 months ago, damn near 2 years ago, talking about Black American unity. Black Americans are going by ADOS and FBA and Freeman, and we all need to come together to Black America. Come on. But we were all locked out because people was chasing the wrong thing. People were chasing, their own glory. People were infighting. People got hung up in the nigga shit. You FBAs, you indigenous, you a pretending, you a freedman, you this. Caught up in the nigga shit and couldn't see the bigger picture. Wanting fame and fortune through fucking genocide. We don't want to talk about how some of these niggas is in this space for that. Ain't no goddamn fortune in this shit. Ain't no fucking revolution. And trying to have some. Let me just. But it's niggas in this space that was taking other people's shit, trying to pass it off as theirs, trying to doctor it up, and shit is all botched instead of going to the people that actually put it together and having them help you make it solid. It was obvious. Then you got niggas that, they want to be the face of this. They want to do that. They want the fame and fortune that comes with, I guess, delivering reparations or whatever. And it's like, there's no fame and fortune in this shit. There's only honor. There's only fight. There's only courage. Ain't no motherfucking money in this shit. To some people it is when you start taking MacArthur Foundation money and when you start taking George Soros money and Rockefeller money. For some people that is. For those who want to put on shows and shit and all this nonsense, for them it is. But people really hurting. Our people are really suffering while all that's going on. And why people are backbiting and backstabbing and stealing people's research and stealing people's ideas and intellectual property, and usurping other people's talking points and all this stuff, and never giving credit or never acknowledging, and then trying to be the one that get in front of it and be the face of it. It's like, if that's where everybody's at with that shit, that's cool. But I already saw that. I saw the people that was doing all that shit. I've had people ask me for whole ass research papers. Literally, and I got the dates and the emails to prove it with the names of who it was went to, when it was went to. And if you don't really want to wake that up, I swear I will start blasting if I ever get fucked with. But I'll say this. People would ask me to send me my whole research papers that I've written and research that I was doing, and I sent it. And they told me that they would put it on their website and spread it around. And, I'm like, oh, okay. It was stuff that I had worked on regarding Black Americans being genocided in today's time. Then I never heard, the person never did it. Even when I even have text messages like, when you go put it on the website, you took my research and you never even got back to me. Didn't text me back, nothing. And I'm like, what the fuck is that about? Then the day that the weekend that I sent that shit, that Monday, an organization in California started talking about genocide. Now, the person that I sent this stuff to, this research to, these papers to, is in California. And I know that my shit was filtered off to them. This is really what happened. And I have the emails, the dates, text messages, all this shit. The person sent it, and they were, next thing you know, they talk about, at the bottom of the paper I said, what's recommended is that we use the We Charge Genocide from 1969. That Monday, from that Friday, from when I sent that shit, that same Monday, they was talking about and I said, that person filtered off my shit and I'm like, I got played like a motherfucker. I literally got played. And that's fine. And I never even brought it up. This is literally my first time bringing it up. And that shit happened a year ago. That shit happened damn near a year ago. Yes, it's over a year. I wrote that stuff in April of 2022. or I sent it in April of 2022, but it was produced in March of 2022, March or February, and it was sent to another person that was a good friend of mine that's really big in the reparations space in around, I want to say March, because she's the one that said, Kylie, we know you're a good researcher. You brought this up, and can you produce this research? And I literally cleared my day. And I remember because I said, damn, I said, you're going to take my vibration to where I got to go and study all this shit about our people that's happening right now and today. But I'm going to do it. Grab me some whiskey, crank that shit out, just spent the whole day just researching all this stuff about Black Americans and just put it all together. And I said, I'll get this to you by the end of the day. I said, I will get this to you. And I wasn't even in her organization. It was just something, we were friends, and we would talk on the phone all motherfucking night. Damn near 3 o'clock in the morning with our drinks, or she got her weed, and we just talking shit, and just we was homegirls. And I said, I'm gonna get this done for you. Now, obviously, I have proof that this happened because I have screenshots of when I sent it. You literally see me say, hey, I'm going here is the research for the Black American genocide, and get back to me whenever you want. I didn't want no credit for it. I never got any credit, and I'm cool with that. I never asked for that. I never said, what are we gonna do with it? I just was like, I'm just a nigga from the grassroots. I'm literally a nigga trying to make it in this world and keep my fucking sanity and keep my spirits up, dealing with this bullshit system that we've been dealing with as a woman, and producing scholarship. I love doing scholarship. I write books. I love doing options trading. I love education. I like teaching children. I like teaching Black Americans, and that's just pretty much it. And that's just pretty much my nature. But I'm just somebody that, they just came and said, here, do this. And there's been a lot of weird, I'm so sick of this reparation space. I'm so sick of these niggas always, it's like people trying to take your energy. It's like people literally is running around in this space trying to steal people's energy and soul markers and research or ideas, whatever they got to offer, and then run it off with it. And I'm like, damn, I really see this for what this is. And so I had gave her that paper in, I want to say, March. And she also funneled that off to other people. She funneled that off to another organization. And I kind of knew that, and I was okay with that. That's why I'm not really coming at her, or I'm not really upset at her. But the person that was in California that I sent that shit to, that really came as like, hey, we're friends. And we would talk on the phone a lot too. And I was just shocked that I'm like, you never did put that on your website. You never did give me credit for that. The Friday that I sent that shit to you, that Monday, them niggas was in California talking about we charge genocide. And I'm like, what the fuck? And it's literally documented. Like when I sent the email, and then when they started talking about that shit. And knowing that person has a connection to them organizations out there. That's a fact. That I did know because we've had plenty of conversations before. Now, this is why I don't trust nobody in this motherfucking space. Barely. And that's kind of why I checked out, because like I've seen a lot of wicked ass shit. I'm not gonna hold you. I see a lot of wickedness in people. I see a lot of jealousy in people. I see a lot of thievery in people. I see how people just want to steal your energy marker. I see a lot of selling out. I see a lot of actors. They're not even, I don't even see any motherfucking true revolutionaries in this bitch. I see maybe a couple. The niggas that's not bought and paid for. But I'm not, the spirit is not right. It's something not right. You could feel it. It's infiltration. You could feel the infiltration. You got people that just want fame and fortune off of a fucking reparation space. Really? Ain't no money in this shit. Our people is out here about to be $0 by 2053. Zero collective power. Zero wealth. Permanent underclass. Claude Anderson told y'all ass that, 50 years ago, that you're going to be a permanent underclass, and it was going to bring up all these immigrants in, and then all the immigrants were going to be against you, and you would not be able to fight all of them. There's a video of that. Literally from maybe, I don't know if it was 50 years ago, but maybe like 20, 30 years ago. He been said that shit. Neely Fuller been told your ass damn near 40 years ago what the fuck was going to happen. Nobody listened. Just like when I say certain things, 20, 40 years from now, they're going to listen and they're going to be looking back and it's going to be like, oh my gosh, that really happened. So, this is what you deal with. You deal with a PSYOP reparations movement. I'm not trying to demoralize you because, we got a plan for some leverage. We're going to build some leverage around this bitch. So don't think that I'm saying, damn, there's no hope. Hell no. Our reparation space, we got to make it pure again from our ancestors' debt and from the pain that we are currently going through as a people. The shit that we got to do. Niggas working 3 or 4 jobs and working at Walmart and they still can't make their motherfucking rent and pay their damn car note. Still struggling like a motherfucker. Black Americans don't have access to high quality organic food. Gotta shop at Save-A-Lot or some shit. Some old ass meat and shit. We don't got the resources in our community. Gotta go to their schools and get programmed by them. We don't even have our own homeschooling universities. I'm trying to build one. I built one out. But again, you don't value your own people shit. So, what happens? You don't value each other. But we suffering. So the energy from this reparation space, and I really think that this was something very much deeper than what we would ever know. I was warned 2 years ago. 2 black men came to me, pulled me to the side, and they said, honey, you gotta watch your spirit. Like, you gotta guard your fucking spirit in that shit. And do you know who you fucking with? Do you know what this is about? And I thought they were a little crazy. I really did. I was like, what are they talking about? What are they talking about? They told me, you watch everybody who come around you. Everybody who try to talk to you. Everybody who try to get you in their organizations. Everybody that try to work with you. You go and Google their ass. 2 years ago, 2 black men told me this. Oh my gosh. One of them try to warn me and say that, I got stories for days. It's like, man, you better get away from around certain people. Seriously. And I was told, like, girl, that is not what you think it is. It's that, people really, it's really grassroots niggas that want reparations, but the people that's coming around you, like these organizations that's coming around you, it's for deeper reasons. It's not for what you think it is. And I'm not gonna get into that because I'm not gonna turn this, it's just too deep anyways. It's just too deep. But that was the best thing he had told me. He said, look, if they come to you trying to get you to sign contracts, and it has happened multiple times, don't sign nothing. Don't sign nothing. And it came to me 3 times, and I never did. I'll just leave it at that. Talking about people in this fucking reparation space with these organizations. Yes. With proof. Emails of the fucking contract. And I was told 2 years ago that was going to happen, and don't sign that shit. And I never did. It was much, much deeper. And now that I'm looking at it, I'm looking at the players. I'm looking at people that got connections to the entertainment industry and to politics. I see it for what it is. And those who know, you can put 2 and 2 together. You can put 2 and 2 together and open your fucking eyes. But at the time, that was the best advice that knucklehead could give me, because me and him, we are at odds. We fight like cats and dogs. That's why I cut him off completely. But I do have to say that person was literally brought in my life to give me that fucking message and tell me that, and they were moved out with their weirdo ass. He dropped that message off. We had a 7-hour conversation, me and this black man. 7-hour conversation. And he said they did it to me. I'm letting you know. This is deeper. And 7 hours just giving me game about how all this worked. I kind of was just like, I don't know. But he said, Google the motherfuckers that's all around you, that's keep trying to call you, that keep trying to bring you into these, Google the motherfuckers and start looking at the industries that they connected to and all that stuff. I said, okay, whatever. And after that 7-hour conversation, we never got along after that. So I said, you know what? The spirit wanted you to bring that to me. And now that was pretty much your job in my life, was to bring that message to me and for me to utilize it and remember that. And I always knew that. I said, that man was brought in to just give me that information and go about his merry way. And I'll just leave it at that. So again, Black American, keep your motherfucking head on the swivel first off, especially if you're grassroots and you're really raw. You know, you really one of them people that's just like, yo, this is really, your heart just was really in the right space, and your heart was really pure, and you was really thinking about like, we need something for our people. And that I'm gonna be real. That's just one of them niggas that I am. I was one of them that was just like, I have videos from 2019, 2020 of me talking about, I can pull it up. It's still on my YouTube channel, but the videos are private because I was really I was off about the reparations, and I'm a little embarrassed. But I was always a cash payment. The cash payment was extremely low. And then I was like bringing in Africans and stuff into it too. So obviously I didn't have the knowledge base, and I didn't have I knew about guess what? Special Fields Orders was in here. Special Fields Order was in my reparations video from 3 years ago. And I was talking about like James Baldwin. I was like talking about like, in addition to the cash payment, I was talking about like communal policing. I was talking about Black Americans having like grant programs named after Ida B. Wells and James Baldwin and stuff, like with certain grant programs. And like the pamphlet is still out. The video is still, if I was to make it public again, you know, move it from private to public, you would literally see the date on it. You would be able to see the video. But to be honest, I am very embarrassed about the economic calculation that I did regarding that. It was so low and off because I just did it based off of Special Field Orders, what a mule and a 40 acres will look like today. But the 40 acres had to been like, if we had divided it by 40 million people, that would only be 300 square feet of land per person. And then how much would a mule be in today's time? And so the cash payment was so low because it was just based off of what a mule in today's time would be, as well as what the land, dividing it up from the 400,000 that were released up into 40 million people, that will only be 1,300 square feet of land per person. So that was really low too. But it was the land and the motherfucking cash payment was in there. Then it was some grant shit, and then it was also money payment for Black Americans who want to go back to Africa. That is what my reparations plan 3 fucking years ago with proof was about. And then I wasn't even on Clubhouse at this time. I wasn't even in the reparation. I was just a random person just thinking about shit. The COVID stuff had starting to come about, and to be honest, I had a lot of fucking time on my hands. I had a lot of time. That's why I wrote about 12 books during that span of that time. Yeah, I had a lot of times on my hands. I was not going to work anymore. I wasn't traveling because a lot of, I was in New York City. When the COVID stuff hit, I moved from New York City, the hustle and bustle, just hustling, bustling, and I hated New York City, by the way, and moved to the Bucktown country of the South when the pandemic happened. Soon as that pandemic hit, and I said, I don't want to go through these lockdowns in New York City. I want to be out in nature. I want to be out in the country. I packed all my suitcases and hightailed ass out of New York City and went to Georgia, out in the country. I was still very close to the city, but I was in more residential type country, basically suburbs. I think that's what that would be considered, suburbs. But I wanted to be in the South, and I did that. It was very hot, and I focused on producing content and books for Black Americans. I really got honed in deep. I said, I really want to, talk about this reparation stuff. I want to get into reparations. Then I started seeing the diaspora war stuff with, the Africans on Clubhouse going at my people. I was seeing video clips all on Twitter and stuff and on YouTube about them like coming hard at my people. And I saw, obviously, a lot of the reparationists were the ones holding that front line down in terms of delineation still, particularly ADOS, and I believe, well, I don't know if FBA was out at that time, because I'm not sure if they were still with ADOS. I think they were two different people at that time, two different splinters at that time. I'm not sure, but the ADOS reparationists were going hard on Clubhouse at the time, and I said, well, I didn't ever identify as ADOS, but I was very much familiar from that, and even in New York City in 2018, and got introduced to that from somebody introduced their audience to ADOS, and then they fell out, and we had to make a decision of what we was gonna do. It was confusing, but anyways, at that time, the ADOS reparationists were on Clubhouse, banging on them immigrants for cosplaying them and disrespecting them, and I felt like, you know what, I want to have my say too, and I want to learn about reparations. I want to have my say and have my go at it. And man, they was calling me kicking ass Callie, kicking ass Callie on Clubhouse, because when anybody would come, I have so much messages in my from like Instagram, and I mean, at that time they didn't have because at that time they didn't have the Clubhouse messages. You had to send messages through Instagram or Twitter to people. You wouldn't believe how many messages in my Instagram box I have of Black Americans. Like, I would literally wake up to my phone and people being like, Kali, can you please come in this room and rag on these people for us? Can you please give us that data that you gave us yesterday? Can you please tell us more about that history? Can you please give us information about that culture so that and I would literally just feed the algorithm. I would literally just go in these spaces and just tell Black Americans, here's our culture base, this is how it started, this is how certain things. I was pretty much giving out all my research on there, and I love seeing Black Americans regurgitate that shit. That just made me so happy. And I literally have messages to this day like, can you please tell me about what you had talked about yesterday again, and can you please give me the book about that or a paper on. I've given so many people so much research on stuff, and I love doing that because it was like, they're going to go and regurgitate this shit, and we're going to make this really solid, and in terms of delineation and making our ethnicity, and then the indigenous came to me. They came to me, and I have proof of that as well. One of the pioneers of that was in that of the Truth and Higher Learning group of one of the founders literally came in my inbox because they heard me going so hard about Black Americans with the ADOS reparation space, and I because I was learning about politics from them, and I was learning about reparations from them. To be honest, because I wasn't that political. I'm just again a conscious revolutionary. I had no idea about like the intricacies of politics. It's just not my thing. And it's becoming more of my thing now though. So I would be banging on them, and then. The indigenous, multiple indigenous. It was obviously the founder, one of the founders of the Truth and Higher Learning came to me, a woman, but also other indigenous came to me and was like, "Yo, we heard you a beast. You a beast of a researcher. You go in on them motherfuckers. You raw. You uncouth. We need you in. We can tell that your mother is indigenous." They had already knew it, and that was the first question. She came up in my inbox, and I obviously have the proof of that. And I said, you know what? My mom is Indian. She always said that. She don't deny that. You could go on my Instagram page right now, and you can see my mom. My mom do not look like no fucking African. Would never be able to look confused with them people. And she goes by Black American indigenous though. She never denied being an Indian. She always knew that, but it was always presented to me as if I was half, because my dad is admixed Black American. He's Black American, but he has Black European and white ancestry and African ancestry and Indian ancestry. But my mom is like, I haven't been able to find. I found white obviously, and I found some other stuff, but I haven't been able to find connection to Africa through my mom's lineage. So when they came to me, I said, yo, shit, yeah, my mom is indigenous. I already knew that. What's good? What's this genealogy stuff y'all talking about? Genealogy sounds cool. I don't mind learning about that. Let's do it. And then so I learned about genealogy from them. And they knew I was in them ADOS spaces going off on them Africans and going off about reparations. And they were very graceful about that. the matriarchs, because the indigenous space on Clubhouse was matriarchal, with the exception of one of the guys that was building his platform at the time. He was on there, but to be honest, the women did more teach. I was more influenced by the women. The women came to me. Those women came to me. The elders of that community came to me. And those were the ones that was giving me the information about American history. They were giving me the information about genealogy. The women were, before they had their little fallout, before that whole community just went to shit. That was a mess too, but unfortunate, very unfortunate. So, you know, I was just like, okay, this is cool. You know, learn about genealogy. Then I'm gonna go bang on these immigrants, these people that are disrespecting Black Americans with the ADOS and the Freedmans and whoever, the FBAs or whatever. I would just go, you know, that was just my thing, because I always saw myself as half and half. Like, I always saw myself as Black European, obviously Black European, Moorish, whatever's in Europe. I got it's bad people in my bloodline from fucking Europe. That's just a fact. When I did my genealogy, I saw that shit clear as day. So whether they were white people, some of them were classified as white on census. Some of them were classified as white one year, then Black the next, and Black but married to a white person. Come on, these were these niggas from Ireland, obviously. And so I saw that, and then I saw obviously indigenous. So I always saw myself as both, and I couldn't really pick a side, because I'm just like, I'm getting fed from both of these sides. I'm learning about politics, I'm learning about the reparations, and then I'm learning about genealogy. So that was literally my walk into all of this. And so that's where we're at. That's just where we're at. So yeah, this whole thing has been very mentally taxing, because again, we came off of with that COVID stuff. So a lot of us come on, that social media stuff, that really kept our sanity being locked down like that. It really did. Like, I would remember talking to niggas that would be working from home or whatever, like software engineers or whatever, and they would be on Clubhouse all day while they were working. Same with me. They would be on, you have your headphones on or whatever, and then, you working from home, and you say you a software engineer, and you just program all day, or you do something where you can kind of do both at the same time. You can listen to something in your earbud, and then be able to go to your meeting or whatever, your online meeting with your group or whatever, and then you can get back to the Clubhouse shit. And I've seen it. I've seen people, that shit was like our life for a little bit. We were in an algorithm. That shit was deep. That shit was just like weird. that was a psyop, man, if I ever saw one. So, that's really how I got involved in that space. And then I just noticed, like, people from certain organizations just kept trying to come to me. People put me in these private group chats, in terms of like trying to talk about reparations. I noticed that a lot. It was just a lot. And I noticed how, to be honest, in a lot of ways, I have been used for my talents, and I'm aware of that. At the time, it was just like, it's bigger than me. This is for our people. This is for our people. But you still gotta have your boundaries. You still gotta know when a motherfucker is using you, or people are trying to use you. And that has happened to a lot of us. Not just me. It happened to a lot of us. A lot of us were, especially in the Black indigenous space. A lot of us, we were talking about delineation. Like, when people are like, oh, we came up with the talking points first. Now, we've been talking about that shit since 2018, 2019. We've talked about, like, I'm on record with videos of my YouTube channel from 3 years ago talking about reparations. Like, none of this stuff is new for a lot of us. And a lot of people took from our stuff. That's just a fact. A lot of people took from us. A lot of people took a lot of, and with me, again, at the time, I just thought, like, I was helping people. In a sense, I was, but at the same time, people were like hyenas when it came to other people's intellectual property, when it came to other people's research. People were like intellectual parasites all over me, feeding off of me. And I was the programmer, I'm like, and people were just like, it wasn't just me that it was happening to. I saw you know, especially in being in the Black Indigenous space, I saw people usurp whole talking points from the Black Indigenous space and then just make it Freeman or whatever, just make it ADOS or whatever. I literally saw that in real time. I literally saw these people fighting like cats and dogs on Clubhouse years ago. People were stealing people's shit, and that bothers me. That bothers me, because I'm like, that's why I protect so much of my stuff now. That's why you see me publish so much books and then put the book out on YouTube, because I didn't think I was getting any money for it. I wasn't doing it for the money. Like, it's not like I'm not a fucking grifter. You look at my tax return, you be like, damn, how did you survive? I know how to manage stuff where I can live below my means and stay within a budget. But I'm like, I'm not making no money off of this shit. Like, straight up. I'm like, I put the book out there, and the only reason why I do that is because there's a record, because people was stealing so much of my shit. So I'm like, no, y'all niggas ain't doing that over here. Y'all gotta go somewhere else with that shit. Because we gonna be, my shit is gonna be copyrighted on a federal, this shit gonna be in a book. And then I'll go out and talk about the fucking book. Put the book out on YouTube or something, give the redacted version on. And that's what this Entrusted Melanism is. The whole book's gonna be out. It's gonna be 3 chapters that are redacted for confidentiality reasons. But for the most, you won't get access to them 3 chapters until you buy the book. But other than that, the whole book is going to be out. The whole framework is going to be out. It's literally going out. Just like the Queen Mothership Enterprise Architecture, the Guide to Rebuilding Black America, that blueprint, it's all going, it's published, but the whole thing is going out for free on fucking YouTube. You know, but I had to do that. That was my methodology, because so and it's just a known thing that I was being fed off of like an intellectual parasite. Not just me, it was other people. Because we were the programmers. These other motherfuckers are just AI. People are AI, and then we are the ones in the matrix, literally putting programming stuff. And people were messaging, like, Black Americans are literally messaging me. What was that stuff you said yesterday in that room? Can you tell me again about it? Can you tell me more about that? And so I can go. And I would say, yes, baby. I'm going. Here we go. Go repeat it. Go repeat it. Go in there and say it. Go in there and do it. And I, in some regards, I really love that aspect of it. What I don't like is when the sharks come. That's what I don't like. I don't mind. I swear I don't mind. And I love to hear some of the stuff, you know, like just being out and, you know, with what Black Americans are saying, like certain talking points. I'm like, yes, they're saying it. They're spreading the word. They're spreading the idea. They're talking about alchemy. I wrote a book about the alchemy reservoir of the Black American. I literally hear Black Americans talking about, we have an alchemy in our consciousness, our culture about alchemy. And I wrote a book about alchemy reservoir and culture damn near a year ago. And I literally hear Black Americans today talking about that. That just brings me so much joy. That brings me mad motherfucking joy. And in that book, I'm talking about ethnocide, all types of shit. And, you know, then you see other things about, like, and then you hear like this term about the enterprise architecture. I'm hearing more people saying architecture now. I'm hearing, like, you know, I put that shit out purposely like that, because I'm like, I want Black Americans to say certain things to protect themselves. All of this is programming. And, you know, what I don't like is when people are, you know, looking to see what they can steal and take for and make it like they came up with it. That I don't like. I don't respect that. I really don't respect that. And that happens to a lot of people in this space. That has happened to a lot of people. And it's all good. You know, with me, because I've figured out a way to protect myself. But some people just still don't know how to protect themselves, and they be getting dicked around. They be getting they shit stolen from them, but getting locked out of the spaces. People literally steal their shit and then lock them out of the space and lock them out of the conversation, but take their shit and act like they came up with it. That has happened to me. That has happened to other people. And that I don't respect. That's AI. That is a motherfucker that's AI. And I'm the fucking programmer. And we're the data that the AI was used to study off of. And that, I can't rock with that. Because I have been locked out of, I know for a fact that I've been strategically locked out of spaces. There were a time where she's saying, and even people that, that's even running a lot of, I don't know if I should say some names to be messy, but even, you know, I even got screenshots from, you know, somebody that's on that task force out there that literally was, we were in a group and they were like, Kali's in there. And she's, I guess had a problem with me saying being indigenous, whatever. Kali's in that group. I can't be in that group with her. Then I seen another screenshot of that person literally lying on me saying, Kali's doing this. This person was literally repeating stuff that I was saying, but then literally moving me out of the space. And I saw that shit. And I remember not bringing it up because at the time this was Clubhouse shit, so I didn't give a fuck. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know that these motherfuckers was like building a group based on the status and shit, and I didn't know they was switching from ADOS to free. I didn't know all that shit, but I definitely remember getting them screenshots from a motherfucker like oh, this was what they said about you, and at the time I didn't even entertain it. I just remember saying, because personally that person was like all into like Africa and we come from the transatlantic slave trade, we gotta say we African, and pretend. She was really obsessed with pretendians and all this stuff, like saying pretendian, like she was already, it was like obsessed with it. She could not help herself, and I really thought that was fucking weird. And I'm like, I never felt that person was a full Black American. I said they gotta be half. There's no way that person is a full Black American because it's never that deep. And so we would argue sometimes, but I think that person respected me. They had a mutual respect to a certain degree, but I noticed that I was being locked out of the reparation space purposely because of my indigenous background, and they wanted to go with the African narrative. They wanted to go with the transatlantic slave trade, and they wanted to go with the transatlantic slave trade and being African American and and all that shit. And the Black indigenous was trying to tell them about Agenda 2063 at the time, years ago, but with the African stuff. Like, they about to walk your ass right off your fucking continent. They about to walk your ass right straight back into an African misnomer and label your ass an immigrant and they're gonna pay you off very little. You're gonna be bought off for the cheap if you do it that way. Been told them that. I could pull up YouTube videos from somebody's channel right now. You literally see me in a live chat talking about Agenda 2063 and what's gonna happen, and what the dangers of what is going down with them focusing on Africa so much. I ain't say they had to do it in indigenous, but rooted in America. And I wasn't the only person that said that. I wasn't. It was the whole Black indigenous community. They don't like to use the term Black. Some of them do, but this particular group didn't. But we be on Clubhouse all day talking about, I'm like, man, if they don't root that shit in America and get out of all that Africa shit, them Pan-Africans and them Africans is going to take over their fucking lineage-based claim. They are literally going to try to get into their shit. And they left the door wide open. So now, I think it's funny that 2 years later, a whole bunch of Black Americans are all on Twitter Spaces, all in a panic about what these Pan-Africans are doing. And we told them they were going to do it. And we got locked out of the space. But people were still in our shit and putting African on it and then locking us out of the space. I find that very, very fucking ironic. I really do. So Black American, I know I went on a deep tangent, but go back and review what I was saying about making a lineage-based reparations based on moving it out of the realm of Africa and basing it on structural Black American genocide, drawing upon the things that specifically happened to you, and if you want to include slavery, you gotta just believe that American slavery. So that's as simple as that. And again, everybody is like, keep the Black indigenous out, or Kali J.N.S. Oh my gosh. But let's not act like y'all don't be listening to what I'm saying. Let's keep it a buck. So that's what you need to do. And if y'all don't listen, you can continue to be grifted by them transatlantic slave trade niggas and have an African American identification, and then and people that's saying that, oh, the African American term don't matter. That's how they latching on to you. That's how they latching on. What do you mean? It would be harder for them Pan-Africans to insert themselves in the claim because it becomes more apparent that these are two different groups of people if you root it the way I had told you to. And they're only able to do what they're doing now because the current reparations claim, while it's lineage based, it focuses on being labeled African American. It focuses on transatlantic slave trade, and that is their shoehorn in. You have to shut that down. If you don't, I mean, that's on you. But that is, you have to essentially, how y'all was telling the Black American, how you was telling the Black indigenous that it's a separate claim. You're gonna have to tell them niggas that. You need to put that smoke on them. That's what you should have been doing. You told your ass to do that shit 2 years ago, and you didn't do it. Should have been telling them separate claim. But no, and everything was directed towards us when we had proof of an Indian slave trade in this country. It's ridiculous. Again, that's what I have to say about that. And that's literally what I have to say. And I'll get back in. Now I want to talk about why we don't have leverage for reparations. Before I'm going to get into reading the book, do not have to worry about that. But I want to talk about the leverage part. We don't have leverage to pressure the government to pay reparations at this point. I know with the don't vote thing, they say we won't vote unless you give us tangibles. What was the government's response to that? To bring in more fucking immigrants and then just replace the black vote. Again, you're dealing with, this is chess, not checkers, and this is 5D chess. This fifth dimensional chess, and all war is based on deception. So you gotta see, what's the next step? When we tell them you don't vote, what could they possibly do? You have to always think about what can they do to counter this? What are their counter method? And that's what you didn't do. And their responses, okay, bring more immigrants. Simple as that. Two, another reason why we don't have leverage is because we have these organizations, we have people being propped up as if they're fighting for reparations, and they are prone to mission drift, selling out and not fighting for the people, and only being in it for a bag or whatever they can get out of it. And we see this in real time. We saw that in real time in California. We saw the people in California get reclassified to a dangerous misnomer, African American. And then we're being told that, oh, it's not really a big deal, and whatever. And now I'm saying that these people, I'm also seeing that motherfuckers trying to convince us to get out of cash-based reparations, cash direct payment, cash infusion. Okay? That's another reason why you don't have leverage. You got motherfucking sellouts, and you have them being able to replace your vote. And now they're trying to dangle a reparations carrot in front of your eyes to keep you on that Democratic train. It's just as simple as that. It's a psyop. They don't have no intentions of giving you anything. I'm not trying to demoralize you because I have an A plan and whatnot. But, we can see the writing on the wall. You've been infiltrated by Pan-African organizations trying to do the race-based reparations now. And they want programs. And the organizations that you think are fighting for reparations, a lot of them have sold out. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. So the two leverage things. So now your job as a Black American, and what I will help do, is to build that leverage. How can you have leverage with these things in mind? It's just time for a new strategy. Black Americans, whether you want to wake up or not, whether you want to face the coffee or not, you're going to need a new strategy. And anybody telling you that there's no need for new strategy or you don't need it's fine, and you gonna learn the hard way. And if you're not being served by the system, then you need to counter it and find alternative ways to put pressure on the system. Okay. So, and that is essentially where I'm going to talk about my strategy. And I'm very transparent about it because it's already in the book. I've already been in recorded spaces talking about this, so it's nothing to me I really don't care. But I'm going to give my personal strategy and the rationale for it and the logic behind it, and it will tie into the framework that I am building out, the Queen Mothership Enterprise architecture. And yes, people could say, damn, you went completely rogue. You went completely off of the rails. because I know that, a lot of people that try to program me back into this, come on, you have to, whatever. But due to my frustration with just being dicked around by these organizations and the system, I'm just simply tired. I am. I don't know what else to say. I'm tired. I'm heartbroken. But I'm also a fighter, and I'm an airbender and a master architect. So I'm pivoting my energy and I'm pivoting my methodology, and it's evidence-based to a degree by studying other organizations and other movements that have come and gone, that have failed, that worked in some instances, and ultimately looking at what did they do wrong, And I'm in totally, so I would say it's not totally uncharted territory, but it requires courage and honor. It requires really giving a damn. And I understand most Black Americans is not like ready to sacrifice and ready to do the things that I'm willing to do in terms of the heavy lifting to build parallel infrastructure. It's as simple as that. And again, if you're like, why are you producing that material and why are you saying this stuff on the internet? I'm not doing anything illegal, for one. And two, there's not anything that I can say or that anybody can say that the powers that be don't know about. They got fucking satellites that can see the pimple on your goddamn nose right now. They do. And I had paid for like one of them VPNs, them VPNs, the virtual private server. And these people, I've seen some weird shit over the years. Like, these people literally took over my fucking computer and kicked me off my VPN, and then took over my computer and typed in VPN kill switch on my computer. And no matter what server I used, whether it was in Brazil, whether it was in Africa, whether it was in Britain, they kicked me off. I witnessed this in real time. And it was, and then as I'm trying to take my phone and record the shit, all of a sudden my fucking I never saw no shit like that. Fucking camera don't even motherfucking work. And then after it's done and I get back control of my computer, the camera fucking work again. Get the fuck out of here. It's nothing you can't do that these motherfuckers don't know that you're doing. They don't know. You know what? It's nothing. People thinking that, they can hide behind on YouTube for 10 years and should not show their face, and because I guess that's supposed to be some protection. Are you fucking kidding me? And then Black Americans are not, thinking like, this is for their protection. That's why they're not showing who they are. You think the government know who the motherfuckers are? Are you kidding me? If they can take over a fucking VPN and put a kill switch and just switch that shit off like nothing. Now, if you want to protect your identity from crazies from the public, and that's one thing, and I do that a lot too. I protect myself from the crazies, and but as far as them knowing that, as far as like me thinking like, if I gotta do this or else they not gonna know, or they, or to protect. Come on, when I saw that shit, I've seen a lot. I've seen some shit, man. I know some shit, man. I literally have gotten phone calls from motherfuckers that I made up. I'll get there because I'm really gonna blow your mind today when I say that these motherfuckers be knowing what you doing in your motherfucking house while you sitting on your bed and shit. And then we gonna go there. But I say that to say that I'll share some stories that I'll do that. But if you've been through what I've been through the past year and the shit I've been going through since I was 22 years old, and obviously there's some even more deeper stuff with that, and you just become fearless. I was so incredibly close to death, and had to be fearless. So incredibly close to complete loss of control of everything, where you don't have a phone, you don't have a computer, you completely locked up, and there is just nothing that you can fucking do. So sharing a fucking strategy online, I say this to say that sharing a strategy online is the least of my fucking worries. You have no idea how, like, this to me is just like a walk in a motherfucking park compared to, really. So my strategy is to build a Blitzkrieg parallel infrastructure as Black Americans that ultimately puts pressure on the government to come to the table with negotiations, or will put pressure on them to implement our infrastructures into their system that's specifically for us. So what does Blitzkrieg mean? That means lightning. It means lightning thunder. So lightning parallel infrastructure. It means you pretty much just start developing your own parallel shit, your own schools, your own economy, your own system of medical care, your own agriculture, your own water systems, etc. Now, I know you say we don't have the cash to do that, but I've been developing ways to do this where we can do this with very little cash. For instance, in the Queen Mothership Enterprise architecture, there is a point system economy where we go back to using both fiat currency, which is what we currently have, like our money, but we also go back to a barter economy. But we have an updated version of that where we use technology. So one of the things we would do is we would use QR codes in an app. I've already have a database to build this out. I literally already have this all thought out. It's all written out. Those parts are not in the book, but that's for people that's really serious, where we really, once we move from the internet to being more on the ground, with me actually being more on the ground with the people, then they get to see like the actual workings of this. I'll literally be teaching them like, okay, like this is how we run this system, but it's already built out. This can be done in little as 6 months, but it'll take a little longer. As far as finding serious people. But the point system economy updated with the QR codes in the app. And I lay out examples of how we would use a service point system to get our needs, such as getting food, getting haircuts, childcare, handyman services, plumbing, carpentry, schooling, whatever. But also, in addition to that service of barter economy, you have a community trust fund where you are pulling resources and having that compound interest and being able to free up your cash with the service point system to buy the things that you really need. And of course, you have Black people that have businesses, that have their own businesses. So you'll have schools. You still have your Black business base as well. So you still can utilize the Black business base with the service point barter economy to free up cash for more important things such as land and community trust fund. So I wrote examples of how Black Americans would do this, and I'm only sharing that with people who are dead serious. The stuff about the economy is in a chapter in the Queen Mothership Enterprise book that I will be doing a video on. But the deeper stuff, that is only for people that actually like are fucking serious. But yeah, we can build this app on a private server. Like we can literally have our own private server, and if that gets shut down, you already have developed a paper version of a point system. You could literally just do a paper version of that, and you can do this completely without technology, or you can do it technology based, where you just flip your fucking QR code and say, here's the service, here's this, and then what's it for? Type on what's it for, and you have both of you guys flash them QR codes, and your points, and you service base, you exchange services as currency, or you exchange points as currency. You either do a service base, or you can perform a service and get points and then go get another service, or you can do it service to service based on sharing of points, or you could just get your points, accumulate a bunch of points, and your points that's your money. And whatever you want to do, I need my nails done. I need some childcare. I need some clothes. I need somebody to make me a fucking chair. Boom, you got your points. Because if you want to save your money, then you're already probably still working. Most likely will still be working. So now you still got your whole paycheck. And you can put some of that towards the community trust fund for land. You got to get the land. It's got to be very organized. You can't just be taking people, you get the fucking land, and that y'all gonna live off that shit. And you're gonna start building more, and you have your business power base. And we do have a business class that's ready to ride out. It's not many, but we do have some that would. But you got to figure a lot of the business class, some of them may not even be involved in this. And that's why I wrote it out to where it's like real grassroots level, because it's like you got people that just, Black people that sold out. You got people that just won't even be involved in something that radical. It's as simple as that. So, as far as like our education, I'll just give you some examples. Like, as far as education, we have NACTA University. I can build the curriculums from scratch. I can produce scholarship from scratch. I can homeschool children online. I can do that. I can homeschool adults online. We do college-based courses that are college level with professors and stuff. It's already been streamlined, but we do it MOOC based. These are just examples. Let's say we have, we need some shaman, we need some herbalists in a community because, we're going to need some medical care. You have to develop your own naturopathic services in a community. That can be done very easily through a point system or through the currency system. It depends on the fiat currency system. We have herbs for medicine. I just wrote a 355-page book on herbs for medicine, literally, for Black Americans. And if we were serious about this, I don't mind just putting that shit out for free, giving every Black American that book, giving every Black American that PDF. This is what it's about. It's about, being there for your people. If you are who the fuck you say you are, if you are who the fuck you say you are, Now, my Blitzkrieg parallel infrastructure is obviously the Queen Mothership. I don't hide that. The blueprint is already published and being put out. But not everybody's going to go with my plan, and that's okay. Not everybody's not going to like me or whatever. So what do you do? If you don't want my plan or you don't like my things or whatever, you have to develop your own parallel infrastructure. On whatever capacity that you see fit. You have to make sure that you can develop your own blueprint. That's just common sense. And you do that preferably through things that are evidence-based and based on what empowers you, but it has to be well thought out. You want it legal because I'm not trying to get anybody killed. You don't want anybody to get killed. You want it strategic, and you want it innovative, and you want it alternative and parallel. So it's ran by you, pretty much. Now, notice nothing I said was illegal. Nothing. Also, there's some values and some tenets that strategically spiritualize some as far as really collating that culture, and we talk about a code of conduct. So one of the things that I do is I study the Black American mind. I study melanated people's mind. I study the mind of the African too, but I study our processing, the way we think, because it is very much different from other groups of people. And we like a code of conduct, but we also tend to spiritualize things as Black Americans. It's as simple as that. So everything I do is strategy based. A lot of people may think I'm a demagogue or I'm an ideal. I am a true ideologue in a sense, but a lot of my stuff is pure strategy. There's no emotion. This is just how I am, because I'm thinking of like, how do you become a collective power base as Black Americans? How can we become a collective power base? So when I say spiritualize, and you see a video right now on my YouTube channel about the social fabric and the specific culture that emphasizes land acquisition. So within the social fabric, within the culture of Black Americans, of the Queen Mothership, literally, it's in the blueprint, is land acquisition. Spiritualized land acquisition. Again, this is strategy. So you spiritualize group economics and community trusts and technology and defense and vocational skills. Now, again, I'm doing this from the position of being a programmer. So I'm not telling Black Americans to go and pray to, and this is not about that. This is about shifting consciousness, molding consciousness. And if you can spiritualize land acquisition, guess what Black Americans are going to do? They're going to find a way to get their fucking land. They're going to find a way, so that's why I'm like, you develop, that's in the code of conduct. This is all in the code of conduct of the Queen Mothership, of my particular strategy. So it's literally designed in the fabric of the Queen Mothership as a creed, literally as a creed. And that was done, again, I don't hide that, subliminal programming. I am for my people. My ego is not in this as much as a lot of people may think. Sometimes I come off arrogant. I insult people when they insult me first. I bust back when people bust me first. So it may come off, sometimes I could come off like, damn, that person is really, but if you notice, I don't ever just go around to nobody it's usually some type of insult that I respond to. But this is not about me. This is about the Black American community, making sure that they're preserved forever. And so a lot of the things that I think about is based on their mind their soul, their body, their, I'm thinking of that on all levels: mind, body, soul of the Black American. Obviously, I'm a Black American, so this is about myself as well. It's not totally altruistic because I am a Black American, but it's altruistic in a sense where I'm willing to push the envelope, willing to step out on it, willing to take the hits for it, willing to die for it. Don't give a damn. Again, whoever's in the Queen Mothership, these are the things we will be actively pursuing: community trust, group economics, land acquisition, technology, defense, vocational skills, spiritual development. That's literally just, it's in the fabric. It's literally a chapter that says social fabric and culture. And that's in our culture. But we take it a step level from just like, oh, these are certain people that just want to, only certain people is going to get land. No, you're doing it from a position of like, this is our duty. This is our creed. So another example of the Blitzkrieg parallel infrastructure is community gardens for our food. Again, you could combine that with the service point economy. Once we get that land, we're going to have some community gardens. We're going to have organic food everywhere. We're going to have our own shit. We have some farmers. That's why we emphasize vocational skills and agricultural skills. Farming is very, very important. Organic food co-ops are very important in the Queen Mothership. It's literally in the blueprint of the Queen Mothership enterprise architecture. So we are literally taking the money in addition to like whatever strikes you want to do. Say you want to do strikes, or what's it called? Is that called strike? Yeah, I believe that's when you're doing it. Even if you want to do these strikes or whatever, you have to build those parallel infrastructures, because you literally have to take money out of the dominated society's infrastructure. It's as simple as that. That doesn't mean you cannot use money, okay? But you need a backup alternative economy. In addition to still using your fiat currency, niggas gonna want to go to the club still. Niggas gonna want to, go to the casino, whatever. So the alternative barter economy is for service point space, so we can free up some of our cash. And so if we ever got locked out, and when they tell your ass you're going to zero, you don't think I wasn't thinking about that shit? They telling us we're going to zero wealth by 2053, then COVID made it sooner and all this shit. Obviously, that's what my mind is thinking of. So when I talk about this service-based alternative economy, that's what I'm thinking of: pulling your money together to purchase the land. And a service point economy literally frees up your cash to do that. So as we build this parallel infrastructure in what capacity we do it, whether it's your own thing or whether it's the Queen Mothership, it puts pressure on the system. It undermines, and you have people checked out. When you have self-sufficiency. Self-sufficiency is the only leverage that will work. I mean, you guys can go on a hamster wheel and do whatever you want. Nobody has to listen to me. But that is when the government will negotiate with us if you have pure self-sufficiency, and that is when they would try to bring us back into the fold. It's as simple as that. And when they do this, that is when you require that you always have self-sufficiency, and that you start to build your Office of Black Americas everywhere, and for us in preparation of the reparations. And once you have that Office of Black America, and they say, you come to the table with, you got to give us the reparations. You also want to say, as a Black American, we need to be a power base, America. We're self-sufficient. We are Americans. We love this country. We love our land. But we also need to be a power base. No more racial stratification. No more permanent underclass. No, we ain't doing that shit. Go do that with somebody else. But we as Black Americans, we really just don't want to do that shit no more. We're going to remain self-sufficient. But as American citizens, we will act as a liaison on behalf of protecting America and running this country. We don't mind helping to run this country, but only if you service us in ways that allow for us to, one, continue to be self-sufficient. Also, we want an Office of Black America in every state, every city, every state. Not this NCAAP and Urban League and all this. None of that. Office of Black America. and we self-sufficient, and you're gonna pay them reparations, and that's the only leverage we have. At that point, you may, if you are such a power base like that, you may probably opt for something else. You may opt for, I know some Black Americans, one of the ones that's running for Congress, he's going for the cash bonds now. And I don't know nothing about that, but I'm saying, like, even if you switch it to bonds or you switch it to crypto, I don't know, but at that point, you'll be in a position to kind of make some moves. And if you still want to be cash based, whatever, I don't know. If you still wanted to do the cash based thing, you can still do that, but you'll still have some leverage. You'll have some fucking leverage. And I know I said, well, how long is that going to take? You can get it, that service point economy thing. I can build that shit out in 6 months with less than $10,000. Like, we can build that shit out in fucking 6 months, and we'll have that shit. Because all you're doing is just taking a QR system with a custom solution, bespoke technology, and an app, and getting your fucking private server, putting the script on a fucking private server, and paying for the company to customize it for you. But you have your own private server. They kick you off the server, just do it paper. I found some paper ways we can do it too. So, like, we can do this shit. That'll take about 6 months, but delaying stuff, that might take another, about a year. We need the community trust funds. We looking at, that it may be a 2-year project, 2 to 5 year project. But you're putting yourself in a position of power, for one, because you're becoming self-sufficient, but you're building a parallel infrastructure by building your leverage and checking out of the system, by putting pressure on the system to come to you to the table for fucking negotiation. Okay, and in terms of it being evidence-based, some of the things that I was studying when I came up with some of this stuff was the Black Panther program, the Black Panther organization. How the government implemented the Black Panther school lunch system and medical system into their infrastructures. But if you notice, Black Panthers didn't have much strategy, and I know that may offend a lot of people, but they didn't have leverage. They just didn't. They had defense, they had weapons. They didn't have leverage. They allowed a mission drift as well. They was bringing in Asians and Puerto Ricans and shit in there, kicking out the Black women, beating the hell out of the Black women up in here. We don't want to wake that up. I got a bunch of stories of that. I wrote whole papers on this shit. And you barely hear me talk about what really went down, but the women's getting their ass beat. They was bringing in fucking Asians, so I studied that. They didn't build group controls into their system. You can build group controls into your systems and into your infrastructures without it being a cult, if you're conscious about it. And it didn't make demands, it was a lot of things. I know this can be offending to a lot of people because everybody loves to glorify stuff. But there was very limited strategy. And I know we don't want to admit that. And, they got neutralized. I'm not saying that everybody, Huey P. Newton was fucking brilliant. That was one of the most brilliant minds that I ever heard speak. Huey P. Newton, fucking genius. Very inspirational. The political prisoners, these was people that was really writing out. Not everybody was on bullshit. Let's be real. Some of the political prisoners, some of the women, just brilliant, wickedly brilliant minds. People with good hearts, people that sacrificed, people that was waking up every day to go feed them children. You know what I mean? They were waking up to go feed them babies. There was some good people in the Black Panther Party. Good souls, good people that meant well. And you have some actors that, things get infiltrated. You have the agents around. It's just the reality. So I'm not dogging the Black Panther Party, but I studied what went well and what went wrong. Like I do with everything. And it wasn't just them. I've looked at the Nawabian Nation, Nation of Islam. I've been looking at a lot of shit. I've been studying a lot of shit for a lot of years. You got to figure. This is not something I didn't just wake up one day. The reparation stuff is since 2019, 2018. I got into it in 2017, but like really when the ADOS stuff started coming out was when I was introduced by another person I was following, introduced his audience to the ADOS stuff. It's as simple as that. And that is how I learned about that. But as far as like being like this, studying shit. Like, I wrote my paper and researching the Black Panther Party. That shit was literally in 2013. That was 10 years ago. And you can look at the date on it, because you have the Google history. And then, like, with me, I save stuff on drives and email. I email my papers to other emails to, just out of protection. It's just a weird thing that I do. But you could, like, I literally have stuff from 2013, stuff from 2011, stuff from 2010. Very young, mind you. 19. In 2011, I was 19, and I was still all into this Black empowerment shit. It's just, this is just how I've been, So yeah, I've been studying those movements, and I've seen what's been getting neutralized. And I know people like women to be more quiet in these movements, or take the back seat, or they get real intimidated if the person is like, the one coming up with all the ideas, and like, oh, you want to start this queen mothership enterprise architecture. That's stuff that men should be doing. And I know I've noticed that a lot of men are kind of like, she's upstaging us or whatever with these ideas and with the stuff that she's trying to build. And that's why I included them so heavily in the Queen Mothership Enterprise Architecture, because I do want them more involved in the leadership positions of that. So, because for me, I needed executors. I come up with ideas like nothing. I'm a strategist, but I would prefer to have executors. I would prefer to have men involved with some of the parallel infrastructure building. In terms of the governance, that's matriarchal, but in terms of like some of that execution stuff, oh yeah, I would prefer Black men to be helping to build that parallel infrastructure while having positions of leadership. So there's nothing where it's like, okay, the community may be very male identified, so I'm way ahead of my time on this, but that's okay. That's okay, because y'all gonna be just like with Claude Anderson, the shit he told y'all 30, 40 years ago, and nobody was listening to his ass, and now you got a bunch of immigrants fighting your ass. And so if nobody listens to me about the parallel infrastructure and the Blitzkrieg and infrastructures and enterprise architecture and some of the things that I've been coming up with in your own governance, all the system, the whole systems are out there, the whole blueprint is out there, and I get ignored, and people are like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, or you're a woman. And shit, your ass gonna be 30 years from now looking crazy as fuck, 10 years from now looking crazy as fuck. So to me, it's no sweat off my back. And then I'll just pivot, and I'm on record saying this, and I will say it. If the community give me their ass to kiss and say they don't want nothing to do with what I gotta say, this will be built for just Black women. But I prefer if this is Black American community based. That is my preference. But if there's just like, it's like knocking heads and you just can't get people to build, or you just can't get people to value themselves, then I because it's a lot of Black women that, it's no secret, a lot of Black women follow me and fuck with me. I do a lot of private lectures for Black women. I have done that. A lot of Black women support me. And a lot of Black women have actively tried to talk me out of making this Queen Mothership for Black Americans and just doing it with just Black women. I have had Black women come to me and say, please just make this just for us. And I have lost some support from them because I said I would do this for Black Americans. And then if they don't want to do it, then I'll do it for you. And they're just like, oh, we just want it woman-based. But, and that's fair, and we do have things just for women in the Queen Mothership. We have things just for men in the Queen Mothership, but my soul is thinking of a bigger picture, because again, when you come from a fucking royal bloodline like how I do, you don't like being at the fucking bottom. You want a collective power base, and you want to see your community thriving. You want to see your tribe on top, and that's just where I'm at with it. Like, I'm come from a fucking royal bloodline. I've done my genealogy. I know who I'm connected to and what, and the surnames and the coat of arms and the shit that I was connected to. And not all of us. It's not just me. It's a bunch of Black Americans. I be studying my friends' surnames, studying all y'all surnames, and I'm looking like they don't even know who the fuck they are. Now, granted, some of the Moors are under malediction from the bullshit they pulled. The bullshit they pulled in Europe and how them white folks got mad and I ain't going there. For the shit they pulled in Europe and the shit they pulled in America. but they mixed a lot of their blood in with a lot of the Black Americans. We call them Black Europeans, whatever. Some of you have indigenous royal bloodlines. I literally have seen the genealogy records of Black indigenous people that are related to Madame Mesquite chiefs. Literally, like, you could follow their bloodline. They literally got there, and they're showing me their grandmas. They're showing me their grandpas who, obviously they're, in the 1700s and shit, but they were chiefs. They worked with the government, or they died, or something happened. This is real shit. Like, some of us come from very powerful bloodlines. Some of us come from very powerful bloodlines that are in orders that started the fucking Crusades, that started Jacobite wars, that started the Masons, and started the Knights Templar and shit, and or related to, they were knights. They were related to the King James and King George and all this shit, and all in Europe and stuff. And they brought their asses over here. Let's be real. Some of us, and we know this shit. It's like I know Black Americans, oh, there go the Black indigenous talk. Shit, y'all better wake the fuck up. And it's, them bloodlines are in your, that's gonna seep through. Some of that shit's gonna seep through the generations. They try to curse us real bad. They try to put a lot of locks on our bloodlines where we won't wake up, and that's why they don't really like us doing this genealogy shit. They do not like us really getting into that genealogy, because that's the keg. That's the powder keg. They don't want you studying them coat of arms and them surnames either. You better study them surnames. You better study them surnames. You better study that genealogy. And you're going to start to see. Like, with my if you see, like, even if the stuff that I'm doing, it's all been in my bloodline for 1,000 years. Literally for 1,000 years. Everything that I'm doing. Like, I can go back and I'm like, yeah, we've been doing that shit. Like, it's strange. We've been in a lot of, orders and religious sects and being in charge of that stuff, but also related to the royal religious class, the royal priesthood. That's been in my bloodline forever. That's just a part of just who I am. So it seeps through. It seeps through. Being a revolutionary, fighting in wars and all that stuff. Like, being all that military shit, that's been in my family for fucking years. My dad is from the military. So this is I don't feel comfortable. Like, like, this racial stratification shit as Black Americans, that shit don't feel comfortable to me. It just don't. That shit feel real uncomfortable to me. For us to be sitting here, they telling us we are permanent underclass, and immigrants fighting us, and everybody fighting us, everybody coming for us, and all this shit. They trying to Africanize us and ethnocide you and genocide. No, that shit, hell no. That's when, that's just, my spirit just jump out in war mode. My spirit just is like, no, we need to build some out. Hell fucking no. You will not be trying to tell my people that we got to be at the bottom, that we are the bottom caste, that we cannot build our own stuff, or trying to scare us. They literally traumatize us through satanic rituals, obviously with the lynching, with the things that they did to us, with the castration, with the, things they did to Black women, with the things we went through as Black women through slavery and everything. And to me, it's like, that's programming. That's ritual mind control abuse to put your bloodline under a stronghold. Now, not everybody went through that. Not everybody was a slave. I get it. Not everybody was a slave. Some of them were free people of color. But for some of us, even with the Jim Crow, with the Black codes, with the racism, like, all that stuff is done to fuck with your mental, fuck with your soul. And, I just don't appreciate that shit. I know none of us appreciate that. But me, I take it, I am deeply, deeply, deeply offended by what has happened to my people and what has happened to my personal bloodline. My personal bloodline. I seen where they literally put curses on the bloodlines because of the shit that the Moors was doing in fucking Europe. What the Black folks did to the white folks in Europe. And how them white folks figured out how to do the okie doke back. I've seen it. I've seen it in my own bloodline. I intuitively know it. There's been, I get dreams. My ancestors come to me, man. Ancestors come to me in a fucking dream and say, yo, we need 12 sages. You get us 12 sages. We got to do some work for you. I literally, whether they were indigenous, I done had some Jamaican ancestors come through, give me a scoop on shit. I go look it up, it's true. I done had white ancestors come through, white grandmothers come through from the fucking 1700s, come through and say, baby, you know, like literally, this is in dreams, you know, because I'm a spiritual intuitive. I'm a priest as well. So I'm like, man, they gave me the scoop. And they, even with that Ireland shit, yeah, you know, the black indigenous was waking that Ireland shit up. But yes, a Jamaican ancestor came to me years ago, before I even found out about that and woke up that Ireland shit, about them black people over from Ireland that came over here. No lie. And I was looking at them like they lost their mind. Because it was like, that's the blood that's in you. That's the blood. And I'm looking at them like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I ain't trying to be disrespectful. And she said, baby girl, you know, this is what it is. I said, all right. Go on Clubhouse, and then all the black indigenous telling me about the blacks from Europe, from Ireland. I said, oh, okay. And it has happened. Just like, you know, had some ancestors really give me the rundown on the Masonic ties in my bloodline on both sides. I've literally had ancestors full blown, like with a book in their hand, in a dream with a book in their hand, going through, this is what we did, this is how we roll, this is what you need to do to break out of this is what you need to do. And I go to call my mom, I'm like, why ain't nobody tell me this shit? Why ain't nobody tell me about great granddad doing this? And you know, and I ask, and they tell, oh yeah, we knew. Why you ain't say shit? Even with my dad, you know, I'm like, yo, your patriarchs, your fathers came to me, were surrounding me in a motherfucking dream. They kept switching the different patriarchs. When I say, because it was my, and this was so crazy, because the day that it happened, guess what, y'all? My dad's dad, my granddad, had died. The same night that happened was the same night that my granddad died. And it wasn't just my granddad that came to me. It was all the patriarchs from that bloodline, from my dad's bloodline. Because I had said it, it was, and they was showing me, and I ain't gonna hold you, it was showing me that Black European shit. It was showing me a lot of that Moorish stuff. It was showing me a lot of the stuff about the orders that they started. And I remember, I said, damn, that's interesting. And I remember the symbols that they showed me. It was clear as day, stuff that I never knew. All in a dream. All literally in a dream. I'm sleeping. This is what's happening. And I wake up, and we were at a fireplace, and they were showing me the different pictures. Like, here go this person, this go this person, this go this person, go this person, and we do this, and we have done this. And they were showing me their outfits and their regalia and their rings, and they were showing me all their stuff. And they said, yeah. I wake up. Mom calls. Oh, did you know your granddad died? Get the fuck out of here. Call my dad. He don't talk about his dad. He don't talk about, he got some issues. But I asked him, I said, why you ain't tell me? I said, about AD Jordan. Why you ain't tell me about that? You know, about the order and all the stuff that they was in. Why you ain't say nothing about that? Because they definitely came to me in a fucking dream and told me. I don't want to talk about it. They told me. And they was putting all their knowledge into me. They was putting all this information into me. Because they skipped my dad. For whatever, my dad did not honor the ancestors. My dad always said, they're cursed. The land is cursed. And don't wake up your ancestors, because some of them are wicked. Yeah, some of them are wicked. That's why I always deal with righteous ancestors. But they was giving me, but whatever reason, he cut them off so completely that a lot of that shit skipped him and just came all onto me. And he knew it, and he also passed on a lot of stuff to me too. He has literally took his protection off and passed it on to me, his spiritual stuff, and passed it on to me. So I say that to say, you know, Black American, some of us, we know certain things about our bloodlines through the spiritual realm and through the genealogy. And when you get them dreams and stuff like that, you go and you look up that stuff, and then you find out, oh, that's really true, you know. But I don't like being at the fucking bottom. I don't. That shit really, really bothers me as a people. So you have to have that leverage for the government to negotiate with you. Okay? Not to where you just get neutralized and they just steal your shit. They steal your concepts like they did with the Black Panther Party. Okay? So make sure that you prevent that as well. Make sure that, you know, in addition to, you know, becoming self-sufficient, that you use that as leverage and you don't get neutralized. If you don't want to roll with my Queen Mothership shit, fine. Do your own shit, but this is what I'm telling you, that if you're going to use this methodology, Blitzkrieg, parallel infrastructures, making sure that it's self-sufficient, that it's alternative, and that you do not get neutralized, because this is what happens. And then, you know, like, say if somebody is like, oh, we're going to steal her whole Queen Mothership stuff, they don't have the fortitude, they don't have, I wouldn't care, they can't, obviously the blueprint is all out there, but they most likely will be neutralized, because they are not ideologues, they're not revolutionaries, they will not die for it. They will most likely be neutralized and have the government steal their concepts. So that's why I'm not worried about it, because I know a lot of people are not cut from the same cloth than I am. And I know a lot of people it's just not about, they just don't have that in them. That's not in them. And again, you avoid the idea of being neutralized by becoming self-sufficient, well organized, fearless, and developing enterprise architecture. And that is why the Queen Mothership is an enterprise architecture with group controls built in it, so that people commit to the plan. Group controls. What are group controls? Remember, I was telling you about the social fabric of spiritualizing certain things like group economics, land acquisition, spiritualizing that without it actually being a cult. It's just another strategy to get Black Americans to heavily value being self-sufficient, to heavily value the fucking selves. You have to spiritualize group economics and education and alternative methods. It has to be a part of the daily social fabric. That is what the Queen Mothership Enterprise architecture does. Again, notice I didn't say groupthink. Notice I didn't say, you know, it's not about the swallow and follow method. It's not about that. You are consciously spiritualizing and you're being open about it, and so that you can program the subconscious mind into developing self-sufficiency, into committing to self-sufficiency. As simple as that. And you can think what you want. You can do whatever you want. You can have whatever job you want. You can date who you want. But the self-sufficiency becomes a value that is so high, particularly in the Queen Mothership, that nothing else matters until that goal is completed. And again, you have certain fabrics and you have certain group controls that allow that to happen. Again, group controls, if you're going to do this, because a lot of you turn into fucking cults and a lot of you turn into groupthink. And that can be very dangerous because you limit your strategy. Again, this is a very conscious thing that I'm talking about. Your group controls must be conscious. Your group controls must be transparent. And they must be strategic. And it must be solely for empowerment. That's all the group control is for. And when we say controls, there's a concept of like certain like controls in like say like technology and stuff. When I say group controls, I'm not literally talking about the term control. There is another term for controls. If you look up controls, you will see like, oh, you build controls into a certain organization, into your methodology for even running running an enterprise. So that's what I mean by that when I say controls. And again, it has to be solely for empowerment and self-sufficiency. If you do not do it that way, you're going to have a cult and you're going to go off the rails and this shit's going to fuck up. And as simple as that. And if not, if you don't do it that way, you're also not going to have the leverage. And you will never be in a position to negotiate with what you want. And then you will start to get neutralized. That's what's going to happen. So here's the thing. This will only work if you have a certain amount of Black Americans. It don't have to be everybody. But you have a certain amount of Black Americans engaged in building parallel infrastructure, even if they don't want to be in a Queen Mothership. Obviously, I have a certain set of thinking that is very unique, that is very different from the average human. And I do think that the enterprise architecture, as well as the Blitzkrieg parallel infrastructure building that is within the Queen Mothership, is a very good strategy. The blueprint is already out. It's a 125-page blueprint, and we're reviewing it for free on YouTube, and then we're going to go on the ground with it. I'm personally going to go on the ground with this. But there's Black Americans that just like, you're a woman, a man should be doing that, and the community is very, very, very male identified. So I would prefer, obviously, if Black American men were involved in this. And I say that because, again, as the divine feminine is the plane of the quantum realm, the creative realm, the realm of the darkness as well, and the realm of chaos. And so the masculine, I would need that energy of the execution, the energy of the structure, and the energy of the material realm to help this better pop off. And that is why I did not just make the Queen Mothership just for women. That's really the honest reasons. I think, again, very deeply about not just the material stuff and the strategic stuff, but also the spiritual stuff. So I'm well aware of like, okay, I'm just a woman, and I'm not built to do certain things. And obviously women can do anything, but just me personally, I would prefer executors that are men. And women build from that quantum plane and have them executed. That's just as simple as that. And that is what the Queen Mothership is. Now it's ironic because there are two men that are interested, that is like, we want to build this shit. But we'll see how serious they are. One is he has a wife, and she also wants to be involved. And they're a pretty cool couple, and just still getting to know them. You just don't know. You're just trying to get to know people and whatnot, see how serious they are, see what their intentions are. But I would that's what I have to say on that. Now this requires footwork, and this requires a certain amount of Black Americans. It don't have to be a lot, because it's not going to be everybody, because niggas is scary as fuck. So you already know that you're not going to have everybody engaging in this. Okay? And the footwork, the footwork requires extreme organizing and strategy. Organizing and strategy is spiritualized in the Queen Mothership. Because you're at the whim of whoever can out-organize you. If you got people that can out-organize, all these other groups out-organize us as Black Americans. All of them. And that is why our stuff is looking all like how it is, because you are at the mercy of whoever can out-organize you. It's as simple as that. If they can out-organize you, go. And so that's why Queen Mothership emphasizes extreme organizing, extreme strategy, 2 levels that we have not seen. And I know there's some Black Americans that just want to live their life, and like, look, we really don't want to do that. Leave that up to me then. Leave that up to the other leaders. Leave that up to the people in the Council of the Formidable Men, the Council of the Elders, the Council of the Queen Mothership. And you just enjoy, you want to do farming. You don't really want to be all into the organize. You don't even really want to be into that. You just want to do the farming, but you want to be in the Queen Mothership. Just do it. That's all you got to do. Is do that then. And leave that to the Queen Mothership Council. Leave that to the Council of Formidable Men. Because those councils are the ones that are doing the organizing and strategizing, and we are organizing the people on the grounds. But we understand that Black Americans are living their daily life. We also understand that a lot of Black Americans are just out of, with melanated people, a lot of them are scared. A lot of them are psychologically enslaved. A lot of them don't understand the severity of what's happening to us. Like we literally are facing like extinction. Some of us are aware of that. Some of us are aware that we're facing extinction. And it's a heavy pill to swallow. It's a heavy burden to bear. And every human, every living organism will fight to survive. For those who become aware that there's a threat. Now, you're talking about, we always say, white people are scared of genetic annihilation. They're afraid of genetic annihilation. So that's why they built their system. What do you think is about to happen with the Black Americans? I'm like, you're facing genetic annihilation. Fight! I'm like, you getting mad at white people. I know how that feels now. I know what that feels like. I know the panic that comes with that. Why do you think I was on Clubhouse screaming every day, trying to tell Black Americans we're being ethnocided. You know, like, why do you think I went off on the rims with the stuff that I'm doing? Why do you think I built this Queen Mothership Enterprise Architecture blueprint? Because it's a reaction to a panic, and y'all wanna bang on the Black Indigenous women. Because the matriarchs we all know that the Black Americans and we all know that the American Indians and the Black Indigenous are matriarchal. We all know that. But them women that were over there, them powerhouses that were over there on Clubhouse, that were with the indigenous. Oh, the women got a lot of that popped off because women are intuitive. We're from the subconscious realm, and we know when you're facing a threat. Like we saw it. Like I felt that shit spiritually. I felt that. I said, no, these people coming for us. We about to be out the paint if we don't fight back. Like, we about to be out the paint. And a lot of the women, if you notice, in the Black American indigenous circles, they were powerhouses, extremely intelligent women, sometimes batshit crazy, whatever. But they were very, very much powerhouses, but they will always be talking about ethnocide and going extinct. Like, and like we were telling the men that, and the men would be looking like, y'all really, is it really that deep for y'all? And they would let us teach. Like, a lot of times, in the indigenous spaces, the women would just, particularly on Clubhouse, but the women would just teach Black Americans about stuff, and for hours. Some of the men will speak. The men will get up there and speak. For the most part, the men just let the women run everything. But I remember, a lot of the talking points from the women was about making sure that you focus on the tribe and your bloodline, and you preserve your bloodline, and you preserve your lineage, and you protect your lineage, and you fight, and you delineate. All this stuff about the delineation. Why do you think it was these women talking about delineation? And it was a lot of that stuff came from the Black women in the Black indigenous spaces, or whether they were just going by ADOS and shit, or whatever. If you notice, even in the ADOS space, the women, how they would talk in the ADOS space, some of them women, they would be going off of the rails, 3-day rooms talking about delineation and ethnocide on Clubhouse and shit. And because we felt that shit in our soul. We trying to wake these people up like, yo, we about to go extinct. And every living organism fights. Every living organism fights. It's as simple as that. So that's why you hear me so focused on that shit, because I'm like, I ain't going out like that. Y'all niggas ain't just about to ethnocide my people, Africanize me, bring in all these Africans and mesh me in with them and replace me with them, and then tell me to go back over there, to tell me I'm a fucking immigrant in my own fucking country that I built, and then take all my resources and give them to other people and give everything that I put these immigrants in my community. Come on now. That's crazy. Push people off their land, tell them that they ain't got no identity and flat blackness and all this shit. Hell no. Hell no. Yeah, y'all can go out like that. I ain't going out. I don't care if they just remove me out the picture. Y'all want to live in the matrix and be slaves and be slave minded and be scared and all that. And Kylie J.N.S, she too radical now. What the hell happened? Well, no. You scared? Shit, and they just come in. And I know I fought. I know I ain't give up. Y'all niggas want to give up? Do you? But I know that my bloodline, and even in the next lifetime, in the next spiritual realm, I'm going to be good. I'm going to be good, because I'm not going out like that. Ain't nobody just about to take you out the plate like that. And that's why I'm like, you're facing genetic annihilation, Black Americans. You want to talk about white people facing genetic annihilation. It's your turn. Just like how they got that fear, you should have that fear. Because you always see yourself as African, part of Africa, or whatever, so you think it's just a bunch of y'all. No, it's just only 3 to 5% of the fucking world's population. Because as Black Americans, only for our lineage is what I'm talking about. You're only 3 to 5% of the world's population, dude. You're not a part of these other groups. And you're actively being genocided. And you're sitting up there still talking about how white people is the minority, and they are fearful of genetic annihilation. That's why they set their system up. You better be fearing genetic annihilation, Black American. And you better be setting your system up. It's as simple as that. Y'all don't want to help me do that? Y'all let these people take me out, whatever. I don't give a fuck. Because I'm good in the spiritual realm. Very powerful in the spiritual realm. And you give up like that and be a coward, that's on you. Not Kali J.N.S. Not Jenny. Not me. Not my soul. Nah. You gotta still put up, you gotta try. That's what I'm about. Motherfucking try. You know, that's just me. I don't expect all Black Americans to follow it. You don't need them all to. For whatever reason. I'm just sharing my strategy. You can use it to build off of it. You can bury your head in the sand, let them dangle that reparations carrot in your face. But eventually, you will see how the system was designed to keep you a permanent underclass and to literally get you extinct. And they're trying to distract you with that fucking reparation shit. I hate to say that shit like that, but because I don't want to demoralize anybody. But there's a plan, and you know, I walk with some very heavy, very, very, very heavy spirits and energy. And, you know, sometimes we be talking, because a lot of this strategy, believe it or not, Darren Sills is another one of the spirits, Thomas Sankara, and I have some high level gods and entities that's in on this too. But, you know, some of this stuff that you know, a lot of them, Darren Sills and Thomas Sankara, particularly with the alternative economy and the parallel infrastructure, you know, obviously Thomas Sankara came to me in a dream. Darren Sills came to me in a dream. Why do you think I talk about him a lot? Why do you think I made videos about him? Oh, it's going down, you know. And then these spirits, some of these spirits, I have some water spirits. Some of them are males, in terms of like the gods that are like come in a masculine form, and you have a bunch of gods that come in a female form. And they, it was funny because as I was making a Entrusted Melanism Framework, they were like, "This is fun for us. Like, this is fun, baby. Like this is because, you know, I'm obviously not ever coming back on planet Earth. I'm done with this shit. Like, I'm never coming back on planet Earth. This is my last hurrah." And they're like, "Yo, you know," and even as me as Kali, you know, this is fun to me. I'm like, I'm in the zone when I be writing like with the Entrusted Melanism and the enterprise architecture, coming up with all this shit is like, it's literally fun. And I'm like, yo, I must be like kind of sick in the head because like I don't have any fear. Like most Black people are just so fearful. And I'm like, I don't know what that feels like. Now, you know, there's some things, you know, but it's like, I just remembered some of the spirits that were walking to me. You know, obviously this is dreams, and I have to say that for protection purposes, but these were dreams. In the dream, you have different archetypes of the collective unconscious will you. This is all stuff and I'm saying this is strategy too, because of the stuff that they're trying to build against me as far as discrediting things that they're trying to do to discredit me. But these were dreams, and Thomas Sankara has come to me in dreams. Darren Sills, he loves this. He loves this economic shit. He loves this parallel alternative economy. He all for it. He loves it. He's like, yes. So yeah. So it's a lot of this stuff. I'm building this stuff from the spiritual realm, and I have a lot of help from the spiritual realm, and I'm incredibly thankful for that. I'm incredibly, incredibly thankful for that help for now, you know. Yeah. Now again, you don't want to listen? Claude Anderson warned you guys 50 years ago. No one listened. Now we have immigrants joining on the fight to keep us a permanent underclass. And you have no leverage to get this government to pay reparations. And not voting is not a strategy anymore. It's not the best strategy anymore, because they just brought in all those immigrants. Now, again, if you're psychologically enslaved, this is not for you. If you are scared of power, this is not for you. But for those of us who are enlightened, you know, we have to move from. We have to do something different, man. So even if you don't deal with the Queen Mothership Enterprise Architecture Framework to build your parallel infrastructure, you can use the Entrusted Melanism Framework to build your parallel infrastructure. The Entrusted Melanism Framework can be used to do that. There's literally a chapter on economic warfare, guerrilla warfare, in the book. And you can use that. And the framework can help you build the parallel structure. There are military science strategies built in that you can use, or you can use your own strategies. So it's incredibly structured. The template is reiterative, like I was telling you about before, and it requires organizing, and it can be used by any melanated tribe who wants empowerment. If they don't want empowerment, you just let them drown. If you see tribes that's just going against the grain, aligning with whiteism, aligning against your interests, you let them drown. You delineate from them. That's why I said Pan-Africanism is fucking dead, because what they do now is they're working with whiteism and they're working against you, but then trying to guilt trip you into flat blackness Pan-Africanism so that you don't ever call them out for actually being an enemy. And what Entrusted Melanism does is like, bitch, you ain't working on your own empowerment. So you can't be for me. You can't be for yourself. You're not for yourself. So how the fuck you gonna be for me? Why is you... you're not in a network. We don't fuck with you. That's what Entrusted Melanism does. Unlike Pan-Africanism, people is literally eating off of you, stealing your shit, and dogging you, disrespecting you, but then saying, hey, we're all black. We gotta fight white supremacy. Remember, we're all black. No, them days is done, baby. Them days is done. You can't hide behind Black Americans no more. You can't hide behind the North Centennial people no more. You can't hide behind real riders. You can't. You gotta, where's your empowerment? Because we actually should be able to see it by a tribal level, by the nation level. Even if it's just by the tribe, regional, but as Black Americans. Because I'm telling you, Black American, I'm trying to get you in a position of power. If you listen, everything that I'm doing is to get you in a position of power. And you should be able to see. You should be able to see who's doing what. If you don't see them motherfuckers doing nothing for their own empowerment, they out the paint. If they're doing empowerment stuff for themselves as a tribe, and it aligns with yours, and they come to the table and say, hey, Black Americans, we noticed we doing this, we doing this, y'all working on this. Can we work together? Sure. And I know I didn't get to the book yet. We about to get to the book. I promise you we get to the book. I'm gonna, just let me rock. Let me rock. I'm in the zone. Just let me rock. That's what's going to happen. You work together. You reiterate the process. First, you start at the level of your tribe. Black American is a tribe. Say another group is a tribe. Then we got the same interests and goals. We reiterate it. Anybody else in the region want to join? Want to help for empowerment? They come. We reiterate it again at the level of nations. The other nations. You reiterate it again. And you have to do this. You have to do this blitzkrieg everywhere. Do this everywhere. Focusing on your own empowerment. That's how you put pressure on the systems globally. Not only do Black Americans put pressure on the system of their government, but you got Africa putting pressure on us. If Africa follows the Entrusted Melanism Framework on a tribal level, then at the regional level, then at the national level, then the collective level, please. And yes, there's going to be sacrifice and stuff, and there's going to be people that get took out the pain, and there'll be people that don't make it. But I bet you your ass, you be empowered. Now, say that there's some countries that, like say with Thomas Sankara in particular, my spiritual husband, Thomas Sankara, he went off the road and went off the rails and was just building parallel infrastructure. He's self-sufficient, made that country completely self-sufficient. But guess what? Other African countries were against him. Other African countries didn't help, and they completely neutralized them. That can happen, and that is why you have to seek out other groups, other tribes, and other nations and other regions who align with your interests and goals. And you want to share ideas, work with them, and build networks with them and support. And that is what Entrusted Melanism allows you to do. Pan-Africanism with the flat blackness and we all Africans. That shit is bullshit. It's not no strategy behind that shit. It is not one system. It is not one. I ain't trying to be arrogant because, again, I'm just a fucking vessel. Yes, obviously I have to sit out and write this shit and think about it, but I'm just a fucking vessel. But Entrusted Melanism, it deals with all that bullshit. It deals with removing it out of flat blackness, removing it out of just Africa, removing it out of just race, removing it out of just this nonsense, this pie in the sky abstract theories that Pan-Africanism does. It's dead. And I'm telling you, there is no system, there is no Pan-African strategy that gives you a reiterative system. Entrusted Melanism does that, gives you the strategies for military science, for economic warfare, guerrilla warfare, psychological warfare, informational warfare, disruption. If you're scared, go to fucking church. So, you know, Pan-Africanism is fucking dead. And I'm going to smoke. Because I know for a fact that shit can't touch, and I'm not in my ego, but I know for a fact that shit cannot touch Entrusted Melanism. Because it was built from the mind of a black American who's not bought and paid for. That's why. Who didn't receive a dime for nothing. It's just raw chaos, dark goddess, black American energy. Raw. From the realm of the quantum plane. You know, I'll be telling you guys, and I know people be looking at my Twitter, so people be calling me like, what the fuck's going on? Why are you talking all this shit on Twitter? Why are you all on the internet? I'm always in a fucking, I would say, not even a stratosphere. I'm not even an exosphere. I really think that sometimes I have I've seen myself, you know, all out in the exoverse, omniverse. I be out. Like, I be obviously a conscious mind, but a lot of that creativity and a lot of that comes from different dimensions. Now, for the most part, I really do be in an omniverse, creating, putting shit together, then gotta come back down to this third dimensional realm, and get it out to you guys. And I've had, like, even, you know, family members calling, and some of my family members, they read my books and they're like, it's too deep. You be gone out of this third dimensional realm, and it's too deep. And they understand it. People understand it, but it's like, this average human is not going to be able to rock with you, baby. The average human is not, and I've been told this by my godmom, the average human can't even figure out a fucking pack of ketchup ingredients. They are not going to be able to understand this stuff you're talking about. And some of them will. And that's what I want. The ones that do. Just like when I was trying to break down some information about the divine feminine, you know, them people are lost. Them people gone. And that's what my friends be telling me. Them people are gone, honey. And sometimes I have to remember that. So it was like, as far as Entrusted Melanism, you know, people will understand it easily because I made sure to bring it down and make sure that people can understand it. So that's one thing. But there's this idea of, like, we don't really get to sit on our ass no more. Pan-Africanism allowed you to sit on your ass and act like you fighting white supremacy and act like you actually empowering yourself. That's what Pan-Africanism was doing. It was allowing all these other people to hide behind black Americans' efforts. All these other people to sit on their ass and flee their country and not do shit and blame their governments. Entrusted Melanism, you cannot do that shit. You cannot do that shit. And Entrusted Melanism, it's not theoretical. It's action-based, strategy-based. You can build some theories in it. You can be theoretical with the framework. You can. But it becomes clear when you don't see action. Okay? So I built a template with control mechanisms, and that exposes the collaborators that work with the dominant society. So, and it exposes those who are against you, and allows those who really want empowerment to get shit done. So I'm setting up 1,000 years for Black Americans to be in a position of power as a minority group. When the change of guard happens, okay, you just got to be willing to step up, Black American, and take lead. And I know I may be talking to deaf ears, but yeah, whiteism, what you guys call white supremacy, whiteism is not always going to be here, and you have to think of a world where that is not an existence, where you're not under the construct of whiteism. And I know, like I said, I'm just tired. And I know, like you said, yeah, some of y'all asked me, like my mom, she asked me, like, you're not scared? And I'm like, not really. I don't have anything to lose. And I'm tired of the cowardice of melanated people on that continent. I'm disgusted to an extent at the lack of nation building with the men, the lack of organizing. And I get it. I know we are traumatized people. We're traumatized. But I'm tired of the lack of leadership. I'm tired of the self-hatred. I'm tired of the fear. And again, there's nothing in my bloodline that will ever be okay with melanated people just being globally casted as the bottom caste. And I don't see how, like, me as a woman, I feel that way. I'm like, dude, I know men gotta feel that way. How do y'all let it get this bad? And our woman has to tap into the exoverse of the fucking dark chaos realm to go and build these damn blueprints for you guys from the quantum realm, because nobody is stepping up. And I'm like, this is what has to be done. No one is standing up. People, the people that I roll, we stand up. There are Black Americans that are standing up. They are. And I just be thinking, like, what's the plan? Y'all just plan to stay at the bottom? Is you really that buck broken? Gotta ask yourself that. Gotta ask yourself that as melanated people globally. What is your plan? You just don't care? You're just gonna, I guess the plan is to sell out. That's the plan, because a lot of people are. That is what was happening. I guess that is the plan, like to just give up. So I just don't get it. I don't get it. But as far as like, okay, are you afraid? I'm very heavily protected spiritually by the light and the dark side. And this was revealed to me when I was 22 years old. When I was 22 years old, I had this dream, and both realms literally came to me and told me that I was protected by both of them, and that they both have an interest in seeing some of the things be put forth into fruition in terms of my mission and the vessel that I am, the entity that I am. And that is what I was told at 22 years old. So, even if I was to get knocked off, that's just not something I wouldn't care about, because as an avatar, I actually have more power on the other side than in this dimension. So that is why nothing has happened yet. And again, man, I saw some shit in 2022, and I learned some shit in 2022 that really just changed me forever. Like on some real shit. Like these people literally try to break my fucking mind as a way to get me out of the pain, as an alternative to death. And I had to fight like hell, man. And so I don't have the fear that humans have. I don't feel the same. I don't think the same as most people. That does not make me better, because we are all going to the grave. It is a guarantee that we are all going to die. whether you die old, young, in your sleep, whatever. We all pretty much going to the same fate. you're getting closer to death every day you live. And that's something that we don't want to ever think about, of course. But so I don't think that, but I know I'm extremely rare. And there's been plenty of times where I ask myself, why can't I be like these other black people who just don't give a fuck, like, and just live my life in the matrix? Like, why do I have to care so much about this shit? Like, why do I care so much? And why can't I be like the men who are individualistic and can care less about the black community? They can care less about black Americans, can care less. They just don't care. Like, I've literally I have screenshots, I have recordings. No, I don't play. Like, I got the evidence. I have literally have men literally say, I just don't care. I just don't care. And I just can't relate to that. And I'm like, damn, why, how does that feel? How does that feel? Like, and it's a lot of black women that are, maybe not to the degree as I am, but there's a lot of black women that are still in this community trying to hold this shit together. So a lot of them, and, a lot of them trying, and a lot of that is out of that genetic annihilation threat that we are facing. That's why a lot of the black women, is behind the delineation movement, is behind the reparation stuff. We sense that, it's like that it could be that, it's much, much more deeper, because, you got the male identification and the privilege that comes with that we don't ever want to address and talk about. But I have often asked myself, like, oh, why the fuck can I just walk away? I never can bring myself, no matter how hard I try. And I've been in the sovereign movement, and I've been in the BWE movement, and the women that I've learned from are sovereign. And I just don't understand. I'm like, I listen to these ladies apply their teachings in many, many ways, but it's like with this, I just can't walk away. Like, I haven't been able to just be like, you know what, I'm done. And it's a lot that went down in 2022. I'm going to leave out a lot of details, because most of you guys wouldn't believe the shit any fucking ways. Or you're just not capable of understanding some of the things that's currently being hidden from you, to be honest. But stuff that was revealed to me that's being hidden from you. I was telling y'all about, like, that VPN shit. Like, that shit is real. Like, I literally can't, like, that's why I don't even care about the VPN no more. My other computer got a VPN on it. I paid for it for the year, thinking, I wasn't doing nothing nothing crazy or nothing. I just was like, I just wanted more privacy. And they literally was and they have like the little symbol in the computer where it lets you know that you're connected to the VPN, where it says green, and whether you connect to a VPN in Brazil or the UK or in Africa somewhere, wherever you connect to the VPNs, wherever you're at. And that shit just kept getting knocked off. And when I saw them motherfuckers literally take over my computer and type in kill switch, VPN kill switch, and I'm looking like, what the fuck? And that shit blew my mind. That shit blew my mind, because I was just like, what is that? And then I asked people about that, and they're like, they have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm like, but I know what I saw. And then when I'm trying to record the shit or screenshot the shit, like, I can't do nothing. I'm like, nah, man, no. That's some wild ass shit, man. Also, I told you guys I went to Georgia. I'm going to tell you a little bit about my story. I'm going to leave out some details. I am going to leave out some details, because you're not ready for that. And I have to just accept that. A lot of you are not going to be ready. But I'll give you some of the details that you can understand. But you guys know I told you I went to Georgia. And I was living with someone. And they were downstairs. I was upstairs. And, it was just them. It was another person that was there downstairs. Then they had moved out, but I was upstairs by myself. It was a 2-bedroom, and I was pretty much I was by myself, and I was just writing books all day, and doing Clubhouse stuff and researching and making content and all that stuff and trying to learn more because I'm a researcher. That's the role I play. I'm a writer. I'm just now getting more into I want to get more into the organizing aspect with the architecture stuff, but that was the role I was definitely playing in 2022. That was the role I was definitely playing in 2020. So I noticed though, as I started to produce more stuff on the internet and say more things, no lie, a year after I had moved in, another person moves downstairs. The other person is law enforcement. The other person is literally an officer, is law enforcement. I knew that at the time, but I still didn't put two in. I didn't think it was weird because I'm like, okay, that's just their job. I didn't think nothing of it. You know what I mean? I just was like, okay, big deal. And these were black people, so that also kind of had my guard down as well. So I'm thinking, okay, he's downstairs. That's their business. To me, I mind my motherfucking business. I don't get in people's business. I don't really care for small talk, and then I'm a loner. So I'm like, let me just keep it moving. And to be honest, I had got odd vibes. There were times where I would get these odd vibes. There would be times where I felt that calling, you gotta get out of here. And I kept ignoring it because I was going through a lot mentally too. So it was just I just ignored it. But he moved. Law enforcement moved downstairs, literally downstairs from me. And then I noticed more cameras started popping up around the vicinity. And I felt that was strange. It just made me uncomfortable. I didn't say anything, and then this weird. I don't know how I could ever explain this, guys, to you, but this weird noise would just be going. It was kind of like something to kind of make you stressed, a noise that would just keep coming. That was by my part, by my window, and it was kind of because it was a little, I noticed there was something subliminal, some type of subliminal frequency, because it was kind of making me a little stressed. But I never thought to ask what it was. I just was still writing, still in my zone, and that popped up. That was not always there. The law enforcement person wasn't always there. The cameras wasn't always there, and then that sound, that shit wasn't always there, my dude. It just wasn't. And I'm just still thinking something. I just started getting this vibe. To be honest, I started getting this vibe, and I put some things together. I started researching some things about the particular area that I'm in, about the particular people that I was staying with, and found out some things that just didn't sit right with me. And I told that person that I wanted to leave. I told the person that I was written from, I don't want to be here anymore. But I didn't say why, and I had the whole conversation recorded, by the way. But they took all my flash drives and threw those away. But I was able to get the recording and back it up on another server that without the flash drive, because I put on the flash drive thinking that they could wipe it off the internet, but they literally took my flash drives and threw them all away. This shit is crazy, man. And I still have that one of the recording, but I had told him, and do you know that his response was to literally imagine you telling somebody, I want to move out because I don't particularly want to be here. I don't feel comfortable. And his first response, he didn't say why, whatever. It was he went in a panic mode, and he literally said, "There are cameras on every block." What kind of shit? How is that a response to say to somebody when they're telling you they want to leave? Oh, there are cameras on every block. And I'm like, what? And then it's the panic. It was something he was nervous, and I was just like, okay, what does that got to do with anything? And then he was just like, oh, you're saying that you want to leave, that you don't feel comfortable, that you don't feel safe. Is there something mentally, is this thing where it's it can't really kill me. So it was like, gotta really discredit her and try to do this thing with this mental thing. So, oh, it must be mental. And this dude was one of them mental, like Kanye West with the mental therapist stuff. That shit is real. Like, niggas, this shit is so deep. It's not even funny. And I'm thinking like, what the hell? And I'm, in my head, I'm like, why? That's such a strange fucking response. But I remember he was trying to just like calm me down, whatever. And then I remember thinking like, maybe I am tripping, maybe I'm tripping, and I'm just looking too deep into things, and it's nothing. So, my godmom, which is my best friend's mother, me and her were talking at the time, and she called me and revealed some heavy information that I do not think I will repeat. But it was just like, whew. Like she was pretty much saying like, girl, broke the ledge. You tapped into some shit that's not supposed to be tapped into. And you are you too much into the stratosphere. Her thing was like, you be out there too much. You done tapped into some shit that, yeah, honey, they are gonna come after you. And she said, but for me, she kept saying, keep working on your craft. Still to this day, I don't know what that really means. But she kept saying, keep working on your craft. But then I started telling her, I said, I started doing this research with this genealogy, and I found our names like in this book that was housed in Westminster Abbey, obviously the palace in Great Britain. I found my mom's name in it, my dad's name. Like this, obviously this was their names, which was 1,000 years ago, but we found through doing the genealogy that they was linked in. I found my fucking aunt's name, like literally first and last name, even though it was 1,000 years ago. Jesus Christ! I don't even, man. I can't go there. In the Westminster Abbey Palace. Yeah. And this was a book that was guarded. And this is like stuff you can go research. This book is you can go research. The House of Domus Day, House of God. Domus Day. And I saw that and I was just like, okay. It was just something else, and it was linked to, again, this was doing just through fucking doing genealogy straight up and researching surnames and coat of arms. And if you look at the at one point the security on that, the way that book was guarded, and what they're telling you that the book is now was originally for just for like land surveying or some shit, or just a census, that's not true. No, why would you guard a book that much? Go look it up for yourself. So I was telling her about that pretty much. I was telling her about that. And when I said Domus Day, House of God, it was like a panic. Like her energy was like, and guess what? And because this is why I was telling her about it, because guess what? And shit up, I don't live here anymore, so I don't mind saying the address. So I said, yes. I said, I saw my dad's name, I saw my mom's name in a book, that Domus Day book. And I said, in Westminster Palace Abbey, I said, now I live on Westminster Street. I said, not only that, because, this is my godmom. I'm thinking this is somebody I could trust. I'm like, no, I said, not only that, Westminster Abbey, I said, the Abbey Place is on the corner of me. It was like literally like a 1-minute walk from Abbey Place. I live on Westminster Street. This is literally on my ID. Like I could show you my ID and where it says Westminster. Then guess what, guys? My mom's name is on the other side of the street, and my dad's name is on the other fucking side. Like you gotta, on the other corner. That's why I was talking to her about it, because I said, this is so strange. What a coincidence, you know? And I said, what happened? Because I was giving her a dream that I had. I'm going to tell you about the dream. I said, yeah, my grandma, one of my matriarchs from my mom's side, a white lady, literally, that's how it came about, to be honest. She literally came to me and was like, wake your fucking ass up. Like, that was the energy, and she was so urgent. Like, this was a dream, but my ancestor was like, this white lady, and I found out I do have a white grandmother on both sides, going back in the early 1800s. One married to a black man, or with a black man, but we have his name, so I don't know how that happened, but he would reduce it. Obviously, there would be free people of color. I don't know. Yeah, so that was that, and she came to me and she's like, look, this is what it is. You gotta break this. This is a time loop, honey. Time loop. This is a addiction. You have to break this shit. And it all started because I'll give you this too. Take with it what you will. I will get to the Entrusted Melanism Framework. I promise. We will read this whole book together. I'm telling you, I'm pouring out my soul. I told you I was going to pour out my soul on this shit. A couple days before that had happened, you know, I'm a self-taught spiritualist on a lot of things. Self-taught. I took 2 years to study a certain mystery science, and with no formal training, just did it all on my own. And I was just like, you know what? I want to use, this system to help me with my books. You know, particularly, that's just what I was doing. I just want to, because the keys that I was using was specifically for business, so I thought. And I didn't read the fine print. And I used 3 of them at the same time. And the fine print on one of the keys literally said, access to secret knowledge of the universe. I didn't see that beforehand. I didn't know that. I didn't know what that was about. I didn't know. I wasn't doing it for that. I was just thinking like, you know what? I need to go into the subconscious realm, organize some energy, push it through for my business, because I need to, I write a lot of books, and I'm like, I need more book sales. It's for business. And that's really what I went in thinking. Lo and behold, one of those keys was to acquire secret knowledge of the universe, and to break and to reveal knowledge, to reveal things to you. And I opened 3 portals with 3 different keys. Didn't know how to really close the portals. Again, I'm self-taught. I'm just like, whatever. That's honestly when everything just started getting, that's when I started getting the phone calls. That's when, things got incredibly strange. And, I talked with my dad, and I actually recorded, that 2 conversations of us, but it seemed like he knew. My dad, I won't say anything about that, but them portals, I don't know what happened, but that's when I started finding out about what I was telling you about with the Westminster, staying on Westminster, finding out that my genealogy, surnames and first and last names of my parents, and even their parents' parents, their parents, all in this book, that was housed in Westminster Abbey. And I saw a lot of Black Americans' last names in that book. The last names. And that's when, you know, the visitation with the grandma just took over. But, you know, the ancestor visit for the dreams took over and just was like showing me all this stuff. That's how I put it all together. That's how I found out. And that's when I realized, like, I'm like, I live on this street. This is the name of my street that I live on. Then I'm looking and I'm seeing a corner, and even my mom and my dad would tell you, like, they was shook. Like, even my friends, I showed them what I'm talking about through the Google Maps, with the ID, with the Google Maps, and with the book itself. I put the book out and everything, and I told my mom, look at this, and they were like, go get the fuck out of here, you know, like, whoa. But you know, they name on one block, his name on the other block, King David's Solomon Temple on the other block. On the one block, the next block says King David, and the next block says the Temple of Solomon. Yeah. Very, very, very odd. And both of the names of both of my parents are extremely powerful names. Extremely powerful names that go back, that's, you know, related to all that shit, related to the King David and all this stuff and all that. So it's deep. Whew, good God. I'm telling my godmom all this stuff. Pretty much what I'm telling you right now, I was telling my godmom. And then I was also telling some other stuff that I'm not going to say on the phone. I asked her, I said, there's certain stuff being hidden from these bloodlines. I said it to her. I said, do you have such and such in your bloodline? I said, that's when I started telling her. I said, yeah, my dad's patriarchs visited me and started telling me about their particular knighthood and orders and all that. I said, they showed me this. And this is related to that book. And, you know, then she started reading stuff in that. And she told me, she said, oh my God. And I started telling her, I said, my dad called me and said such and such and such and such and such. I'm not going to repeat it. I said, my dad called me and said, and she said, oh my gosh. She said, thank God he decided to keep his oath and his pact. I said, what you talking about? Mind you, I don't know shit. I don't know what's going on. I'm still in the daze. I'm like, huh? I didn't know what that meant. I said, what are you talking about? And she said, so that you can do everything that you're doing, all on that, putting all that stuff in them books like that. And she said, we're gonna let you rock. Now this is when it got real creepy. She said, we're gonna let you rock because them humans can't understand what you're talking about any fucking ways. And they not gonna believe it. And, you know, this was her thing. She was like, them humans can't even decipher a pack of ketchup ingredients. So, you know, you putting all that stuff out like that, it is what it is. But I guess this is what she ended the call with. Don't ever speak out. Don't ever tell, if you do speak out, what can we do to you? What will we say about you? There's other stuff in this conversation that I have to leave out, obviously. And she ended the conversation by saying, don't ever speak out, or else what can we do? What will we say? And I said, no one's going to believe me, and they're going to think that I'm crazy. She said, exactly. She said, if you ever speak out about what you know, what they going to say about you? What is the world going to say about you? So she was like, it don't even matter. It don't even matter. Because we will say that you're crazy. And I'm like, okay. So I got off the phone. And there was some wild shit. Again, I will not tell you everything that happened. I have to leave out details for, obviously, reasons of my own safety. So then my dad calls me randomly. My dad calls me. He says, And again, I don't have no recordings of this stuff except for like when stuff started getting really wonky, I did start recording stuff. But like at this point, these are people that I trusted. So I was not thinking about recording nobody. You know what I mean? Like if I trust you and, you know, you're my family, I'm thinking like, there's no way I'm just going to be sitting here recording you, you know? So I don't even have like the stuff that even the other stuff that he was saying, like, I just don't have any evidence of it anymore because I just don't have any evidence of it because I wasn't thinking to record it until it was too late, until I put everything together, and then everybody just kind of got real silent. But he did call me. He said, honey, if they try to, and this is what he said, they, and I'm thinking like, what the fuck is he talking about? Mind you, I'm sitting here, I was actually in the middle of writing a book, publishing a book, and just minding my business, doing the shit that I always do, talking about reparations and black people, black Americans. And, you know, he says, if they try to inject you with nuclear radiation, don't let them do it. Tell them that you don't want nuclear radiation. What the fuck is you talking about? And I said, he said, that's what they tried to do to me. And I'm looking like, what kind of shit is you talking about? What is you talking? You know what I mean? Again, no recording because I didn't think, I was still trying to understand shit. Still trying to understand. And oh my gosh. That particular day, I had just forgot to eat because I was doing a lot of research with that genealogy stuff. I was putting shit together, and I was on the phone with my friend a lot because I'm like, yo, my dad keep calling me. I'm like, because it was again, there's other stuff that was going down that I just cannot tell you about. So forgive me if it's like, oh, that don't sound that too deep. Just forgive me because this shit got real deep. And that day I did forget to eat, and I was just delirious, and because I wasn't getting much sleep, and it was just too much going on. And again, a person that was claiming that they're my friend who has connections to the White House, like they was literally at the White House. They called me and video call, and they showed this symbol of their arm, and they say, you haven't eaten all day. You need to eat. Make sure that you get something to eat, and that I love you. Now, how the heck would they know some shit like that, and they in a fucking different state? And I kind of panicked. I'm not gonna hold you. Like, I kind of panicked because I'm like, yo, this shit getting creepy as a motherfucker. This shit getting creepy. And I started like freaking out. Like I panicked straight up. Like, cause I'm like, and I remember saying like, I remember looking at the symbol, knowing what the symbol was, and I know I'm not gonna tell y'all what the symbol is because again, a lot of this shit y'all just can't handle. You know, like even with the details that I'm leaving out, like you just can't fucking handle it. And you wouldn't, you know, some of you can. Let me not say it, because some of you can. But for the most part, it's not even worth it. It's just not worth it. So, I'm like, yo, I really didn't eat all day. How the fuck would you know that? And I just got off the phone. Because mind you, I'm in my house, you know, I'm like, so they can really see into this fucking house. I'm like, not only is the cameras everywhere, but I'm like, they actually can see what the fuck I'm doing in the inside of this bitch. And remember, I just told y'all that my dad said if they try to stick you in nuclear radiation, telling you, if they try to stick a nuclear radiation in your arm, telling you don't want that, don't go for it. Because they're gonna try that. That means they're trying to kill you. The next fucking day, I end up at the hospital. And they didn't do nothing with a needle or nothing, but they did stick mass. Obviously, a machine, the CAT scan machine. And there were some rituals that was being done on me that even left for that to happen for me to even end up at that hospital. But how the fuck would my dad know that? You know what I mean? Like, how would he just bring that up randomly and then that happens? You know, but I am aware, and I'm not going to name the name of the rituals, but I'm aware of the 3 rituals that they used on me to get me particularly that discombobulated to where I needed to get taken in and go to the hospital. That's what I'm saying. This shit is so deep and it's way above it was above my pay grade at the time. And the reason why I know that there was rituals done, because the rituals had failed. They kept failing, so they kept moving to the next one, and I remember like different, I don't know how to say this, I'll just say this. The entity that, as I was dreaming, certain entities was coming to in the dreams that were sent. So I knew that this was rituals, you know. And when they put me in that particular machine, because again, they didn't do the radiation shot, but they just put me in a machine. But guess what? Okay, a CAT scan is normal, but they just put me in there with no fucking protection. They just put me in there with no guard on the body, no guard on the back, nothing, just threw that in there, and was doing other stuff. I kept passing out. I kept going in and out, and I'm not giving all the details, but I was supposed to die that day, and I know that. They knew that, and my mom knew that, and my friend knew that. You know, my best friend, my friend, as I was going off the rails, and my friend was on the phone with me, and she was crying because she was just like, oh, she is really pissed somebody off, like she's really pissed some powerful people off, like this is deep. She was like, this is deep shit, and I don't know what you done tapped into, what you were doing, what the hell's going on. And my mom, because my mom, she when she found out everything that was going on, my mom, in her soul, this is what she told me. My mom was like, I'm gonna have to. She called my dad. She's like, we gotta prepare to go down to Georgia and pick our baby up out of a fucking body bag. And my mom, she really thought that. She was like, she was preparing for that. Like, we have to go down there. They not gonna let. She going. They got her. They not gonna let her out. And my mom was preparing that was her exact word. She was like, you don't have to go down there and get her in a body bag because they got her, right? And it was just creepy as fuck. Now I passed out. I remember seeing I'm not gonna get into everything. I can't, because you're not even gonna believe me anyways, so I'm not even gonna go into it. But I know what I saw, and I just remember passing out. And I do remember being, you know how you can hear stuff while you're sleeping or whatever, or you conscious, whatever is going on. I remember passing out, but I remember hearing stuff, and I just remember them doing like a different tactics and technique. Like, okay, why is she not dying? Like, what the fuck is going on? I passed out, and I guess I fell asleep. But when I woke up, they just looked real scared. They looked like they saw a fucking ghost. It was just like, oh, what the hell happened? And I remember thinking like, damn, I'm not dead yet. Because I remember thinking like, I really thought when I woke up that I'm like, oh, I must be dead now. And I wasn't. And I'm like, okay. And I was in restricted access, obviously, and the people that were doing that stuff, who were doing that was, because I remember looking at the faces and like studying the faces. I remember looking at it, and they was looking like, I remember what I saw. That's all I can say. I'm not gonna get into all the details, but it was a lot of people, and some of these people were not doctors. And I knew that. I'm like, these are not some weird shit, man. And when I woke up, some of the ones that they looked extremely terrified, extremely scared, and the next thing you know, none of them were there anymore. And it was a whole new team of people that came in, whole new team of nurses and stuff. And that was very, very strange. And they kept asking, oh man, I wish I can get into details with this stuff, as far as like the particular rituals that was used to even that even engendered me having to go into the hospital. But even to this day, and I know what I saw, nobody would know how shocked I am to be alive. And except for the people that was doing this, at the hospital. I mean, even they was asking, they just kept, they just was like, no, this is not, oh shit. And it was some shit that was going down, man, where it was like, and I'm not talking about the machine. I'm talking about shit like where I was supposed to just literally bleed out to death, and that shit just, man, very creepy stuff. Very, very, very odd stuff. And they looked like they panicked, and they just left out. A whole new team of people came in, and it was real spiritual there. It was different. And I'll say this: you take from what you will. You take with it what you will. This lady with a suit on in the fucking hospital comes to me and asks, what can they do to what is my dream? What is my dream, and what is one thing that I want to do? And I remember telling her, I said, you know what? I really like education. I'm thinking like she just trying to strike up a fucking conversation. I really am. She was not. She had on a suit, and a black lady. And I said, I'm building this school, my school at Nike University, and I really, really, that's what I like to do. That would be my dream, is to like build a school for Black Americans. And she literally asked me, she said, mind you, Jesus Christ. She literally asked me, what can they do to help me build Nike University? What can they do to make this dream come true? And I thought that was so strange, but my instinct had clicked in. Like spiritual instinct had clicked in, and I said, nothing, just let me go. Mind you, is that a normal request if you're on a 1013 by the government? With no phone, no access to a computer, in a restricted access area? Is that a fucking normal request? Is that normal? To me, that's just not fucking normal. To be on a 1013, which means that you technically are out of your, you can't think for yourself, or you're under a evaluation hold, and they deeming you, you supposedly incompetent or mentally incompetent at that particular moment, but they ask you something like that under a 1013. Yeah. They asked me, what can they do to help me build Nike University? Then I said nothing. And they come with these long ass, this was a contract that was on like this electric, like one of them, like a digital sign thing. And this all could be normal to you guys. Like this could be just protocol for a hospital to just ask you to sign like a huge, and I kept scrolling down. It was like a digital pad that they gave me, and I'm literally scrolling down the pad. Mind you, they trying to like just hurry up and get me to sign, because at this point I said nothing, and so another lady comes in, a black lady comes in, and with the pad, and it's just, can you sign this? And I said, I don't sign anything without reading. And that's when she started like it was like she started kind of like shaking, like nervousness. And I'm looking like, what is this about? And I'm like, I'm gonna read it. So I'm reading it, and I remember scrolling down, and I'm like, you need a lawyer with this type of stuff. Then my first thing was thinking like, I can't. And then you got me on the 1013, and I'm supposedly so out of it, and I'm supposedly can't. Why the fuck is you asking me to sign this shit? It was like a 20 page. It was so long. It was just so long. There's no way I could have. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, I'm not. And I said, I'm not signing this. Like I couldn't even get through it. I can't. I just wouldn't. I remember reading it, and I remember thinking in my head like, this is strange language, strange energy, strange. And I don't have enough time to sit and study this. And and you guys are standing over me with this. And I just said, I'm not signing it. Okay. Another lady comes in with the same fucking pad. Long ass. And they didn't want me to read this shit. Can you sign this? And I said, I'm not, and I remember being very bold at that time because then I said something ain't right with all of this. That's when it, shit just started clicking in, and I'm like, I'm not signing that. I'm not signing that shit. And I didn't say signing that shit. I just was like, I'm not signing that. And they come in for a third fucking time, and I said, I'm not signing that. I'm just not. And at that point, it was like a deflation. And to me, I just found that so weird. I'm like, why would you, I'm delirious as fuck. Then and then I remember what happened all, with I remember everything that happened. And I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, I'm not, like, something not weird, right with all of this. Something just not right. So obviously at that third time, I said no. And I wasn't asked to sign it anymore. But again, this shit is deep. This is spiritual. It's spiritual warfare out here, This is my first time ever speaking about this. Publicly, obviously, my family knows. But they came again. This time, it was like, they making me seem like they about to release me. Mind you, I'm on a 1013 and 8. Something drastically, severely bad had happened, and that I can't really even get into. But they were willing to release me that same day, the next day. Totally not normal. After I said I'm not signing. So then it was like this 1-page physical paper. They take me upstairs and they grabbing my purse and stuff. Where it's pretty much like where they release you, like where you about to leave. So I'm thinking like, oh, cool, And then I remember saying, I was like, you guys, I don't have any clothes because you guys cut my dress. And no lie. This is so, I'm telling you guys. They literally say, we know that we'll have clothes for you. The hospital that I went to was the same hospital that the person that I stayed with, not the person that was in law enforcement, the other person works at. Yeah. So I was like, oh, I guess such and such gonna bring me some clothes. And this is what I was thinking. So then it was just they gave me this 1-page paperwork to sign. Like, it was just like, oh, you have to sign this. Now this is different from that long ass contract from that digital pad, because this was a 1-pager, and it was a paper. And I remember them getting annoyed because I said I gotta read it. I was like, I gotta read it, and they were like annoyed. And I remember reading it in full depth, like studying it. And in that 1-pager, to me and my soul, there was something that just stood out. That was just like, because they had already had a part of it already pre-filled. It was like 3 different dots that you can put where you will not hold such and such liable, and everything that you have. It was something that was clicked in there already. Like, he had took the pen and just had marked that part and asked me to sign it. And I'm reading that. I'm like, I wouldn't click. I said, why did you pre-mark that? And he wouldn't really answer. He was just like, you gotta sign this. And I'm thinking like, this technically, if y'all wanted to, and I sign this, y'all can technically, like the way to me it was worded, and if something to me clicked in spiritually, probably I just kind of knew. I'm like, they can technically kill me or technically do something and take and get rid of all the evidence, because it was pretty much something that was saying like, you agree not to do any lawsuits, you agree that there's no harm done, you agree that there's that they not liable for anything lost, and any possessions that are lost, anything that is, and for me, for some reason, they had all my like they had my stuff. So I'm thinking like, if I sign this and they get rid of my stuff, there's no evidence that I was ever here. There's no evidence of that I was ever, as far as I was thinking about my ID, because I remember, I was like, they can really just get rid of my ID, and then I don't have no records of, you know what I mean? Like, I felt a cover up energy about it. I felt something real off and evil about it. And I remember saying no. And I never forget, he slammed his hand down, slammed the pen down, and said, "Oh," like with so much frustration. And he made a threat. It was a very subliminal threat, like, okay, so you have to stay here then. I was pretty much the, you don't sign, but he didn't say it right then and there. He was like, he whispered it kind of in my ear. I went back to go sit in a different chair. I was like, I'm not signing that, because you pre-filled it out. I said, you didn't even give it. I wouldn't put that mark there. I wouldn't, you know what I mean? I'm like, nah. And it was just it was an off energy with that. And it's a lot of that, them contracts and that stuff, and stuff that you sign, like, nah, man. And the frustration let me know. I said, oh, this is deeper, because they like visibly upset at me. And he says, well, we'll give you some time to think about it, and you could sit there for 3 days and think about it. 3 days? What the fuck? Y'all was about to let me go. it was freaking creepy. So there was this police officer. And there was a police officer that was there that kind of knew what was going on, because I remember somebody said, the person, they was like, were you at, this is how I know this is so deep. I'm not going to say nothing. I'm not even going to get into that details, but there were other people at the hospital, when they saw everything that was going on. It was other, you got people that's working here that they knew something just wasn't right too. And somebody did come and ask me a question. And it was like, I knew it. And I said, no. He said he was there the whole time, because he had told the hospital that he had just came out for work. And I'm like, no, I heard him down. No, they were there at the house. And he said, I knew it. He lying. And I don't know what happened, but when they took me to this restricted access area, that particular police officer he was standing there, and for some reason my instinct just kept kicking in, and I ran up to him. I literally ran up to him, and I said, and told him, I said, I'm afraid for my life. I said, I'm afraid for my life, and something is just totally not right. And I said, I know such and such works here, and that all of this is put together from him, and it's much deeper. And he said, he know. And he also said, I've been watching you and making sure. He said, I'm watching everything, and I'm making sure nothing happens, and you don't have anything to worry about. Don't worry. And I was like, whoa. What made me go up to that particular man? I saw him just standing there, while everything was going on. But they trying to rush me into, like, whoa. Next thing they know, I was moved to a private hospital. And that same police officer, as I was getting into to go transfer, obviously the EMT to go transfer, that same, he was standing there by the door as I was getting into there, and he had nodded to me. Trying to, at least we trying to transfer to get into a private hospital. I did find that kind of strange, So then I go there. Nobody was asking me to sign anything anymore. And But one thing did happen, because again, when I went there, they kept switching out certain. They had switched out whoever had set this up. Like, I think, and I think that police officer that I spoke with, I don't know what happened, but they set something up where I had one particular doctor that at that private hospital that was known for just being really fair, being known for just, doing every, he had a good reputation pretty much. And that's what, and even I have the paperwork that I even have 2 different pieces of paperwork with 2 different doctors' name on it to prove this. The doctor that I was assigned to, and then the doctor that ended up actually, that I got switched to randomly, some other doctor. So they switched the doctors, and that particular doctor, I felt a pure hatred from him. I felt pure evil, to be honest. Like, it just was something not right. And then, very, very odd things happen that I will never just be able to get into, just for my safety reasons. But it was like certain people that was there knew what was going on. Certain people was looking out, and then other people was trying to undermine or try to build this case. Because I remember thinking, like, they was really trying to, like, get me to take this medicine. And I remember thinking, like, I'm not taking that shit. Like, nothing wrong with me. You guys know what happened. We all know what fucking happened, and the ritual that was done, and the rituals that was done, and all this shit. Like whatever. Like, I'm not taking that shit. Ain't nothing wrong with me. And the doctor was like, this is some deep shit. And I'm leaving out a lot of fucking details. But I remember when I was like, I don't feel comfortable taking what this is. And every time I kept saying I don't feel comfortable taking what it is, he kept upping the dosage. Every time I'm like, no, I'm good. He kept upping the dosage. And he finally said, I don't know, like, pretty much, like, in a sense, like, you don't know who you fucking with. Like, it was pretty much like, because they kept doing longer holds. Like, they just kept just leaving me. They just will not let me out. And he said, I'll do a 10-20 on your ass. Take you to court. Tell the courts that you are incompetent and cannot take care of yourself, and that you need to be in a facility for the rest of your life, and there will be nothing you can do about it. Who gonna believe you? You wanna go to court? So he said. And that shit shook me to my soul. I was actually scared. I ain't gonna hold you, because I'm like, yo, this shit's serious. I will not win against. I just knew in my soul I wouldn't win against these people if I tried to fight it, because I had felt powerless, to be honest. And I said, I pretty much took the fucking medicine. Like, there's nothing else I could do. Like. And I remember talking with another person that was there, and it was like, yeah, if you didn't take that shit, they really would have did that shit. Because there was other people that was in there, and I wasn't the only person. Like, this is some deep shit. Like, it's not just you go there because, oh, you really fucking out of it. Like, nah, these motherfuckers, like, this shit is deep, and I'll never be able to speak on, or they go into real deep detail, because people won't believe it anyways, except for, like, like your parents. Maybe your best friend, but for the most part, like, speaking on that publicly is not even worth it, and I eventually did take it, and I was released. And then they were like, you need to take this for the rest of your life. And I'm like, obviously these people are out of their fucking mind. It was all set up. It was deeper stuff. I wasn't even supposed to be alive out of that. And to be honest, when I got out, I started, obviously I just was like, I gotta get out of this state. I just don't feel comfortable. Like, this shit is some wicked shit. Like, I'm just done. And I ended up just, trying to get, that was traumatizing to me, believe it or not. It was incredibly traumatizing. So I needed rest And I needed a mental break, and I needed time to just put all that together. And mind you, I'm leaving out mad details, so like I needed time to put all that shit together. You should be able, I mean, those who know, you should be able to put a lot of that shit together. Like, you should be able to put 2 and 2 together. Like, but you know, for those who just lost right now and then you clicked off the video, I understand. And it's like you waiting for the Entrusted Melanism Framework, and I will put a timestamp of where you start that Entrusted Melanism. How about that? I'll do that so you can just skip through and go there. But I really did a lot of research after that, because I said, you know what, I need to find out. I said, it got to be other people that this has happened to. It can't just, I know I can't be the only motherfucker that this shit happened to. And there were people that this has happened to. But you have to dig deep. Shit is severely shadow banned, and people got whole websites talking about this shit, you know, that happened to them, and then the webs, and they really trying to go into detail. And again, with the stuff that was being shown to me, you know, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna leave that out as well, because again, you're not gonna believe me. But there were other people that had saw the same things that I had saw on the in terms of this spiritual stuff, and there's other people that this happened to. Same exact things that have happened to them, same exact rituals that was done on them. That also made it out. And they went to the internet and just talking about it and going into detail, trying to make YouTube videos talking about it and stuff. And they really went off the deep end as far as like really spilling everything. That's why I know it's not wise to tell everything, because them 2 people that I did find that shit happened to, when they went out on, you know, on the limbs and was talking about what happened to them, they're dead now. They're dead. Both of them. But they did leave, you know, his stuff is still out there. And I was just researching that, and I was just like, wow. And then I found 2 other people. One of them is incredibly, we'll get there. I found 2 other people. One of them, they talk about some of the things that I saw in the spiritual realm, but they didn't have the same experience with what happened to with them locking them up and trying to get them to sign contracts and all this weird stuff. The people that, you know what I mean? So this has happened to other people, you know, and the people that go into like extreme details, like those people are not even here anymore. Like, their YouTube channels are still up, but they're gone. And I'm not giving the name of them people. And so that is why there are so many details missing. However, you are still following me and something similar like that happens to you, because, you know, there was a person who has information out, who covers information that really helped me put my story, what I was going through and what happened, together. They helped me put everything together in a way that was so soothing to my soul. So the person that had helped me get through like what I was going through and make sense of what happened, because I had needed to make sense of what had happened. And she's not the only one. It's two other, there's a person that dedicates his time to writing about this stuff on his website. And then there's another person with a YouTube channel that's completely shadow banned. He talks about that stuff too. And them 2 people, and there's another person who kind of went underground, but who's a very popular YouTuber. Her name is Darren Guy, but she goes under Lucid Living TV now. And she has a underground, like, you know, more, you know, that's off of YouTube now. She used to be a huge YouTuber that did the natural hair stuff, but then she's now more into a spiritual side, you know, doing a lot of spiritual teachings. And she has stuff that is on her personal platform that really, 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 really helped me make sense of everything. And so if you are one of those people, like if you're following me and you understand what the hell I'm saying, you're like, damn, you know, I'm reading between the lines of shit you're saying. I understand everything. But it happened to you, and you trying to make sense of that shit too. You know, particular bloodlines and time looping and contracts, credit system, what people would do to try to switch to try to feed off of, to try to come up off of your energy markers. When people try to come up off of your energy marker by trying to do certain rituals or trying to literally just take you out or trying to, like certain things. Let's say, her videos really helped me put everything that happened together for me. And again, I'm leaving out a lot of details, but particularly she talks about a credit system of how people try to swipe identities and how people try to, it's a spiritual credit system, not as real, it's a spiritual credit system where people would try to swipe the identity of a person's power. Like if they're really powerful, if they got certain things that the other person want, people who are in the know of certain information and knowledge will try to swipe, to take that off of them. Like, to me, even though she's expressed it a certain way, I think of it as like trying to snatch someone's spiritual gifts or trying to snatch someone's blessings off of them, try to snatch their birthright off of them. Shit like that really fucking happens, and she explained that in such great detail, such incredible detail, and more of like a structured way than what I'm doing right now, because I still don't have all the information, but that shit, if you guys that she, I think it's still up there, but her personal platform, she talked about that, and that shit really soothed my soul and helped me understand what the hell had happened. It truly helped me cope better. And for those with a similar experience like that, I would say, or got a hint of what I'm talking about. Lucid Living TV, she does her personal platform. It's membership based, and I remember when she did a YouTube video talking about it briefly, and when she said it, she said, "Yeah," and I covered this on my personal platform, and I knew in my soul, I said, I gotta take my wallet out and get it, and I don't care how much it costs. I gotta find out what she's talking about, because she had said something. I said, because I was seeing a lot of stuff like, so I'm telling you. I now make a connection to when I said secret knowledge of the universe, and I didn't know that that's what that key was for. And so I saw a lot. I saw so much, and I needed answers, and I needed to know if other people had went through that and saw what I saw, knew what I knew. I might, it gotta be some other motherfuckers like that, right? And so she had said something, and I can't get into everything. I will never be able to get into everything, but she was saying something in her YouTube video, and it clicked with my soul. I said, she must know something more about, certain things. And I'm like, because basically what I was seeing was people trying to feed off of my, like literally trying to snatch my fucking birthright, like trying to switch the identity. I was seeing, I saw who was doing it, and I saw the people involved in it that was literally trying to snatch my fucking identity and take my gifts and put it on them. I literally saw that in the spiritual realm. And so when she had mentioned it in the YouTube video, I said, "Oh, it's going down. I gotta get that video." She said, "Yo, check that out. I talk about the credit system." And I went and I watched that shit, and I'm just like, oh, okay, so I'm not out of it. Like this is some real shit. Like this shit is real. And that helped me. That really helped me. So if anybody, if anybody trying, like I'm telling you this, Black Americans, anybody or Africans, anybody trying to steal your birthright, take your blessings off of you, snatch your gifts, take you out the paint, sacrifice you, and you want to learn more, I would say that lady helped me. And I don't know her, she don't know me, but I did get that. I did tune in and get that knowledge. And then I watched all the videos too, and all of the videos from Lucid Living TV helped me with that experience that I had. It helped me put all of it together. However, that particular video about the credit system, that was golden. that was golden. So I say that to say that there's a fearlessness that comes from that, and that's why I don't care, because again, I saw things, and me putting out the melanated, the Entrusted Melanism Framework, believe it or not, is not that big of a threat, because they know a lot of melanated people are programmed to discredit and destroy their own, for one. They also know that you guys are very scared. They know that you would discredit. They don't really have to do anything. You just discredit, and that many of you are psychologically enslaved. So to me, it's like, why are you not afraid to put something like that out? That's why. Because I saw things on this rim and on different rims on levels you would never believe. Stuff that would never be revealed to you. The little bit that was revealed to you, you guys jumped off the window and couldn't even handle that. And that's light. That's lightweight. That's nothing. I know I talked about the divine feminine on Twitter, and I got dragged. I made some tweets about the divine feminine on Twitter, and I got dragged by the black men. And, and some of the women too. And it was very, very, very few humans that understood what I was saying in that particular thread. And that I was sanctioned and given clearance to go and give that information out. And so I did. However, just seeing how, like, if y'all react that way to that, y'all cannot handle the other stuff. And it's just as simple as that. If y'all can react to something like that vehemently, to something, and that's nothing, like that's like something that you could have put together just by tracing codes and looking up codes and understanding and studying codes and esoteric sciences. If y'all can react to that like that, you're not ready for pretty much nothing. So that Entrusted Melanism Framework is not the thing that is the most threatening to them when it comes to me. There are things that I know that are much, much, much more threatening, and if I were to come to the public, that's when I would be. There's things that pretty much that I'm more fearful of, and this is just not one of them. And like, if I went off the script and started talking about certain things, that's when, I'm like, okay, shit would probably be getting shut down. But because they know that a lot of you have just given up, and they have you hooked on their system anyways. So I'm trying to do the work of this empowerment thing for the Black American. But again, they already know that half of y'all has, more than half, will not even give a shit, and never organize and never fight back. So this is just for a few. Just like when I shared that information about the divine feminine on Twitter. That was just for a few people. And that was just used as a vessel to do that. That wasn't even really, again, things are spiritual. Things are not always as they're seen. Things that, people think that, I know they keep you into like this third dimensional thinking and third dimensional mindset, but there are really spiritual, but there's really spiritual warfare out here, So this is just for the few, just like that was just for the few. It's out there forever. So whoever, because I ain't deleting it, because I stand, like when you see what I saw, when you know what the fuck I know, and when you saw certain things, you just gonna stand for it. You ain't gonna never take it down, or you ain't gonna never back down on what it. And I don't care how much I get ridiculed, because ridicule, that's just to destabilize a person. Ridicule is just to throw you off, and certain things that I just know that you don't know. With me playing around with them keys, me thinking about some business books and not looking at the fine print of a damn key that says access to secret knowledge of the universe. Oh man, I have a certain system that I taught myself for 2 years. That's shit that you're not supposed to be tapping into as a person that's not. You're supposed to be trained and initiated or something. And I'm just one of them people that just was looking into it. And when you saw what I saw, when you know what I know, shit, and it ain't a ridicule none of you humans can fucking do that make me back down from that. No, I know for a fact that you guys are under mind control programming, that you just gone. you know, and it's not everybody. It's not every human. And my thing is, the humans who can bring themselves up to that level, get all the information out there. Give them the access to be enlightened too. And if they can get themselves to that level, they should have that right. That's what I'm saying. If they can get themselves up to that level, leave it out for them. Because most of these people are going anyways. So they really ain't got nothing to fear. Because it's like, y'all motherfuckers, it'd be stuff smack dab right in front of you. Right smack dab in front of your ass, and you still won't get it. You still will fight back and ridicule the people that is actually there to help you become enlightened. And to help you ascend into a higher set of consciousness. You still won't get it. So it's like, that's why I'm like, and they starting to see my methodology, starting to see, okay, we can just put it pretty much out there now, because you're right, you know, just put the shit out there. And for the humans that can get up there, those are the ones that are worthy. The humans that will put that shit together and take the time to do the work, and that you don't need to put them through all these different initiations, all these different testings and tests. You don't need all of that. Give them the fucking information. Put it all out there, and then see who the fuck can get it. See who naturally get it. There's a lot of people that are naturally spiritually gifted. There are a lot of people that can handle certain levels of information, and it just clicks. I'm one of them. It just click. It's just like, okay, click. Because their soul can handle it. Their soul is evolved enough. Throw it out there. Whoever catches it, catches. They are the ones that are worthy. They are the ones that deserve to be enlightened. And the ones that's fighting and ridicule, that can't be true. You're stupid. You're crazy. This is wrong. This is crazy. This is wrong. That's evil. That's this. It's so evil. That's that. That's that. Let them motherfuckers stay where they at. Them stupid motherfuckers stay where they at. You know? That's how I see it. Everything is in front of you. It's all in front of you. Okay, so yeah, download this video, because I might have to actually, if it get weird, I might have to actually like take the shit down, remove this whole section and put it back up. So download this shit. But again, I tried to be as strategic as I possibly could. I left a lot out in as many details with you, so hopefully you're still able to understand. Okay. So thank you for bearing with me, for those who are still here. If you are still here listening and we ain't get to this damn framework yet, bless you 1,000 times fold, 100,000 times fold. Blessings from Kalima. Because it's a lot. This is heavy, Black American. And I know it's heavy. I know it's like, damn, this shit is heavy. And I thank you for hearing me out. And I thank you for like listening to my story and following along with my journey, in terms of like, you know, you're still here after like damn near 3 hours. We're gonna get there, I promise you. But this is spiritual warfare, and I just want to tell you that. I'll leave it at that. And I'll again, you can bring yourself up to them levels, especially when if you're gonna, you know, listen to some of the things that I say, and in terms of just trying to see where I'm going with stuff and heading with stuff. If you can, and even if you study some of my body of work that's out there, you will certainly evolved. You are golden as a human, and you are special, and you are precious. And that's not because it's me, but that could have been there's other people. It's not because you're listening to me. No, it is because we on the same frequency. We're on the same vibration. It's not because you're listening to me. It's because you're resonating. And so that means your soul is evolved. And that you are totally capable of, you are worthy. Just like how I'm worthy, you are worthy. And that's all I'll say. You are worthy of, even if you can understand some of that information, and some of that knowledge that's out that's there, and sparse through some of the things that I say, and even through the ridicule, then you, my friend, are thebomb.com. thebomb.com. And they were trying to tell me, like certain entities, they don't, some entities don't care for humans. Not all gods care for humans. Not all spirits care for humans and stuff. And I'm one of the ones that really do care. And they was always looking at me like, you'll learn the hard way. Because I like to love bomb humans. I love bomb humanity a lot, and they not with all that. They just don't care about that shit. And I've learned to only love bomb the humans that get it. That's what I've learned. That's what they were like, that's all we were trying to tell you. That's all the fuck we were trying to tell you. Only love bomb the humans that get that shit. Do not give these pearls to swine. And I'll leave it at that. So bear with me, Black American. So before we review the Entrusted Melanism Framework, I want to spread some healing energy and some light feminine energy, in particularly because you as melanated people, you deserve to be serenaded, because it's a shift in my frequency. This was very heavy video. This was heavy shit. And I want to shift the frequency a bit, because you are you saw a side of me that you haven't seen before. And I had to tap into the alchemy reservoir that is extremely mercenary and cold when it came to producing the material from the Entrusted Melanism Framework, because it was just pure strategy. And there's thinking from a person that is dealing with military science. So it's a side of a woman that is very rare that you see. There's just no emotion in the template. But I'm a very emotional woman, but I had to go into a certain set of consciousness to produce that framework. Okay? So I want to serenade you before, and it's just going to be like a 3-minute song. So don't worry. Infuse you with some light energy, light feminine energy. Because for the rest of the video, you're going to be dealing with, I'm going to be doing audio reading. So I personally won't be reading it, because I found excellent software for doing an audiobook. So I was able to just take my manuscript and literally just upload it to the software, and they did an audiobook for me. And a very, very cool voice too. It's not even like, oh, this is a robot voice. So I said, I like that. It's very cool. So I said, I'll have them read the Entrusted Melanism Framework for the rest of the video. Okay, and the energy from that Entrusted Melanism is the energy of the Easily Dawn Tour. Okay, very heavy Kalima energy, is the dark divine feminine. So that is the channeling, and even if you see, the conversation that we had today, it was heavy. So I'll be singing one of my favorite songs by one of my favorite singers, my baby, Lalah Hathaway. And you're probably like, oh, your channel's going to get like strike if you sing that or whatever. I'm fucking not monetized. I'm shadow banned. I wasn't expecting to get any money off of this channel any fucking ways. Like a person that's teaching this type of information and the stuff that I give out, some people don't, be having no big ass YouTube channels and nothing like that. So I don't know. Like maybe that's the wrong way to look at it, but I don't care. I don't usually get the copyright things because I license everything the proper way. But I want to sing the song. And if I get the copyright claim, I guess the monetize goes to them or something, but I'm not monetized anyways. And I think they run ads on my channel anyway still, even though it's not monetized. And I find that so incredulous to do that to people. But that is the beast of capitalism. Okay, so I'll be singing that, and then after that we're going to go straight into the reading of the entire book except for 3 chapters. This is the redacted version. If you want the full version of that, you have to at least try to support, you just go buy the book if you want the other 3 chapters, and there's another part of the chapter that is left out too in terms of the software components of the database for the networks. But yeah, do that and get the book. But for the most part, I give you everything. I will say that you got pretty much, I want to say about 95% of the book. And again, I didn't write this to get money. I only published it to protect my intellectual property, and that's why it's published, and that's why it's in book form for anybody that does want to support me. But I had always planned to give the last 3 books that I've came up with, the last 3 to 4 books that I've published, and just published another book yesterday, and very, very controversial, but oh man, that one's getting released. That whole book is getting released to the public. And Black Americans, oh y'all gonna love that book, but it's gonna cause some uproar. But again, I don't hold it. I'm trying to preserve my people. If I gotta denounce certain things and tear up certain paradigms and frameworks and get shit on out of here and fuck shit up, I don't give a damn. I'm protecting my people. Okay, so a lot of that is through knowledge production and programming and subliminal, things that you can control through what people think. So that's why I do that. So let's start with the song, and then we'll get right into the framework. Going through changes from back where I once began. A distant stranger I used to know so long ago. Yeah. Enlighten me up, make me all over again. Come on in, let me in, yeah. It was like a lifetime passed right through my fingers. So much that I didn't know, and show me how. Oh, waking up, it seems. Am I the dreamer or the dream? Is it possible to know? Tomorrow unfolds too slow. Yeah. Shaking me, waking me up, clearing my vision again. Seems like I'm born again. Oh, through my fingers. So much that I didn't know. Show me how. This was now. Through my fingers, yeah. Long ago. So much that I did not know, yeah. Show me how, yeah. That was then, this is now. Yeah. Oh, going through these changes. Through my fingers. Go. So much I didn't know. how, oh, yeah. How to move on, how to move on, oh yeah. Move my finger. So many things, yeah. Show me how. That was then, this is now, yeah. Like a lifetime. So much I didn't know, yeah. Show me how, yeah. How to move on. Okay, so that is pretty much, we're going to go right into it. Okay, straight from the book. And again, we're reading the redacted version, and the link to the redacted version is in the description. And again, I was telling you about the software that I use for the audiobook because I just uploaded my manuscript to the platform and they formatted it into the audiobook. So I personally would not be reading it. And that saves me a lot of time because I have literally been talking for damn near 4 hours now. So we'll get right into it. And I love you guys. And Black Americans, I love you. And everybody keep their heads up because I will not be doing an outro. But this is the Entrusted Melanism Framework audiobook. Let's begin.
Introducing the Entrusted Melanism Framework for Empowerment Because Pan-Africanism is Dead by colleague J.N.S. Published by Nocta University. Chapter 1. Rename, redefine, and re-strategize Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism, a movement advocating for the unity of Africans and melanated people across the globe, has been a prominent ideology for over 120 years. However, the lack of tangible benefits for Black Americans and its theoretical nature suggests that Pan-Africanism is a failed paradigm. This book will examine why Pan-Africanism has not been a successful strategy for empowerment, highlighting its origins, cultural barriers, and theoretical nature. I will also propose a new, action-oriented approach called Entrusted Melanism that emphasizes collaboration based on shared goals and interests as opposed to flat blackness. This book outlines the Entrusted Melanism Framework, a flexible tiered open source template that allows melanated tribes to preserve their unique cultural identities while working together when it is advantageous for them to do so. But first, let us explore the reasons why Pan-Africanism is dead. The cultural divide between Africans and Black Americans. One significant reason for Pan-Africanism's failure is the vast cultural differences between Africa and Black Americans. Africa has approximately 3,000 tribes and 9,000 languages, with communities delineated based on kinship and ethnicity rather than race. Historically, Africa has not united based on skin color. Therefore, expecting Black Americans to unite with people 5,000 miles away and with many at least 500 years removed is unrealistic. Many Black Americans were traded in the Indian slave trade and had no connection to Africa. The shared history and ancestry are distant, and the contemporary cultural, linguistic, and even culinary practices are vastly different. Origins of Pan-Africanism, not a creation of Africans. Contrary to popular belief, Pan-Africanism was not created by Africans. It is an American construct introduced by the citadels of the American West. Africa has never practiced Pan-Africanism, with Black Americans, Haitians, and to a lesser extent, Jamaicans being the only melanated groups to embrace this ideology. This one-sided adoption further highlights the lack of mutual understanding and unity between the two groups. Pan-Africanism is a theoretical framework, not a strategy for empowerment. A framework is a basis for understanding, while a strategy is a specific action plan. One must build a strategy within the framework to achieve tangible results or create a new plan. Pan-Africanism, as it stands, provides no strategy for fighting whiteism, also known as white supremacy, or achieving empowerment for melanated people besides telling every dark-skinned person on the globe that they are African. The erasure of unique cultural identities, telling all dark-skinned people that they are African, regardless of their distance from Africa or a lack of shared culture, is not only an unsound strategy but also offensive. This approach erases the unique culture and identity of melanated people outside of Africa, which is crucial for establishing a sense of belonging and empowerment. By disregarding their distinct histories and experiences, Pan-Africanism fails to empower these diverse communities effectively. Disclaimer: this book will refer to white supremacy as whiteism because there is nothing supreme about white people in particular. The word whiteism reprograms the subconscious mind of melanated people by removing the word supreme from our lexicon. Let us define whiteism so you can have clarity on what this means. Whiteism refers to the racial stratification of a hierarchical arrangement or classification of races or ethnic groups in a society where white people, as well as other groups, hold more social, economic, and political power than melanated people. This concept is deeply embedded in society's historical, economic, social, and political fabric. Whiteism can lead to systemic inequalities and disparities in many areas of life for melanated people, and one does not have to be classified as white to participate in it, as it is a system. Here are the ways whiteism harms melanated people. Economic opportunity. Racial stratification can affect access to education and job opportunities. Healthcare. Disparities in access to quality healthcare and health outcomes are often seen in whiteism racially stratified societies. Systemic barriers, such as lack of insurance coverage or implicit bias in healthcare providers, result in different health outcomes. Criminal justice system. Racial disparities are observed in the criminal justice system of racially stratified societies. Melanated people are more likely to be stopped by police, arrested, convicted, or receive harsher sentences. Housing. Racial stratification also impacts housing. Historical practices such as redlining, which is a discriminatory practice where services were denied or priced differently in specific neighborhoods based on racial composition, have led to racial segregation and disparities in housing quality and affordability. Political power. Racial stratification results in Black Americans having less political representation and influence. This lack of political power can make it more difficult to affect change and address the systemic issues affecting them. You may be wondering if there are differences in the definition of whiteism versus white supremacy, and technically there are. Here is the technical definition of white supremacy. White supremacy is a socio-political ideology that asserts the superiority of the white race over other racial groups. It posits that white people should have dominance over people of different backgrounds, particularly where they coexist, and that white culture, genetics, or societal contribution is superior to those of other races. White supremacy has been used to justify many historical injustices and atrocities, including slavery, colonialism, segregation, and racial discrimination. In contemporary society, it is generally seen as a fringe belief system. However, elements of it can still be seen in systemic racism, implicit bias, and racial disparities in various aspects of society. It's important to note that while all forms of racism are harmful and destructive, white supremacy refers explicitly to the systemic and institutionalized dominance of whites as a racial group. Whatever term a melanated person chooses to use to describe the racial stratification system is up to them. It is not my position to judge them. I just feel more comfortable using the term whiteism for this book. Chapter 2. The One-Sided Nature of Pan-Africanism. Black Americans' Efforts in Africa's Limited Reciprocity. While Pan-Africanism was intended to foster global unity between Africans and melanated people, the movement has predominantly been one-sided. Black Americans have consistently tried to engage with Africa, but there has been limited reciprocity from the continent. Let us discuss the various ways in which Black Americans have embraced Pan-Africanism and the lack of a collective African response. Black Americans fighting in Ethiopia's war. In the 1930s, when Italy invaded Ethiopia, Black Americans rallied to support the African nation. Hundreds of Black Americans volunteered to fight alongside Ethiopians to defend their sovereignty, driven by their Pan-Africanist beliefs. This support demonstrated Black Americans' commitment to the cause of unity and liberation. Malcolm X's African visits and reception. A prominent Black American civil rights activist, Malcolm X, visited several African countries in 1964 to build connections with African leaders and establish a global melanated solidarity network. However, his efforts were met with mixed responses, with some African leaders distancing themselves from his revolutionary approach. This highlights the disconnect between Black American activists and their African counterparts. Martin Luther King Jr.'s support for Kenyan students. Civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr. facilitated the education of Kenyan students in the United States, believing that educated Africans would contribute to the continent's development and self-determination. His actions were part of a broader effort by Black Americans to support African nations' growth and independence. Black Americans' response to Marcus Garvey's Back to Africa movement. Marcus Garvey's Back to Africa movement resonated with many Black Americans, who saw the reparation to Africa as an opportunity for self-determination and escape from racism. Thousands of Black Americans embraced Garvey's call, demonstrating their commitment to the Pan-Africanist ideals of unity and solidarity. Pan-African organizations founded by Black Americans. Black American activists and intellectuals have been instrumental in establishing Pan-African organizations, such as the Universal Negro Improvement Association and the African Blood Brotherhood. These organizations aim to promote unity and cooperation among people of African descent across the globe, further exemplifying Black Americans' dedication to Pan-Africanism. Limited African efforts to benefit Black Americans. Despite the consistent engagement of Black Americans with the African continent, there have been few collective efforts by African nations to reciprocate or support Black Americans. This imbalance highlights the one-sided nature of Pan-Africanism and raises questions about the feasibility of the movement. The legacy of the African slave trade. The transatlantic slave trade, in which African kingdoms and tribes participated by selling enslaved people to European traders, is a painful reminder of the historical divide between Africans and Black Americans. They sold enslaved people and did nothing for 500 years to make it right. This history complicates the Pan-Africanist narrative and underscores the challenges in fostering unity and solidarity. Africans also invite and charge Black Americans money to visit the door of no return in Ghana. And this is akin to asking a Holocaust victim to see a gas chamber. It is insensitive and incredulous. The one-sided nature of Pan-Africanism has limited the movement's effectiveness in achieving its goals of unity, empowerment, and self-determination. Pan-Africanism, which requires Black Americans to ethnocide their culture and gives it to Africa, is not a viable solution. The African continent is home to over 3,000 tribes, and it is unfair to expect Black Americans to give up their cultural identity and heritage for a continent that has not done enough to support them. Chapter 3. How did Pan-Africanism start? Pan-Africanist ideologies initially emerged in the mid-19th century within the United States, spearheaded by individuals from the Western Hemisphere. Key early Pan-Africanist figures included Martin Delany and Alexander Crummell, both Black Americans, as well as Edward Blyden, a Liberian. Martin Delany was convinced that Black people could not thrive in proximity to whites, so he proposed that Black Americans secede from the United States and form their sovereign nation. Crummell and Blyden, contemporaries of Delany, posited that Africa was the most suitable location for such a new nation. Driven by a fervent Christian missionary spirit, they argued that Africans in the New World should return to their ancestral lands and introduce Christianity and modernization to the local populations. Although the contributions of Delany, Crummell, and Blyden were significant, the true architect of modern Pan-Africanism was the intellectual W.E.B. Du Bois. Du Bois persistently advocated for exploring African history and culture throughout his extensive career. In the early 20th century, he emerged as a leading figure among the limited number of scholars engaged in African studies. His declaration at the dawn of the 20th century that the problem of the 20th century is the problem of the color line was grounded in Pan-Africanist ideals. For Du Bois, the problem of the color line transcended the boundaries of the United States and its Negro problem. Du Bois made this renowned statement with the acute awareness that numerous Africans residing on the African continent were subjected to the oppression of European colonial domination. Marcus Garvey, a Jamaican-born Black nationalist, was among the most influential Pan-Africanist thinkers during the initial decades of the 20th century. In the aftermath of World War I, Garvey fervently advocated for African independence, emphasizing the valuable aspects of Black people's collective history. His organization, the Universal Negro Improvement Association, amassed millions of members and formulated plans for repatriation back to Africa. However, Garvey's Black Star Line, a shipping company established to facilitate the transportation of blacks back to Africa and the promotion of global black commerce, ultimately proved unsuccessful. Some of the notable individuals and events in the history of Pan-Africanism are as follows. Jean-Jacques Dessalines, 1758 to 1806. Haitian leader Jean-Jacques Dessalines, a key figure in Haiti's fight for independence from France, embraced an early form of Pan-Africanism, though Pan-Africanism was not concretized as an ideology at this time, by inviting Black Americans to settle in Haiti. Dessalines, who became the first ruler of an independent Haiti in 1804, recognized the shared struggle against slavery and racial oppression between Haitians and Black Americans. Dessalines' vision for Haiti was one of a free and united community of Black people, transcending national boundaries and working together to overcome their challenges. Edward Wilmot Blythe, in 1832 to 1912, a Liberian educator and politician, advocated for the unity of Africans and the diaspora, believing that the continent's progress could only be achieved through the collective effort of its people. W.E.B. Du Bois, 1868 to 1963, an influential Black American sociologist, historian, and civil rights activist, Du Bois played a crucial role in the Pan-African movement. He was involved in organizing several Pan-African congresses between 1919 and 1945, which sought to address issues faced by African and African diaspora communities and promote self-determination and solidarity. Henry Sylvester Williams, 1869 to 1911, a Trinidadian lawyer and activist, Williams organized the first Pan-African Conference in London in 1900. This conference aimed to promote unity and cooperation among African nations and people of African descent worldwide. It was a significant event in the development of Pan-Africanism. Marcus Garvey, 1887 to 1940, a Jamaican-born activist and journalist, Garvey founded the Universal Negro Improvement Association in 1914, which aimed to unite African people globally and establish an independent African state. His Back to Africa movement encouraged people of African descent to return to the continent, and he was an early advocate of African nationalism and self-determination. The 1945 Pan-African Congress, held in Manchester, England, the 1945 Pan-African Congress marked a turning point for the movement. It brought together prominent African and Caribbean leaders such as Kwame Nkrumah, Jomo Kenyatta, and George Padmore, who later played key roles in the decolonization of African countries. These figures and events represent some of the crucial moments in developing Pan-Africanism. The movement evolved, with different leaders contributing their ideas and visions for unity and empowerment. Chapter 4. Power Knowledge in Pan-Africanism, How it erases the unique identity of Black Americans. The dominance of power knowledge in academia, particularly in Pan-Africanism and African studies, has had significant implications for Black Americans. The foundations of these academic disciplines were often shaped by white scholars, who have contributed to the ethnocide and reclassification of Black Americans by drawing arbitrary connections between them and Africans. This dynamic not only undermines the unique identity of Black Americans, but also perpetuates the hegemony of white academic perspectives. Melville Jean Herskovits, a prominent white anthropologist, played a significant role in shaping the study of African cultures and their connections to African Americans. Although his work did contribute to a better understanding of African culture, it simultaneously reinforced the notion that Black Americans were merely an extension of African culture. This perspective, propagated by white academics, effectively erased Black Americans' unique experiences and identities. Melville Jean Herskovits, 1895 to 1963, was an influential American anthropologist and one of the key figures in developing African studies in the United States. Born into a Jewish family, Herskovits was a trailblazer in studying African and diaspora cultures. Herskovits earned his doctorate in anthropology from Columbia University, where he studied under anthropologist Franz Boas. Herskovits conducted extensive field work in West Africa and the Caribbean throughout his career, seeking to understand the cultural connections between Africans and Black Americans. He was particularly interested in studying the retention and adaptation of African cultural elements among descendants of enslaved Africans in the Americas. Herskovits' research culminated in several groundbreaking books, including The Myth of the Negro past 1941, which challenged the then prevalent belief that African cultural traditions had been lost among Black Americans due to the traumatic experiences of the transatlantic slave trade and slavery. He mentioned nothing about the Indian slave trade or the Pacific slave trade, which is also recorded in American history and affected Black Americans. While Herskovits made significant contributions to African studies and the understanding of African diaspora cultures, it is essential to recognize that his work was conducted within a predominantly white academic context. As a white Jewish anthropologist, Herskovits held a certain degree of privilege and authority in shaping the field of African studies. In retrospect, it is crucial to consider the implications of this context when examining Herskovits' work and its impact on the study of African and Black American cultures. The efforts of white scholars to connect Black Americans to Africa without their consent raise questions of authority and legitimacy. Who are these scholars to define the connections and relationships between Black Americans and Africa? White academics have silenced Black Americans' voices and experiences by attempting to dictate these connections, perpetuating a cycle of erasure and cultural imperialism. To counter this harmful dynamic, it is essential for Black Americans to push back against these attempts at reclassification and to reclaim their unique identity. By critically examining the foundations of Pan-Africanism and African studies, they can challenge the assumptions made by white academics and assert their right to define their own relationships with Africa. This process involves reclaiming intellectual authority, fostering a more inclusive and diverse academic landscape, and prioritizing Black Americans' voices and perspectives in studying their own history and culture. It is essential to recognize the potential pitfalls of an outsider conducting research in these areas. In 2023, the consequences of this approach are evident in the way many Africans feel entitled to claim ownership of Black American culture, which can lead to the erasure of unique cultures, histories, and identities. The concept of flat Blackness, or the oversimplification of the complexities of Black identities, has gained traction due to fields like African studies, which were primarily shaped by non-Black academics. This oversimplification may have contributed to an environment where some Africans claim credit for everything Black Americans do, even though many Black Americans have been separated from their African roots for centuries. Some do not have a direct connection to Africa at all. It is worth considering the possibility that the establishment of fields like African studies may have been influenced by governmental interests, potentially as a means to control narratives surrounding Black identities and maintain existing power structures. In such a context, the intentions of individual researchers like Herskovits, however well-meaning, might not be sufficient to mitigate the potential harm caused by these fields of study. Moving forward, finding better ways to honor and celebrate the diverse experiences of melanated people without perpetuating entitlement or requiring the erasure of unique identities is essential. This might involve centering the voices and experiences of Black Americans and other melanated individuals in studying their own cultures, histories, and identities, and promoting the understanding and appreciation of these diverse experiences in a way that does not conflate them into a single, monolithic category. Knowledge, as a form of power, has played a significant role in shaping the beliefs and ideologies surrounding Black Americans and Pan-Africanism. When a single group or perspective monopolizes knowledge production, it has the potential to manipulate collective thoughts and control the narrative. This dynamic is particularly evident in the historical relationship between Black Americans, Pan-Africanism, and the influence of white academics. To better understand this dynamic, we can examine the concept of epistemic violence. Epistemic violence refers to how dominant groups control knowledge production and dissemination, thereby marginalizing and suppressing alternative perspectives. In the context of Black Americans and Pan-Africanism, epistemic violence has manifested in the way white academics have shaped the discourse around African and Black American identity. By controlling the narrative, these academics have effectively silenced Black American voices and perspectives while perpetuating a Eurocentric worldview. The concept of knowledge as power is further illustrated by Michael Foucault's theory of power knowledge. According to Foucault, power is not merely a tool one group uses to control another. Instead, it is inextricably linked to knowledge production. As knowledge is produced, it reinforces existing power structures and legitimizes the dominant group's control over society. In the case of Black Americans and Pan-Africanism, the control of knowledge by white academics has reinforced racial hierarchies and contributed to the erasure of Black American identity. Promoting knowledge production that is rooted in Black American experiences and perspectives can lead to a more accurate and nuanced understanding of their history and culture. This knowledge can empower Black Americans to challenge the dominant narratives that have historically marginalized them and actively participate in shaping their identity and place within the global community. The influence of power knowledge in the conscious community. While highly respected conscious community teachers like Joseph Ben Jochannan and John Henrik Clarke advocated for Pan-Africanism with good intentions, it is essential to recognize that their teachings were inextricably linked to Western academic institutions. For example, the African Studies Association is a United States-based organization comprising scholars, students, practitioners, and institutions interested in Africa. Established in 1957, the African Studies Association has become the foremost organization of African studies in North America, boasting a global membership of around 2,000 individuals. The association is headquartered at Rutgers University in New Jersey. In the mid-20th century, the African Studies Association experienced a rift due to racial and political conflicts surrounding the exclusion of Black academics from leadership positions and the ties between African Studies Association leaders and the U.S. intelligence and military communities. Consequently, in 1968, the Black Caucus of the African Studies Association, led by John Henrik Clarke, broke away and established the African Heritage Studies Association. Unfortunately, it still held ties with the African Studies Association, which had ties to U.S. intelligence. Despite their genuine efforts to promote Pan-Africanism, it is essential to acknowledge that the teachings of scholars like Joseph Ben Jochannan and John Henrik Clarke were inevitably influenced by their connection to Western academic structures. Understanding this context power knowledge is crucial in critically evaluating their contributions and developing a more comprehensive perspective on Pan-Africanism and the empowerment of Black communities. Chapter 5. Why the name Entrusted Melanism. Pan-Africanism, as a theoretical framework, has provided a foundation for the unification and empowerment of melanated people across the globe. However, it is time to move beyond the limitations of Pan-Africanism and create a new, more encompassing paradigm that addresses the needs of all melanated communities without erasing their unique identities. Not only should Pan-Africanism be renamed, but it should also be redefined and re-strategized. Any global framework for melanated people should not center just on Africa or be named after it. This framework is called Entrusted Melanism because melanated people are the first people on the planet, and we are the Earth's original people. Each tribe and melanated ethnicity would need to choose whether they want to work with other tribes voluntarily, but only if they share the same interests, goals, and strategies. This includes melanated tribes of Africa, Black Americans, Caribbeans, dark-skinned East Indians, Aborigines, Malaysians, and dark-skinned Latinas. We must understand that strategizing based on race forces us to fight inside the territory of white supremacy, meaning that we use the same tools and construction of race they created to strategize. This puts us in the losing position because strategizing based on race when you are not in a position of power makes you predictable. Plus, Africans and other melanated groups besides Black Americans never align based on race. So let us discuss the definition of the word entrusted. Here is the exact definition. Entrusted means to confer trust on. Primarily, to deliver something in trust to commit to another with confidence. Entrustment, meaning 1. To give someone a thing or duty for which they are responsible. The Entrusted Melanism Framework represents a commitment to empowerment as a duty for melanated people globally. Committing to one another is based on aligned interests, strategies, and goals. That is why the word entrusted was used. Melanism refers to dark-skinned individuals worldwide who are entrusted with strategizing their empowerment based on shared interests and goals rather than race alone. The term entrusted highlights the importance of confidently delivering this responsibility and treating it as a sacred duty because we are currently dominated. This framework encouraged melanated tribes to focus on their unique cultures, histories, and identities while collaborating with other tribes with similar objectives and aspirations. By emphasizing action over theoretical concepts, the Entrusted Melanism Framework aims to foster stronger alliances among melanated communities and ensure a more practical approach to empowerment that respects the individuality and autonomy of each tribe. In essence, the Entrusted Melanism Framework is a call to action for melanated people to take ownership of their empowerment journey, collaborate where it is advantageous, and preserve their cultural heritage and identity in the process. This book proposes the Entrusted Melanism Framework, offering unique strategies for empowerment and emphasizing shared interests and goals rather than solely focusing on race. Here is how it does that: renaming and redefining Pan-Africanism. Entrusted Melanism acknowledges the rich history of melanated people as the original inhabitants of the earth. This new paradigm encompasses various melanated ethnicities and tribes, including Africans, Black Americans, Caribbeans, dark-skinned East Indians, Aboriginals, and dark-skinned Latinas. Moving beyond race-based strategies, strategizing solely based on race has limitations and can inadvertently perpetuate the structures of white supremacy. Instead, Entrusted Melanism advocates for strategies prioritizing shared interests and goals among melanated people rather than solely focusing on racial identity. This approach allows for greater collaboration and respects and preserves the unique ethnicities and cultures of all melanated people worldwide. Utilizing military science for empowerment, Entrusted Melanism incorporates principles from military science to develop unique strategies for empowerment. By studying historical military tactics and applying them to contemporary struggles, melanated communities can create innovative and effective approaches to combat systemic oppression, promote self-determination, and protect their cultural heritage. Establishing respect and boundaries. A crucial component of Entrusted Melanism is establishing respect and boundaries among melanated communities. This approach acknowledges the unique identities, cultures, and histories of each group while still fostering collaboration and unity. By respecting these differences, Entrusted Melanism ensures that empowerment efforts do not inadvertently contribute to ethnocide or the erasure of individual cultural identities. Chapter 6. What is Entrusted Melanism? Entrusted Melanism is a youth empowerment strategy designed to focus on shared goals and interests, beginning with the tribal level and working down through the tribe, region, nation, and finally, collective action for all melanated people. This new framework emphasizes action over abstract theorizing, which has often characterized Pan-Africanism. By focusing on tangible steps towards empowerment, Entrusted Melanism ensures that progress is measurable and achievable rather than remaining an elusive ideal. Another critical aspect of this framework is preserving the unique culture and ethnicity of each melanated tribe. While encouraging collaboration among tribes that share similar goals and interests, it also respects the autonomy and distinctiveness of each group. This approach allows for the possibility of alliances between melanated tribes that can benefit from working together without forcing collaboration or compromising their individual identities. The template within the Entrusted Melanism is designed to be flexible and adaptable, enabling tribes to focus on their own specific goals and interests at the tribal, regional, and national levels. This approach acknowledges that not every tribe may wish to align with others and permits them to concentrate on their objectives. In essence, the template provides a tool for tribes to assess their individual situations and decide whether collaboration with other melanated tribes would be advantageous. This empowers each tribe to make informed decisions about their paths towards empowerment, fostering a more effective and sustainable approach to collective growth and progress. The template is constructed with this bottom-up approach in mind and utilizes a reiterative process to ensure the unique needs of each melanated tribe are addressed. For example, if the collective interest is to procure resources, the template would first guide each tribe in outlining their specific plans for achieving this goal. Next, the process would be revisited at the regional level, aligning the tribe's plan with those of other melanated regional groups with the same interests and goals. The process would continue to be iterated at the national level, uniting the nation with other melanated nations pursuing the same goal of procuring resources. Finally, the process would examine the collective level, exploring how all melanated groups could collaborate on achieving shared interests. The template should be open source, allowing each melanated tribe to access, fill out, and edit it according to their unique circumstances and requirements. This open source network, developed by melanated people, should also be anonymous and decentralized. Those who edit the template based on their personal tribe should also do this anonymously. Once the template is out, any melanated group that needs it, whether in Africa, America, or the Caribbean, can use it or add to it. Melanated groups can also print the template out and fill it out based on their needs. If a tribe needs privacy, they can fill the template out mentally, strategize in their head, and commit their plans to memory. This template leads to action. It is not just a theoretical plan. Every tribe takes action for what benefits them on their land mass, in their own country, and their own tribe. If strategies and interests align, tribes are encouraged to unite and reiterate the process from the regional, national, and collective levels. This is how we create a win-win situation for every tribe and not be one-sided like how Pan-Africanism is. This template provides a high-level, open-source framework for melanated tribes to strategize empowerment actions based on shared interests and goals, such as procuring resources, gaining land, preventing ethnocide, and engaging in politics. The template is tiered and reiterative, focusing on the tribe, region, nation, and collective action for all melanated people. The open-source nature allows tribes to edit and adapt the template to their unique situations while maintaining anonymity and decentralization. Again, by following this tiered, reiterative process, melanated tribes can work together on shared interests and goals while respecting their unique cultures and identities. This approach allows each tribe to take action on their land mass, country, and within their community, creating a path toward collective empowerment that transcends race. Here is the copy of the blank template. This is subject to change. The Entrusted Melanism Framework is designed as a reiterative process, allowing melanated tribes to work together in achieving empowerment. It is essential to remember that moving on to the next step should only occur if other melanated tribes share the same goals and interests and genuinely desire to work together. Cooperation with other tribes is entirely optional, but all action items and strategies should be geared towards empowerment. If there are any doubts or questions regarding the action items and strategies, please get in touch with the chief architect of this framework, colleague J.N.S., for consultation and guidance. The framework aims to facilitate a cooperative, effective, and meaningful journey towards empowerment for all melanated tribes while preserving their unique culture and ethnicity. Note, please fill out each section with specific strategies and action items that align with your tribe's goals. Add or delete as needed. You can fill this out mentally, by printing it out, or by filling it out on the open source anonymous and decentralized network. Chapter 7. Stipulations that must be met before Black Americans work with other tribes. As one of the leaders of Black Americans, there are specific stipulations that must be acknowledged and respected by melanated people globally who wish to work with us. Recognizing our unique ethnicity and culture, melanated people must respect and acknowledge Black Americans' distinct ethnicity and culture as separate from Africa. No undermining in American politics. Melanated people must not undermine Black Americans within the American political landscape or claim to represent us if they are from a different tribe. No cultural appropriation. Melanated people must not cosplay as Black Americans, claiming our identity while knowing their tribal and national origins. They should instead identify with their own tribal name. No tribalism warfare. Melanated people who practice tribalism in Africa must not bring such conflicts to the United States. Engaging in tribal warfare makes collaboration with us impossible. No forced African identity. Melanated people must not label Black Americans as African. We are 500 years removed from Africa, with many of us being indigenous to the Americas or mixed. We have no obligation to identify with the African continent. Respecting cultural boundaries. Melanated people must not attempt to appropriate or steal Black American culture. We have built our own unique culture, and just as we respect the distinct cultures of other tribes, we expect the same courtesy. Any attempts to appropriate our culture will be met with hostility. Melanated tribes must demonstrate their commitment to their empowerment by diligently completing the template before seeking allyship. How can we effectively strategize if we cannot see an operational plan that aligns with our interests and goals? When a melanated tribe's interests and goals align with those of Black Americans, and they desire to collaborate in America, they must acknowledge that they will not assume leadership in our empowerment process. They will not be the central focus of our empowerment initiatives, and we will not divert from our mission. If they seek unity with Black Americans, they will follow Black Americans' leadership and be considered house guests until they prove their unwavering loyalty. The Black American tribe retains the right to decline collaboration with any melanated tribe, even if their interests and goals are aligned, for any reason and under any circumstances, without providing prior notice. The delineation movement seeks to protect Black Americans from being undermined by melanated immigrants and to prevent ethnocide and genocide. By adhering to these stipulations, we can foster a respectful and productive relationship with other melanated tribes while preserving our unique identity and culture. Chapter 8. Examples of tribes working together based on interests and goals instead of race, using Entrusted Melanism. Considering everything discussed about the template, let's consider an example of melanated tribes collaborating based on shared interests and goals rather than solely on race. Imagine the Yoruba people are focused on addressing geopolitical issues related to crude oil prices and ensuring political leaders restructure the oil industry to benefit ordinary citizens. They also aim to eliminate corrupt political leaders. First, they would develop strategies and actions at the tribal level to address these issues. Now, suppose the Igbo and Hausa tribes also share the goal of eradicating corrupt political leaders. After developing strategies to tackle this issue at the tribal level, they could align at the regional level and reiterate the process on a broader scale. Let's say they find a few tribes in Uganda and Benin who are also actively combating government corruption. They could then reiterate the process at the level of nations. This example demonstrates how melanated people can work together based on shared interests and goals, collaborating only with those who are willing to fight for empowerment. The framework exposes those who are not concerned with empowerment and allows those with common goals to come together, build networks, and form alliances, knowing that they share the same objectives. Notice how these goals differ from those of Black Americans. Each melanated tribe should focus on its interests and goals regarding what empowerment means to them. This framework promotes action over theory, unlike Pan-Africanism. It will enable those who want to work together to come together and build a network and alliance, knowing that they are focused on the same goals. Example 2. Let's consider another example of African tribes using the template based on similar geopolitical interests. Imagine the Akon and Ewe tribes in Ghana and the Wolof tribe in Senegal all share concerns about the sustainable management of natural resources, particularly concerning the mining industry and local agriculture. First, each tribe would develop strategies and actions at the tribal level to address these issues. The Akon people, for instance, may focus on regulating the gold mining industry to protect the environment and local communities. The Ewe tribe might promote sustainable agriculture practices that preserve soil quality and biodiversity. Meanwhile, the Wolof tribe in Senegal could prioritize the responsible management of the country's phosphate resources, ensuring the industry benefits the local population and the environment. After developing their strategies at the tribal level, the Akon, Ewe, and Wolof tribes could align at the regional level and reiterate the process, combining their efforts to create a more comprehensive plan for sustainable natural resource management across their territories. If they find other tribes in the region, such as the Mindi tribe in Sierra Leone or the Bassa tribe in Liberia, who also share their concerns and are actively working towards sustainable resource management, they could reiterate the process at the level of nations. This example illustrates how African tribes can enact the template based on similar geopolitical interests, enabling them to collaborate effectively and work together towards common goals. By focusing on shared objectives, they can form alliances and networks to tackle pressing issues, such as the sustainable management of natural resources, which significantly impact their communities and environments. Each melanated tribe should concentrate on its own interests and goals in the context of empowerment, promoting action over theory. Example 3. In this example, let's consider the people of Jamaica and Haiti facing unique challenges related to their sovereignty and national identity. Jamaica wishes to leave the monarchy and gain more control over its affairs, while Haiti seeks to end paying reparations to France and resist exploitation. This is a hypothetical example, mind you. First, each nation would develop strategies and actions at the national level to address these issues. In Jamaica, the people may work on building public support for a referendum on becoming a republic, which would involve engaging citizens in conversations about the benefits of leaving the monarchy and increasing national autonomy. On the other hand, Haiti could focus on rallying international support to renegotiate or cancel the debt imposed by France, and advocating for economic policies that promote self-sufficiency and discourage exploitation. Jamaica and Haiti could amplify their message and enhance their negotiating power by joining forces. After developing their strategies at the regional level, Jamaica and Haiti could align at the nation level and reiterate the process, sharing their experiences and learning from each other's efforts to address these issues. They could also collaborate on initiatives to raise awareness about the challenges faced by Caribbean nations in their quest for sovereignty, autonomy, and self-determination. If they find other Caribbean nations with similar interests and goals, such as Barbados, which has also been considering becoming a republic, or the Dominican Republic, which shares the island of Hispaniola with Haiti and faces its challenges related to sovereignty, they could reiterate the process once again at the level of the collective. This would create a stronger alliance of Caribbean nations working together to promote autonomy, independence, and self-determination. This example demonstrates how the template can be enacted by people in the Caribbean, focusing on shared objectives and collaborating to address common challenges. By forming alliances and networks based on their shared interests and goals, they can work together more effectively to tackle sovereignty and national identity issues, promoting action over theory and creating real change. Example 4. In this example, let's consider Black Americans, Aboriginal Australians, and the Jarawa people of India, each facing unique challenges related to ethnocide and the fight for recognition as distinct ethnicities. Black Americans fight for delineation and reparations, while Aboriginal Australians and the Jarawa people struggle against ethnocide in their respective countries. First, each group would develop strategies and actions at the tribal level to address these issues. Black Americans could focus on raising awareness about their unique history and culture, lobbying for political recognition as a distinct ethnic group, and advocating for reparations. Aboriginal Australians might work on strengthening the preservation of their cultural heritage, demanding recognition of their rights to land, and seeking reparations for historical injustices. Similarly, the Jarawa people could focus on protecting their ancestral lands, preserving their unique culture, and resisting assimilation into the broader Indian society. After developing their strategies at the tribal level and receiving reparations, these groups could align at the regional level and reiterate the process, sharing their experiences and learning from each other's efforts to address these issues. They could also collaborate on initiatives to raise global awareness about the challenges faced by marginalized ethnic groups in their fight for recognition and autonomy. These groups could amplify their message and enhance their negotiating power on the world stage by joining forces. If they find other nations with similar interests and goals, such as the Jamaicans or the South Africans, they could reiterate the process at the level of nations. This would create a stronger alliance of indigenous and marginalized groups to promote recognition, autonomy, and reparations for historical injustices. This example demonstrates how the template can be enacted by Black Americans, Aboriginal Australians, and the Jarawa people, focusing on shared objectives and collaborating to address common challenges. By forming alliances and networks based on their shared interests and goals, they can work together more effectively to tackle issues related to ethnocide and the fight for recognition as distinct ethnicities, promoting action over theory and creating real change. Example 5. In this example, let's consider Black Americans and South Africans facing challenges related to oppression by their respective governments. Black Americans are dealing with issues such as systemic racism, the fight for reparations, and the need for political recognition as a unique ethnic group. South Africans, on the other hand, are grappling with the legacy of apartheid, economic inequality, and the need for and reform to address historical injustices. First, each group would develop strategies and actions at the tribal level to address these issues. Black Americans could focus on lobbying for political recognition as a distinct ethnic group, advocating for reparations, and working to dismantle systemic racism in various institutions. South Africans might work on promoting land reform policies that address historical injustices, advocating for economic policies that reduce inequality, and fostering racial reconciliation and healing. After developing their strategies at the tribal level, Black Americans and South Africans could align at the level of nations and reiterate the process, sharing their experiences and learning from each other's efforts to address these issues. They could collaborate on initiatives that raise global awareness about the challenges faced by marginalized groups in their fight for justice, equality, and reparations. These groups could amplify their message and enhance their negotiating power on the world stage by joining forces. This alliance could lead to sharing best practices, resources, and support for advocacy efforts in each country. For instance, Black Americans could guide grassroots organizing and the use of social media to raise awareness. At the same time, South Africans could share their experiences with land reform initiatives. Through collaboration and learning from each other's experiences, both groups can work together more effectively to tackle their challenges. This example demonstrates how the template can be enacted by Black Americans and South Africans, focusing on shared objectives and collaborating to address common challenges. By forming alliances and networks based on their shared interests and goals, they can work together more effectively to tackle issues related to government oppression and the fight for justice, equality, and reparations, promoting action over theory and creating real change. Example 6. In this scenario, Black Americans have successfully achieved reparations and now want to enter the crude oil industry in Nigeria, with the Igbo and Yoruba tribes willing to collaborate and provide connections. First, at the tribal level, Black Americans would develop strategies and action items to enter the Nigerian crude oil industry. This may include researching the industry, understanding the necessary regulations, acquiring technical expertise, and identifying potential partners in Nigeria. The Igbo and Yoruba tribes would also develop their strategies and action items, such as assessing the potential business partnerships, determining the benefits for their communities, and establishing criteria for collaboration. At the regional level, the Black Americans, Igbo, and Yoruba tribes would reiterate the process, aligning their strategies and actions based on their shared interests and goals. They could establish a joint venture, leveraging the resources and connections provided by the Igbo and Yoruba tribes and the investment from Black Americans' reparations. The partnership could focus on capacity building, technology transfer, and training programs for members of all tribes involved in the project. At the level of nations, Black Americans, Igbo, and Yoruba tribes would work together to navigate the complexities of the Nigerian crude oil industry, ensure compliance with local and international regulations, and promote sustainable and equitable business practices. They could also collaborate on advocacy efforts to secure favorable policies, build relationships with key stakeholders in the industry, and explore opportunities for further collaboration in other sectors. This example demonstrates how the template can be enacted by Black Americans, the Igbo, and the Yoruba tribes to collaborate on entering the crude oil industry in Nigeria. By forming alliances and networks based on their shared interests and goals, they can work together more effectively, combining their resources, knowledge, and connections to create a mutually beneficial enterprise. This approach emphasizes action, strategic partnerships, and the empowerment of all parties involved, contributing to the overall progress and prosperity of each tribe. Chapter 9. How is this different from Pan-Africanism? The template presented here differs significantly from Pan-Africanism in several key ways, providing a more practical approach to empowering melanated tribes by focusing on shared interests, goals, and actions rather than race. Here is how it is different. Centering individual ethnicity. Unlike Pan-Africanism, which often groups all melanated people under a single umbrella of being African, this template acknowledges and celebrates the unique ethnicities, cultures, and identities of each tribe. This approach prevents ethnocide by respecting and preserving the distinctiveness of each group. Labeling all dark-skinned people outside of African race as their unique identity. It's not endearing. It is offensive. Melanated people can work together without giving up their unique culture and lineage. Exposing deadweight tribes. The template clarifies which melanated tribes are actively working towards empowerment and which are not. This transparency ensures that tribes aligning with whiteism, white supremacy, or failing to fight for their own empowerment cannot hide behind the efforts of others. We get to see who is serious and who is just giving lip service. Since Black Americans have decided to delineate to prevent ethnocide, Africans, after 500 years, have had a sudden epiphany that we all need to unite and fight white supremacy. This framework allows them to do that without Black Americans having to do all the heavy lifting. Emphasis on action and strategy. The template prioritizes actionable strategies and tangible outcomes over theoretical discussions and abstract ideals. This focus on results helps ensure that the efforts of melanated tribes lead to real progress and empowerment. Contingent on shared interests and goals. Collaboration between tribes using this template is based on shared goals and interests rather than race alone. This approach allows tribes to form alliances when it is mutually beneficial and goal-oriented, without the expectation of working together solely due to their melanated status. No pie-in-the-sky ideals. The template moves away from the often lofty and abstract goals of Pan-Africanism, instead emphasizing practical, achievable objectives that can lead to tangible improvements for melanated tribes. Preventing the erasure of Black American identity. Unlike Pan-Africanism, which can sometimes conflate the unique experiences and identities of Black Americans with those of Africans, the template acknowledges the distinct struggles, history, and culture of Black Americans. This recognition ensures that Africans cannot hide behind the efforts of Black Americans in their fight against whiteism and ethnocide. Chapter 10. This framework will expose African tribes who collaborate with whiteism, white supremacy, or don't care about their empowerment. This innovative framework, based on high-level schematics, will reveal which melanated tribes are not contributing to empowerment and not actively combating whiteism. Unlike Pan-Africanism, where some tribes can hide behind the efforts of others, this new approach will hold each tribe accountable for their actions and commitment to empowerment. For instance, in the past, African immigrants have often benefited from the hard work and sacrifices made by Black Americans in the fight against whiteism without actively engaging in the struggle themselves. However, as Black Americans are now focusing on their own empowerment and delineation, certain African people are calling for a united front with Black Americans under Pan-Africanism, even though they are not actively participating in the fight for empowerment. Even though Pan-Africanism is not practiced on the African continent, they expect to unite with Black Americans who are at least 500 years removed from them, with many being indigenous to America and 5,000 miles away. This is illogical thinking. Wouldn't it make more sense for the continent of Africa to unite first rather than focusing on Black Americans? We need a system that shows if these people are serious. Entrusted Melanism will expose this. It allows us to see whose goals and interests align with ours, and we need to separate from people who collaborate with whiteism or have no desire to help those fighting it. The tiered-style template within Entrusted Melanism will expose those tribes that are not serious about empowerment, because we will be able to see who has filled out the template. Even if we cannot view their template, we can see each tribe's action for empowerment. By observing the tribe's utilization of the template and their progress, it will become clear which tribes are genuinely committed to the cause. Tribes utilizing Entrusted Melanism should be cautious when engaging with tribes that do not actively participate in the empowerment process and should consider delineating from such tribes. This new approach will ensure that only those tribes genuinely committed to fighting whiteism and working towards the collective empowerment of melanated people will be recognized and supported within the Entrusted Melanism network. Africans will not be able to hide behind the efforts of Black Americans nor identify as them. Chapter 11. Military Science Strategies for Entrusted Melanism Template Use as Needed. Here are some strategies you can use to fill out the template. This is not an exhaustive list. It would be best if you adapted it based on the personal needs of your tribe's interests and goals. One can add more or combine them. Remember to start with your tribe and only reiterate the process with other melanated tribes whose interests and goals align with yours. Here are some key strategies. Psychological warfare. Undermine the morale and confidence of the oppressors through actions like protests, strikes, and sit-ins. The goal is to weaken their resolve and make them question the legitimacy of their actions. Economic warfare. Implement economic sanctions, boycotts, or divestment campaigns to weaken the financial foundation of the oppressors. By targeting their economic interests, you can exert pressure on them to change their behavior. Information warfare. Disseminate accurate information to expose the injustices melanated people face. Use social media, leaflets, posters, and other channels to share stories and experiences that can help create awareness and garner support. Parallel institutions. Develop alternative institutions that can provide essential services and resources. This can include schools, healthcare facilities, and local governance structures that function outside the control of the oppressors. Civil resistance and non-cooperation. Organize acts of non-cooperation to disrupt the normal functioning of the oppressive system. This can include strikes and non-compliance with unjust laws or orders. Know yourself and your enemy. Understanding your strengths, weaknesses, and goals, as well as those of your opponents, is crucial for empowerment. By being aware of the systemic challenges melanated communities face and the structures that perpetuate inequality, it is possible to develop targeted strategies to overcome these obstacles. Use this knowledge to develop strategies that capitalize on strengths while addressing areas of vulnerability. Adapt to change. It is essential to be flexible and adaptable. In the context of empowerment, this means being prepared to adjust tactics and strategies in response to changing social, political, and economic landscapes. Alliances and diplomacy. Building alliances with like-minded organizations and individuals can lead to a more robust collective effort toward empowerment. Diplomacy and negotiation skills can be instrumental in forming partnerships, procuring resources, and creating a supportive network for melanated communities. Use diplomacy and negotiation to resolve conflicts and establish mutually beneficial agreements with neighboring tribes, communities, and nations. Seek peaceful solutions whenever possible, but always be prepared to defend your interests if necessary. Utilize the element of surprise. Exploit unpreparedness by striking when people least expect it. In terms of empowerment, this could mean launching innovative initiatives or utilizing unconventional tactics to challenge oppressive systems and create lasting change. Concentrate resources. Focus resources on critical areas to maximize impact. For melanated communities, this could mean prioritizing investments in education, economic development, and community-based programs that directly contribute to empowerment and self-determination. Use spies and gather intelligence. Gaining information about opponents, potential allies, and available resources is crucial for success. By staying informed about the policies, initiatives, and trends that impact melanated communities, it is possible to develop informed strategies for empowerment and resource procurement. Utilize diverse terrain. Understand the geography of the land and use it to your advantage. Leverage natural barriers such as mountains, rivers, and forests to protect your territory and resources while using them to hinder potential adversaries. Community leaders should consider the social, political, and economic contexts in which they operate. Leaders can develop tactics that leverage available resources and opportunities by understanding these environments. Forge alliances. Build strong relationships with other melanated tribes and communities that share your goals and interests. Collaborate on projects, share resources, and provide mutual support to strengthen your position and increase your collective influence. Innovate and adapt. Continuously learn from your experiences and those of others. Be open to adopting new technologies, strategies, and tactics to enhance your abilities and help you overcome challenges. Develop a strong economy. Focus on creating a robust and self-sufficient economy to support your community's growth and development. Invest in agriculture, infrastructure, trade, and education to create a prosperous and sustainable society. Establish a skilled and disciplined military force. Train and equip a professional and dedicated military force to defend your territory and resources. Emphasize discipline, loyalty, and adaptability to create a formidable defense against potential threats. Invest in education and culture. Foster a strong sense of identity, pride, and unity within your community by investing in education, arts, and cultural institutions. Encourage the preservation and celebration of your unique heritage and traditions. Encourage strategic thinking and planning. Develop a culture of strategic thinking and planning within your community. Encourage leaders and decision makers to consider long-term goals and consequences and evaluate and adjust their plans as needed. Maintain a strong and united leadership. Ensure your community's leadership is united in its vision and goals. Promote collaboration and communication among leaders to create a cohesive and effective decision-making process. Stay vigilant and prepared. Always remain vigilant and ready for potential threats or challenges, both internal and external. Constantly assess your community's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats to maintain a proactive approach to melanated empowerment. Divide and conquer. Breaking down complex problems into smaller, more manageable components can make it easier to tackle systemic challenges faced by melanated communities. By addressing individual issues one at a time, progress toward broader empowerment becomes more achievable. Deception and misdirection. Employing deceptive tactics and misdirection can help melanated communities overcome powerful adversaries or navigate complex political landscapes. This may involve using subtle influence, persuasion, or indirect approaches to achieve desired outcomes. Conservation of resources. Careful management and conservation of resources are crucial for long-term success. This principle can be applied to empowerment efforts by focusing on sustainable strategies, efficient use of resources, and avoiding unnecessary conflicts or expenditures. Timing and patience. Recognize the importance of timing and exercise patience when pursuing empowerment objectives. Wait for the right opportunities to act and be prepared to adapt as circumstances change. Continuous learning and improvement. Embrace a mindset of continuous learning and improvement, individually and collectively. Encourage the exchange of knowledge, ideas, and experiences within melanated communities to foster innovation, growth, and progress toward empowerment. Assess risks and rewards. Before taking action, carefully evaluate decisions' potential risks and rewards. By understanding the potential consequences, communities can make informed choices that maximize positive outcomes and minimize negative impacts. Strategic retreat. Recognize when it is more beneficial to temporarily withdraw or disengage from a situation to regroup, reassess, and return with a stronger approach. This principle can be applied to advocacy efforts, policy changes, or community development initiatives. Maintain momentum and initiative. Seize opportunities as they arise and maintain momentum to pursue empowerment goals. By staying proactive and focused, tribes can capitalize on favorable circumstances and maintain the initiative in their efforts. Foster discipline and accountability. Encourage a culture of discipline and accountability within melanated communities, as these qualities contribute to the successful execution of strategies and the achievement of empowerment goals. Minimize internal conflicts. Work to resolve disputes and minimize internal conflicts within melanated communities to maintain unity and strength. A united front is more likely to achieve empowerment objectives than a fragmented one. Cultivate strong leadership. Develop and support strong leaders within melanated communities who can inspire, motivate, and guide others toward empowerment. Effective leadership is a critical component of any successful strategy. Leverage existing resources. Maximize their impact and effectiveness by maximizing existing resources, skills, and networks within melanated communities. This can include tapping into community members' collective knowledge and experiences and utilizing existing infrastructure and resources. Focus on long-term goals. Keep sight of long-term goals and objectives even when faced with short-term setbacks or challenges. By maintaining a long-term perspective, communities can stay on course and continue working towards sustainable empowerment. Training and education. Provide training and education to melanated people in areas such as leadership, strategy, negotiation, and other skills that can be used in their struggle for freedom and justice. Cultural resistance. Use art, music, literature, and other forms of cultural expression to promote the identity and values of the melanated people and to challenge the dominant narratives and stereotypes perpetuated by the oppressors. Legal action. Pursue legal avenues to challenge the oppressive laws, policies, and actions that infringe on the rights of melanated people. This can include filing lawsuits, seeking injunctions, or engaging in advocacy campaigns to change laws or policies. Hacktivism: use technology and cyber skills to expose injustices, leak sensitive information, or disrupt the oppressor's digital infrastructure. This can help draw attention to the cause and put pressure on the oppressors. Social entrepreneurship: create businesses and organizations that address social issues related to oppression and help empower the melanated community economically. Social enterprises can reduce dependence on the oppressive system by creating jobs and providing essential services. Guerrilla gardening: transform neglected or abandoned urban spaces into community gardens, green spaces, or public art installations. This can improve living conditions for melanated people, foster community cohesion, and challenge the authority of the oppressors. Encourage strategic thinking and planning. Develop a culture of strategic thinking and planning within your community. Encourage leaders and decision makers to consider long-term goals and consequences and evaluate and adjust their plans as needed. Chapter 12: Guerrilla Economic Warfare. Guerrilla economic tactics refer to unconventional or creative approaches to challenge and weaken the economic power of an oppressive regime or system. Barter system: encourage using a barter system within the community to reduce dependence on the formal economy controlled by the oppressors. By trading goods and services directly, the community can limit its economic interaction with the oppressive system. Community currencies: develop alternative currencies that can be used within the community, fostering local economic growth and reducing reliance on the oppressive regime's financial institutions. Local production and self-sufficiency: support local businesses and encourage the production of essential goods within the community, reducing reliance on imports and the need for interaction with the oppressive system's economy. Economic sabotage: organize acts of economic disruption, such as boycotts or strikes, to undermine the financial interests of the oppressors. Crowdfunding and microfinancing: use crowdfunding platforms or microfinance institutions to raise funds for community projects, businesses, or social initiatives that can benefit melanated people economically and socially. Informal markets: establish informal markets or trading networks that operate outside the control of the oppressive system. This can help support local economic growth and create alternative channels of economic activity. Cooperative enterprises: organize worker-owned cooperatives or other collectively managed businesses that share profits and decision-making power among members. These enterprises can help provide economic opportunities for the oppressed and challenge the traditional hierarchical structures of the economy. Fair trade and ethical consumerism: encourage the use of fair trade products and support ethical consumerism within the community. This can help ensure that economic activities benefit marginalized producers and workers while challenging exploitative practices. Resource pooling: pool resources within the community to invest in shared assets, such as land, tools, or facilities, that can benefit everyone. This can help create economic opportunities and reduce dependence on the oppressive system. Skill sharing and capacity building: organize workshops, training sessions, or mentoring programs to help community members develop skills and knowledge that can be used to create new economic opportunities or challenge existing power structures. Chapter 13: Strategies for Land Procurement. Redacted for confidentiality purposes. Please purchase the book. Chapter 14: Strategies to Procure Resources. Use the Entrusted Melanism Framework. Redacted for confidentiality purposes. Purchase the book to learn more. Chapter 15: High-level project management strategies for melanated tribes, focusing on building institutions. Redacted for confidentiality purposes. Purchase the book to learn more. Chapter 16: How to develop a platform that is open source, decentralized, and anonymous so we can collaborate and review other melanated tribes' templates. Developing an open source, decentralized, and anonymous platform for collaboration requires careful planning and consideration of various technical and ethical aspects. Here's a high-level outline of the steps you should follow. Use a distributed version control system. Choose a system like Git or Mercurial, which enables decentralized collaboration and allows for multiple copies of the project to be stored in different locations. This ensures that the project can still be recovered from another location if one repository is compromised or lost. Implement strong encryption. Incorporate end-to-end encryption to protect the privacy and anonymity of users, their contributions, and the shared data. This will prevent unauthorized access and maintain the confidentiality of the platform. Implement strong encryption. Incorporate end-to-end encryption to protect the privacy and anonymity of users, their contributions, and the shared data. This will prevent unauthorized access and maintain the confidentiality of the platform. Utilize a peer-to-peer P2P network. A P2P network distributes data and resources across multiple nodes, eliminating the need for a central server. This enhances the platform's resilience to failures and attacks while preserving anonymity. Protocols like BitSwap, BitTorrent, or the Interplanetary File System (MIPS) can provide distributed data storage and sharing. Use privacy-focused tools. Use cryptographic techniques like zero-knowledge proofs, onion routing (AG), Tor, or mixed networks to ensure anonymity. Open source the code. Publish the platform's source code under an open source license (G, GPL, MIT, or Apache), allowing others to review, contribute, and build upon your work. Establish clear contribution guidelines and a code of conduct to foster a healthy and inclusive community. Establish a trustless system. Implement a consensus mechanism, such as proof of work or proof of stake, to ensure that decisions are made without the need for trust between the participants. This helps maintain the platform's integrity and prevents manipulation. Foster a strong, supportive community. Encourage open communication, collaboration, and learning within the platform. This will help create a dynamic environment where users feel comfortable contributing to the project while maintaining anonymity. To create an open source, decentralized, and anonymous platform for the Melanated Empowerment template, you can consider using a combination of the following existing technologies and tools. Git, a distributed version control system that can be used to manage the template's source code and revisions. Git is a powerful and widely adopted tool allowing easy collaboration and version tracking. Git or GitLab, self-hosted Git repository management solutions providing a user-friendly interface and collaboration tools. These options enable more control over the platform's infrastructure and allow for customization, such as incorporating anonymity and encryption features. Tor, a network designed to provide anonymity by routing internet traffic through a series of volunteer-operated servers. Integrating Tor into the platform can help maintain the anonymity of users and their contributions. I2P, Invisible Internet Project. An alternative to Tor, I2P is a decentralized, anonymous network that can be used to build the platform's infrastructure. I2P provides a high level of privacy and security by encrypting user data and routing it through multiple nodes in the network. ZeroNet, a decentralized, peer-to-peer web hosting network that utilizes Bitcoin cryptography and the BitTorrent network. ZeroNet can be used as the platform's backbone, ensuring a distributed and anonymous environment for collaboration. Interplanetary File System, a distributed file system that can be used for storing and sharing the template and associated resources. IPS enables fast and secure file sharing across a decentralized network, making it suitable for a collaborative platform. Ethereum or other blockchain platforms. Blockchain technology can be used to create decentralized applications or smart contracts that ensure trustless consensus and decision-making. Hyperledger can also be used to create decentralized applications. Building the platform on a blockchain network can enhance security, transparency, and user collaboration. Combining these existing technologies and tools allows you to create a secure, anonymous, and decentralized platform for developing and sharing the Melanated Empowerment template. This will enable collaboration among melanated tribes and facilitate the exchange of ideas, strategies, and resources for their collective empowerment. If the existing technologies and tools are unavailable, you must create a custom solution from scratch to build the template. Here are the steps to follow. Redacted for confidentiality purposes. Purchase the book to learn more.